I think that's the way it has to be in New York. If Dan Goldman can't have the coffee from their shop, nobody should. The Justice Department should shut it down. It should be boycotted. The law of New York prohibits discrimination based on invidious characteristics, including religion. And obviously, this is based in part on religion because Zionism is part of the Jewish religion. So I'm going to try to bring a lawsuit, if we can, against this shop to make sure it can't continue to discriminate. Imagine if it discriminated against blacks, as of course coffee shops did in the South, or against gays, as bakeries did. Everybody on the left would be appalled at this. But it's okay to not only discriminate against Jewish Zionists, it's okay to call them monsters. Have we heard any criticism by people in power of Mamdani calling people like me monsters?
What did you do on Epstein's Island? What did you and your wife do on Epstein's Island?
Read this book. Find out the lies that these people are telling.
What did you and your wife do on Epstein's Island?
The pedophile is here. The pedophile.
Do you regret going to Epstein's Island?
And don't listen to these anti-Semites.
Do you regret going to Epstein's Island? What did your wife do on Epstein's Island?
Let me get a
You
picture
have
of
a
you
lot of nerve.
so I can sue you.
Oh, whoa.
Pedophile! Pedophile!
Pedophile.
Pedophile!
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Craig Pasta JARDULA, Jay Scott, episode 197, One Step Forward, 3 Steps Back, and an all-new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
All right, here we go. Welcome, everyone, to the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is your non-tribal approach to news channel. We'll be here with you guys all afternoon on this Thursday. I got the day of the week right. You know, last week we couldn't even remember what day was what because we're just doing this constantly. I know you guys, we are here twice a week. We're here Tuesdays and Thursdays all afternoon. So in theory, it seems like we got about 5 days off in between. That's not the case at all. We're working on this show all through the week constantly. So we can get mixed up on what week and day we're even in right now, especially, and you guys know this, we're scrolling through our phones. We're looking at all the day's happenings. It seems like every single hour, every single minute, there's some more news breaking. And it's like, we have to not only shuffle through it, we got to look at what's fake, what's real, what's controlled op, what is something that is honestly, we don't know. And we have to be okay with that. We don't know. We can then start asking questions about things we don't know. We can ask hard-hitting questions about things we do know to see what reactions we're going to get. But a lot of times, not all the time, but sometimes we're asking questions because we have to understand that we don't really know. Now, look, the mindset that we come from in this space is critical thinkers. We are non-tribal. And to understand what that means, it means when you're part of a team and you check in with a team leader and you have a group that, I guess, presents as if you're part of the good guys. That's why you join the team. We're the good guys. They're the bad guys. What we're doing is we're scrapping team sports. We're scrapping it. We don't care. We don't care about playing winners and losers. We care about humanity and truth and justice and seeking answers. So when we come into this space with that mindset of critical thinking, there's some humility involved with that when we don't have answers, and that's okay. You notice how whatever other group you join, not just political parties, but when you join churches and you join different groups, some could call them cults, there's a mentality of we have all the answers. You don't have to ask any questions. Well, that's not true. We want to ask questions. We embrace asking questions. And the more we do that, the better we get at using our critical thinking skills. It's a muscle. We have to keep it. warmed up. We have to condition. We have to work it out, as they say. So there's a certain amount we have to do during the day, during the week. Now, we might be guilty of working it out a little too much. And that's where we're getting at, is that the days and hours and minutes throughout the week start to bleed together. But we're doing this because somebody has to. And I think you guys understand that, showing up here twice a week with us every week. You guys understand that somebody has to do this, because the people that told us they were doing it were not just not doing it, they were doing the opposite. What's the opposite of asking questions, being critical thinkers, challenging systems, reporting the facts the best we know? What's the opposite of that? Protecting those people you're supposed to be asking questions against. And that's what those mainstream pundits have been doing the entire time. The entire time. We've been tricked the entire way. Whatever it was you were watching, CNN, Fox, MSNBC, it doesn't matter. They were tricking us the entire time. This is what we need to do, is fill that spot, because no one else is doing it. That's why we're here. You guys get it. And the homeless part of the show, the homeless left, we come from the left. That was the ideology that we started with. We haven't changed our principles. Whatever we were told we were part of the good guy team, we're no longer part of that team. But we bring those principles to the space. In a homeless way, we're saying we're not going to be tribal anymore. We are non-tribal. And if you insist on being part of these tribes, we call you a tribalist now. You are a tribalist if you can't detach from that. So we welcome people from all aspects, every ideology, every place you could have come out of, any corner of any part of the globe. We welcome you here. If you feel politically homeless now, and you're ready to start asking questions, you're ready to start looking into things, you don't mind the names that they call you. They call us conspiracy theorists, all that stuff. And we know all the new ones, right? We've had in the last 5-6 years. We know, anti-science this, and Putinist that, anti-Semitic this and that, whatever it is. We don't mind any of those labels, because that just means that we're pissing someone off, that they don't want us doing this stuff. So we're going to just keep doing it. And we take it like a badge of honor, right? We wear it as a badge of honor. With that said, we're going to get started on the show, guys. We are calling today the show One Step Forward, but in parentheses, it's 3 steps back. We can celebrate baby wins, little, mini accomplishments. We've had some. We're going to be seeing that. We're going to be looking in today. The AIPAC Dems have been destroyed in New York elections. Something worth celebrating. But the 3 steps back is, well, you guys know, it's the unfortunate doom and gloom, Debbie Downer stuff. We're going to have to get into some of that as well. But yeah, there's a lot going on. We're going to get into some of the World Cup stuff later in the show. Good news that the UN Commission has officially announced that Israel has deliberately been targeting children this whole time. What? Oh my God, this changes everything. Well, it's a baby step, because officially being announced by the UN Commissioner. So we're going to get to that story as well. We have another COVID-vax study with some more bad news. But again, it's good that we have this information. We're getting it out to people, and people are starting to get concerned and curious. Curiosity, that's a good trait to have. So we'll be joined pretty shortly, I think, by Craig Pasta JARDULA. We also are going to be joined by Jay Scott as well later in the show. So we got a lot to get into. Let's just make sure we're up on all the socials accurately right now. We know that we've been messed around with on YouTube. Of course, you guys know the story on YouTube. This is the channel we have now. The homeless left was taken down. It doesn't exist. We apparently don't have the right to exist like Israel does, because we are too dangerous to the community. Isn't that funny? We get told we're too dangerous to our surrounding neighbors, and we don't have a right to exist. That's funny. That's funny. Well, we created THL Presents, and we're doing pretty well there. We appreciate all you guys' support, getting this out there. We're fighting an algorithm every single day, every week, that's up and down all the time. Sometimes we'll have 100,000 people watching. Other times we're like, what the hell's going on? But we're just going to keep doing the work we're doing. Consistency, doing the work. That's what it's about. And you guys showing up, we really appreciate it. Homeless Left on Rumble, that's the main one that's been there the whole way. Really appreciate that. We got all these episodes. I guess we're heading on 200 episodes coming up very soon. Every past episode you can find on Rumble. We don't take anything down. We also put our segments up. So you guys want to share out those segments, they go up pretty shortly after each live, and you can take that particular topic, get it out to people, engage with people. You're not just sitting here watching. We want you to participate and be active as well. We're going to talk to you later too on Talking Back. So you guys will be able to check in with us, and we'll respond to some of your questions. Super chats, you guys know how that works on YouTube. Rumble rants on Rumble. We really, really appreciate it. Or anything you can do showing support is awesome. We're on Twitch. That's kind of funny. We just kind of started doing that. Whatever. We'll see how that one goes. And of course, you guys can find us on Twitter. We're streaming live right now on both The Homeless Left and on X. Okay. We have a story to break for you right now, kind of breaking from last night. So we're going to cover it today. And officially, I guess we got to call this breaking news. So let's get to it. We have some breaking news coming out of Venezuela yesterday. It seems there might be thousands dead or injured in Venezuela. 7.5 earthquake. That's the official. It's a back-to-back earthquakes they were hit with. The second one came in officially at a 7.5. This is shocking. The death count is low right now. Officially, it's at 164, but thousands are feared to be dead or injured. The communications have been lost in a lot of the parts of Venezuela right now, and they're still they're just starting to clean it up. But here's how it went down last night, starting from the airport, the international airport in Venezuela. This happened. Not cool. Not cool. So let's look a little closer what happened here. Okay, so this is where that was the first quake that struck, and then we had word based on the U.S. Geological Survey. They estimated that yes, thousands could have lost their lives or been severely injured in the double earthquake. The first one, this is where they had the magnitude of 7.1, swiftly followed by a 7.5. This is some more footage that came out after we saw what happened at the airport. This is pretty devastating here.
Marico, mi mamá, huevón. Mi mamá. Marico, marico, marico.
I wish this could be like on set of a blockbuster summer, one of those end of the world movies. Unfortunately, it's not. This is really happening, and the significance of it being in Venezuela is all too concerning right now, based on everything these people have gone through, especially in the last year and a half, due to what we have imposed on them. And we're going to get into some of that in a second here. But let's look at how the Wall Street Journal has put this story out and trying to make some sense of why this happened. Here we are. Let's get this up on the screen. Okay. So the science behind it, if you guys are wondering how you can get a doublet, it's called a doublet earthquake. The country sits at the point where the Caribbean plate slides up against the South American plate. Okay. So the two quakes from Wednesday night, it's a 1-2 punch. That's a combination known as a doublet. Collapsing buildings in Caracas, raising fears for the fate of the population in the worst affected areas. So they're reporting that the first one was a 7.2 hitting San Felipe on the west of Caracas. Data from the survey we showed you guys suggested that it added stress into another nearby fault 3 miles away, triggering a larger magnitude 7.5 quake. And it was only 39 seconds later. That's pretty insane. And that's why if you guys are in the middle of a quake, you want to wait well more than 30 seconds to a minute. If you were hiding under, if you were safe, and the ground stopped shaking, you want to stay there for a while, because this type of stuff can happen. And this is one of these experts, I guess, Mark Quigley, saying it's because the Earth's crust displacement in the first quake, the fault increased stress on the second earthquake source fault. Okay, I guess that sounds pretty official. The passage of seismic waves from the first earthquake could have rattled nearby faults already prone to the rupture. Well, how bad will the damage and loss of life be? And I said earlier, there's 164 that have been confirmed killed as of this morning, 1,000 injured, but there's so many more people unaccounted for right now. It's hard to say how bad this is going to once all the data is collected. So we know that 10 buildings have collapsed in Caracas, many more in the worst hit state of La Guaira. She said the state of emergency was in place at the airport just outside of Caracas, and it was closed, obviously, because of the damage, which you guys just saw. So this is where things, and then the seismologist chimes in again and says landslides and liquefaction are likely to have occurred throughout the region. The area is mountainous, while Caracas is built on a plain in the middle of all the mountains, right? Where this sediment can amplify seismic waves and worsen damage. So again, Caracas could be the worst of all of the areas hit, and we just don't have as much information right now. How is the U.S. responding? Well, Trump, who has obviously the regime change that we participated in and led, which captured their actual elected president, Maduro, kidnapped him, put him in a prison. He's still being held in New York without due process. So he supported that regime change, obviously. And so now I guess we'll be cool to support our new friends, right? 2 major earthquakes. This is from Trump on his Truth Social. Hit the great people of Venezuela. They're great people now. They weren't great before. They were thugs and gangsters and drug dealers, apparently, before making fentanyl and all the different bogus shit. And we had to murder their fishermen outside of the Caribbean and all that stuff. Okay. Now they're great people, and they've been leveled and are dealing with devastating numbers of death. The USA stands ready, willing to be able to help. I have instructed all agencies of our government to get ready to move quickly. We will be there for our new and great friends. Well, that's nice. I'm sure that they appreciate that. I hope nobody else pisses off our people enough to go and kidnap and murder more of them. But in the meantime, I guess we're going to be helping them. That's the idea. So yeah, it's bad, guys. Looking at aftermath. This is, we've spent a long time in Caracas. This is Caracas. Look at this. This is horrible. These people are already suffering. They already have, they're already going through years of sanctioning from us, years of us trying to destroy their economy. We show you guys our method of how we police the world and how we take down countries, especially in Latin America. Scott Bessent tells us how sanctioning works. We destroy, we crush. So we already have crushed them. We've already done that. Now this happens. They have to deal with this. And now we're going to pretend they've been our friends. Now they're our new friends because we're running shit now. Well, also we steal all their oil. There's that. And all their other resources, not just the oil. There's a lot of minerals. So we're taking all that stuff. So there's the report. There's going to be more on this to come. But just so you guys know, this is the biggest thing. It seems that Venezuela has gone through anything like this since 1900. So this is, we don't even have accurate data back then. So this is a massive, massive occurrence. And we wish people well there. And we're trying to have communication right now with those there that can give us a little more detail about how bad it actually is. So unfortunately, we haven't been able to be in touch. We're not making the contact I was hoping we'd have by now with some of the people we know on the ground there. So hopefully we will have more details as the days unfold. But just thought you guys should know that's happening right now Yeah, we'll see how much help the U.S. empire will actually be to our new friends. Okay, moving on. Let's get right to the next one, guys. I think it's time for some real fake news. We usually do this on Tuesdays, and we did, but man, guys, we had to do a second one. You guys know sometimes we got to do we have to do a double on the real fake news because there's so much of it. And this one, this story is no exception to the fake part of the real fake news. So let's get into this. We're going to be talking about the New York elections, and yeah, just make sure we're set up here. I think we're good. I think we got this. Yeah, we are good. Okay, guys, here we go. Real fake news coming to you right now. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. So there has been a pretty big deal of a moment to celebrate. And what we're looking at right now is the New York elections that happened over the last few days here. And it seems that the AIPAC supported Democrats, the establishment Democrats across the board have been taken out all at the same time. These candidates have been backed by Mamdani, the new divisive mayor who's come in and been completely against AIPAC and what AIPAC represents, which we know is the Zionist occupying genociding state of Israel, which both parties support here, fund, and champion, because apparently both parties like to murder and starve out kids. And that's something we like to do. So it's radical now, being reported, a very radical development that somebody, and there'd be enough people behind Mamdani that would think that this was probably a good idea to get these genocidal maniacs out. Let's see how the mainstream media is covering this. We're going to start with CNN. Just hours, or I would say it was just the day before they were able to get the results, but we saw the writing on the wall, and CNN was forced to have to report the numbers that were coming in, knowing the inevitable was about to occur.
I think that Israel has played a bigger role in any district, any more than in this particular district. We are talking about New York's 10th district. I mean, chance to be the New York 10 Dem nominee, Dan Goldman, the incumbent, a hero of the Trump first impeachment trial among Democrats, only has a 1, 2, 3% chance of actually holding on to his Democratic designation to be the Dem nominee in this particular race. Brad Lander, who was last seen running for mayor in New York City, 98% chance. The reason why Dan Goldman is in trouble is because of the issue of Israel. He is seen by many in that district as being too pro-Israel. Lander has the endorsement of Zohran Mamdani, who, you know, obviously when it comes to the issue of Israel, has been much more pro-Palestinian than pro-Israeli.
Of course, this is what the Calci prediction markets are saying about this race tomorrow, but you can look at any of the polls that have been out there.
This matches up with the internal polling 100%.
All right. Democrats in general, how has their thinking changed on Israel?
Yeah, okay. So why are we seeing this right now in the Calci prediction markets? Well, it's a part of...
So before he gets into this, keep in mind, he's still they have to be honest about the numbers, but the way they present them is team sports. Like, which team are you rooting for? And so when you hear, anytime you hear Israel be mentioned, let's start substituting that in our brains for Nazi Germany. It's because that's what we grew up with, saying those are the worst people on the planet. Why? Doing the same things we were told they were doing the same things that Israel's doing right now. So let's just make that switch and see how ridiculous this team sports presentation sounds. And it is a team sport presentation by CNN. This is the exact camera movement you're going to get on Sports Center. You guys know that. It's watch the camera work. In, out, constantly moving around. Numbers on the screen. Who's going to win tonight's game? Who's betting on this team? So that's how they're presenting it. But you can't get around the numbers. And that's the fun part about this. But just notice the team sports as if there's even a question of who you're supposed to be supporting right now. It's not even a question. Who do you like more? A genocidal maniac occupying state, or people that just want to live and survive and not starve to death and not be blown apart? Who do you support more?
A broader national picture, right? I mean, just look at the change over the past few years. You know, you go back to late 2023, who Dem voters sympathized more with. It was basically an even split, but perhaps slightly more with the Israelis than the Palestinians, 34% to 31%. Look at this Israeli percentage, though. Down through the ground. Look at this. Now just 16%. This Palestinian percentage, about doubled. The percentage of Democrats who say they sympathize more with the Palestinians has about doubled in just 2.5 years. Look at that, from 31% to now the clear majority of Democrats now say they sympathize more with the Palestinians than the Israelis.
Now, what he's not going to tell you is, why did that change? Did people all of a sudden grow a heart and a conscience? Or were you, as mainstream media, having a harder time of controlling the narrative of Israel's our best friend, bestie, but can do no wrong? Maybe it's on you that this changed. So, but that part won't be mentioned. This is just team sports, and you have your favorite, and Vegas odds, and can't wait for the game. Well, we couldn't wait soon enough for the game, because the game happened and the winners have been announced. Here we go. His slate sweeps Democratic primaries in New York, ousts 2 incumbents from Congress. How awesome is that? And this is something I have to admit, we compared Mamdani to AOC a lot when he was running for mayor. We were like, you're taking people's money, you're talking a lot, and then AOC gets in, and then she, all of a sudden it's Mama Bear. Mamdani is doing it a little differently, and she got to give him some credit that he didn't Mama Bear, Papa Bear it up to Hakeem Jeffries. He went right for it, and here's where we got these, as AP says, these fiery progressives. They sweep establishment-backed Democrats. On the primaries Tuesday, they oust 2 sitting congressmen in a resounding show of force for the Democratic Socialist leader of America's largest city, who's fighting to reshape the Democratic Party in New York and beyond. So it was Espaillat who leads the Hispanic caucus, and in his 5th term was defeated by what they're calling Mamdani's most polarizing pick. And what happened with her was this Democratic Socialist who once helped organize pro-Palestinian protest at Columbia University. Ooh, how radical was that? And then Goldman, he's a 2-term incumbent. This guy was one of the champions of let's take down Trump. Let's take down Trump back in those fake court hearing days, right? Of the 37 felonies. This guy was leading the charge. Also, he was one of the first ones to lead the charge against the first, the impeachment, the very first impeachment of Trump. He was the leader of that. And that was, I think Trump made a phone call, to Zelensky or something. And that you can't do that. Not when we're trying to plan a proxy war. You can't call the handpicked, swapped out president that we took from acting class and anyways, he led that. And he was championed by this party, and he was beat by a Brad Lander, and who was a fixture among New York progressives, who has often showed sympathy to the Democratic Socialist movement, which is such a radical thing to do, show sympathy to wanting people to have lives that they can afford, living wage and all that stuff, all that stuff that's so radical, right? And then there was another election that also was Claire Valdez, who defeated the handpicked successor of retiring Velasquez. So 2 of these were incumbents. One of them was a handpicked successor, all taken out by these 3, which was great. This is something to celebrate indeed. So, according to AP, this sends an undeniable message to the establishment Dems, including Hakeem Jeffries, who, thank God, Mamdani's not calling Jeffries like Papa Bear or some other stupid nickname. He's pissed off Jeffries. It seems legitimately. It seems this is a legitimate, minimally, you could call it a thorn in his side. At the very least, we can say you can see it on Jeffries' face. And Jeffries goes on to say, you know, he's saying that Mamdani's candidates, his slate were openly fighting for dramatic change on key issues, Israel's war in Gaza and affordability, chief among them. The mayor ping-ponged across the city to celebrate his allies' victory, declaring that his election had helped ignite a new era. All right. Well, let's check that out.
To Daria Lisa, and I have said, our next congresswoman. And I've said these words in the way that many of us will say, inshallah. In the beginning, we hope, but we don't know how close it is.
Uh-oh, he might have said something triggering. I don't know. I might have been triggered by that. Let's see. Someone else was triggered by that. Eric Dodry was he was terrified. Terrified. Mamdani and a group of his leftists just went full Muslim mode. Uh-oh. Yeah, that sounded very full Muslim mode. What did he say in that? Did you guys hear that? He said, I stood next to Daralzila and said, our next congresswoman, and I've said these words in the way many of us would say, inshallah. Uh-oh. That's an Arabic term, which is really, really bad because we don't know what it means, and it just sounds scary. No more Islam. Charlie Kirk was right. The left and Islam are merging to destroy America. Wake up before it's too late. Well, what does that even mean? What does the word even mean? Inshallah? Oh, it's an Arabic phrase that translates to if God wills or God willing. It expresses hope and faith that a future event will happen while humbly acknowledging that the outcome ultimately depends on the will of God. How dare, oh my God, what a horrible, terrifying thing to say at a celebration rally. That's just really, really bad. I wish he didn't go that far. That's very, very, very terrifying. I agree. It's very, very terrifying. Well, besides being terrified, some went even further, like Sean Hannity. He looks like he's about to cry over these results. Check it out. I mean, he's literally tearing up on camera.
Fox News alert, incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman, who was just banned from a New York City coffee shop because of his support for Israel. He has now lost his primary to a radical socialist backed by Mamdani. It appears that, you know, a pretty scary transformation is now fully underway in the Democratic Party, especially in a blue state like New York.
All of a sudden, Sean Hannity gives a shit about Democrats winning and losing. All of a sudden. He's so emotionally. I can understand why he's so emotional. Well, why don't you bring on a trusted Dem to tell you more about and try to get to the bottom of it, Sean? Let's do some real investigating here. Let's bring on John Fetterman and ask him what's going on. He'll be able to be honest with you too, because you know he's independent on his own. He thinks for himself. He's really bold and brave, and he you know represent himself and his congression. He doesn't represent anything else, right?
Why the deep hatred for Israel? Why?
Yeah, because I mean, if you have such contempt for Israel, I mean, of course, you're also anti-American and you're anti-Western civilization. And
wait, you're not answering the question. He said, "Why the deep hatred?" And he just went on to call you names if you have what Sean Hannity's calling hatred, and then he just starts calling you more names. And there's not really. We want to know why the deep hatred. This has to be because of hate, right? That's the only reason. It's hate. So why can't he answer a very easy question that Sean Hannity's trying to find out? And he just wants to call people more names. Okay, so you're not actually getting the bottom of anything.
You're, seeing anti-capitalism and the American way of life. I mean, now they're all socialists, of course, and now there's communists and now Marxists, and now they're proud of this. And now, of course, we have P. Hustle in Maine. That's another one. He's a self-avowed, communist too. Now that's not even looked down on and a significant part of the Democratic Party right now.
Oh, I mean, it's just good for John Fetterman to come on Fox News and just give the viewers his honesty, and he's not compromised by any sort of entity controlling the things he's saying. That's not a thing. Not a guy like that who can reach across the aisle, right? That's how that works. Well, let's look at this other incident that went down right before we had this. This is a funny one, and I say it's funny because I mean it was an attempt, right, to draw sympathy to this psychopath Goldman, who represents the interest of a foreign country, not of the people of New York. Coffee shop tells Rep. Dan Goldman that he's not welcome because of his stance on Israel. New York coffee shop is facing backlash after refunding Democratic Rep. Dan Goldman's order and saying he's not welcome over his stance on Israel. Oh, well, we know Fox is really good at calling out this sort of thing, as they really get all the backs of anyone, any minority, black people, you have, any Latin American people, they always, and LGBT, they're the best with that. They will always come to defend the rights of people not being discriminated. Oh, wait, no, they don't actually do that. But they did seem to want to show up to this one. Here we go. Got to grab the right clip. Here we go. We'll edit that one out in post. Here it is.
You can't do that. It's ridiculous what's going on over here. That's how it started in Nazi Germany.
Coffee shop should learn a lesson. I think they should apologize to the Jewish community, and I think they should have a day of welcoming every Jew in here and serve them coffee for free.
Do you still sell coffee to Zionists, to Jewish, to pro-Israel? You do? Really? Oh, look at them. So they learned the lesson, because they refused to sell it to Dan Goldman. What yesterday or the day before? On Sunday. Yeah, and now there's a Department of Justice investigation against this store because they refused to do that.
Can the guy pretend like he's a victim a little better? He's not doing a good job. This is a mob scene, right? This is hey, you learned the lesson, yeah? Hey, we made him an offer he couldn't refuse, right? You know what I'm saying? I got a little talking to him. We got his mind right. He's right now. He's good. Oh yeah, we're the victim, right? We're the victim. So that's that, right? That's how that works. And then you got to get Jonathan Greenblatt. He's got to go and do his rounds, also on Fox News. I hate beating up on Fox because these other ones, they've been doing it too. But these guys they're the master, right? They're just really good. They just know how to parade around just the right messaging for whatever viewers are left watching their network.
Jewish people in New York, more Jewish people in New York than any other city in our country.
That's right.
Other than Israel, biggest population here. How do they vote now?
Look, I think this is a question for Democrats, for all Americans, to see anti-Semitism explode like this in this city, like you said, with the most Jewish people, but the highest number of anti-Jewish incidents. I mean, what we saw at this coffee shop shows us that you can harass Jewish people for the price of a cup of coffee.
Right.
To call Dan Goldman a genocide enabler, Dan Goldman, who has been a stalwart, American.
He is a genocide enabler. And you have a right to refuse service to anyone based on things that aren't race and sex and all those things. If you're a genocide enabler, that's actually protected law. You have a right to refuse service to genocide enablers. You can do that because that's a choice that he made, that he likes to genocide and murder little kids with our taxpayer money. He loves doing it. So you can say, I don't want to serve that type of person that does that likes to kill children. So that's what he's telling us that. Well, he's going to come backstep it and then remind us that, oh, no, coffee shop's breaking a law. They're breaking a law because of religion. That's what it is. It's got to be religion.
A member of Congress. By the way, he's criticized Bibi Netanyahu and that government repeatedly. So this is prejudice, plain and simple. And it's disgusting. But, I've got to be honest, it's happening all over the country. ADL actually has a case against a coffee shop in Oakland, California, that banned a man from getting coffee there because he was wearing a Jewish star. So how is it that Jewish people can be called out and held to double standards and denigrated in this way? It's sickening.
What will happen to this coffee shop here? Because that's discrimination. You're not allowed to do that.
100%. Like, not only is it beneath our morals as sort of ordinary Americans, it's a violation of the law. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 says you can't discriminate against someone based on their religion or their ethnicity. So yeah, they're breaking the law and they're defying our morals. And I just think it's plain wrong. So it's bad for business as well as bad for our country.
I mean, this rhetoric is getting so obnoxiously just pathetic, and yet there's still a very large population watching this crap and believing it. But you know what? This is real fake news, and we do have to go give another perspective right now, which I know we tell you guys on the show. They're interchangeable. MSNBC, CNN, Fox, they're interchangeable. But every once in a while, you do get somebody saying the thing that we all already know to be true, and then they finally have to say it. And Joe Scarborough seemingly is in a position where he's finally having to admit the thing that we've known the whole time, and now he's going to pretend that he knew it the whole time too, and you have to be an idiot not to see it, which is kind of true. So again, baby step, one step forward, however many steps back, take it for what it is. But I did not think we'd be hearing this coming out of Joe Scarborough's mouth.
I just, hearing a lot of people talking about the anti-Semitism in New York City, and last night proved the anti-Semitism in New York City, and this is Mom Donnie's fault, this is so-and-so's fault, this is this left. No, it's not. It's really not. If you want to blame anybody for what happened last night, in my opinion, if you want to blame anybody, Jonathan, I think you have to blame Benjamin Netanyahu. 4 years of maximalist aims, 4 years of ahistoric goals in the Middle East. Did anybody, from Dr. Brzezinski to even me, could have told anybody over the past 20 years, it's not going to work. And I've said,
well, you didn't, right? You didn't. So now you're saying you could have said it. Well, okay. But you're saying it now. Timing's everything. So look at timing, right?
I said it all along. There's always blowback in the Middle East. The idea that you're going to be able to brutalize children and women in Gaza with bombing that looks indiscriminate on TV day in and day out for years, that you're going to be able to level half of Lebanon, that you're going to be able to continue to allow thugs to run wild in the West Bank, and brutalizing Palestinians, brutalizing Christians in Bethlehem, brutalizing Christians across that area, along with Palestinian Muslims, especially Palestinian Muslims, blowing up Catholic churches in Gaza. Of course, I'm saying things that would relate to some of these people who are so shocked that Israel is in such low standing in America right now. Forgive me for a quick digression, but I was always instinctively pro-Israeli and anti-Palestinian growing up. You know why?
Well, this is a revealing moment. This is a revealing moment. Wait till he's going to tell us because of what was told to him, which is kind of ironic when you think about a guy who grew up to now be somebody to tell you what to think. He's going to blame his misimpression on what he was told. Interesting, but kind of ironic.
Because when I was a young child, one of my first memories was the '72 Munich Olympics, when Palestinian terrorists killed Israelis, and it was shocking. And we saw time and time again terror attacks throughout the '70s. That shaped.
And if you missed that at the time, just go watch Spielberg. He did his very honest take on that and try to win another Oscar on reminding us how bad Palestinian terrorists are, because there's no other type of terrorists, only ones that are chanting death to America, and they've been doing it the whole way, and that's the whole thing, right? And it goes all the way back to the Nazi Germany and the Oscar movies, but that's another topic. But just if you guys, this is what he's talking about. This is what he remembers or what he was told. He's not going to go any further than that, but it's ironic that he's saying, as a little boy, in other words, a fragile mind that can be told things and think things his whole life, like every other boomer. We talk about the boomer generation that just cannot seem to shake this Israel thing because it was with them their entire lives. So he's kind of admitting to that, which is interesting.
An entire generation's views on that conflict. Well, what's shaping the views now? Images out of Gaza, images out of the West Bank, images out of Lebanon, a famine out of Gaza, like just and an American president who tells Netanyahu, go. You're unrestrained until his war in Iran goes horribly wrong. So you can blame all of this on Benjamin Netanyahu. And yes, if you go back to the horrors of October 7th, blame the funding for that on Benjamin Netanyahu as well, because he forced the Qataris to continue funding Hamas weeks before the October 7th attack. So
you're talking about funding. So who funded Israel the whole time? Who's funding all of it? You're not telling us, you're not taking any responsibility from our point, from the media and the government capture, which is how that was able to happen, right? So the whole thing is that we give that support, we spin the narrative. You're part of that. You and your wife there are part of that that propaganda machine to allow Netanyahu. So you can, okay, so we're blaming Netanyahu, which is great, but no personal responsibility there. We'd love to see Joe Scarborough apologize for his entire career, but that'll never happen. But again, this is a moment we can go, the tides are changing.
Again, everybody's going to want to blame somebody else for this. The guy on the left is the reason why Israel's standing, not only in New York City, but across America, is lower than it has been since 1948. And you're starting to see that in elections, not only on the far left, but on the far right.
Yeah, what you just said there about...
And we're still calling it far. We're still calling it far. Mandani is far left. And Tucker is far right. And Massey's far right. We're still doing that. So that's not going to change. That's going to stay. That the divide is going to continue in all the media outlets. All of these, the same billionaire class owns all of it. That's enough of that. Again, it's good. We can celebrate the moment that Joe Scarborough is forced because how are they going to keep this narrative going now that so many people have woken up to the massive capture of both sides of our government, both parties, all these fake elections, which don't mean once AIPAC gets their way, they can get basically anybody out they want and put anybody in that they want. That's why this is kind of a fluke that this happened in New York. We have to keep our eye on it. We got to understand, is there any controlled opposition that's part of this game? But make no mistake, Mandani is making waves and he's doing it early. And as we compare him to AOC, we have to give him credit. He's not cozying up to his leaders on day one like AOC did. And he's not calling Hakeem Jeffries Papa Bear. So that's great. So we'll keep an eye on this. Let's take the mini win while we can and sit back and keep watching these mainstream pundits maneuver, sweat, cry a little bit, get angry, and be confused as always. But we know what's going on because we're bringing you guys a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Okay, let's get on to the next part of the show. I think we're ready to move on here. I know we got some you guys joining us on YouTube, on Rumble. We're seeing some super chats coming in already. We'll get to some of those in just a bit. And we got some more show coming up for you right now. We're going to get right into the next few stories here. And to help us out, we love them. You love them too. And we all know them. See, I'm playing around with the intro. I want to work on it because I want to do something a little more original. I'm working on it. Work in progress. But for now, we'll just say this. You know them, you love them. Please welcome back to the show, Craig Pasta, JARDULA.
What's going on, Matt? Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. How are you, man? How are you holding up?
Hanging in there, man. You know, doing what we're doing. Any day vertical, I guess you can say, right?
Yeah, man. For sure. So we celebrate little mini wins on here, but we love we got to stay skeptical, right? Was it cautious optimism or what's the term? Optimistically
cautious.
Skeptical?
I don't know.
Whatever it is. We can say, baby wins, whatever. whatever. Okay.
Well, I just learned something today that the Holocaust was started over a cup of coffee. So I mean, Jesus. Holy cow! Grab
That's
your
how the
shit,
Nazis started. Yes, isn't that crazy?
Is that a Holocaust started over a cup of coffee?
Over a cup of coffee. We won't serve
Shit.
you. Yeah, dude.
I'm reading
So
the wrong books.
We got to be careful. Actually, I didn't get to mention this part of the. So we know how that strong arming works, right? This is mobster. This is gangster stuff. Showing up and saying, a guy can come in now, right? Like that. That's what they do. We had it happen here. We've seen it here, right in Hollywood. We had a woman get doxxed. That a restaurant owner, a beautiful cafe she runs on Melrose, and they just attack and attack and attack. Why? Because she showed up at a Palestine rally and they found her and they go, "Oh, we're gonna destroy your restaurant." And you're just like, wait, who's the victim here? What are you talking about? You're gonna go and you're gonna strong arm until she can't run her business anymore. What are you doing? So this is the type of mechanism they have to set you right, make an example out of you, right?
Yeah, well, let's hope it backfires, I guess. And then a lot of people go there for cups of coffee because they're like, good for you and stuff. It would have been nice if they would have doubled down and said, listen, I didn't kick your guy out because he's Jewish. I kicked him out because he's a Zionist, genocide supporting piece of shit, his bad policies, and I have the right to refuse him. So guess what? He's out, and so are you. Get the fuck out. You know, I mean, if that's the way you feel, and that's the way, you know what I'm saying? Then ship him on the way, you know? I mean, I would personally serve him coffee, but I'd also take the time to talk to him and tell him how wrong he is. I'd use that opportunity to give him my piece of my mind and stuff. But once again, I don't hold it against that person. I think there was a pretty famous video where it was this couple refused to leave, and it was a Palestinian dude who owned the place in LA. Eventually the cops showed up and they got him out of there. They trespassed him. But I mean, they have the right to do that. This is America. So, hey, whatever. I mean,
especially if people are making a scene and they're being disruptive. I mean, you have every right to be like, I'm not going to serve you today. You're acting like a maniac. Get out of my restaurant. That's the right you have as a business owner.
Don't you like the way though that the mainstream media now, the Republicans and some of the people who are so pro-Israeli are just going to John Fetterman like he's their go-to guy? He was on Bill Maher a couple weeks ago, and he literally came out and he was holding his phone like this, Matt, as he was doing his interview. Like he had his phone the whole time for notes, and like nobody cared. Like he was holding it over here, and they got some tight shots where you couldn't see the phone and stuff because they knew it's like the guy is so fucking beyond gone and brain fucking dead that he's got to bring his phone out for notes, knowing what questions. It was like another one of those Joe Biden moments. Remember, I have a list here. Who am I going to call on?
Yeah. Oh my
Matt, you, because I know you won't ask me a hard question. Trisha, you. It's like,
hey, I just had a flashback. Do you remember the Sarah Palin days? And she had written notes on her hand.
Yeah.
And then they got a shot. She was like looking at her little multiple like she had her little answers ready.
Yeah.
For those gotcha questions. Remember the gotcha question?
Yeah. I remember when she came out for the one debate. She's like, "Hi, Joe." Like just trying to just be a regular house soccer mom from the Midwest that's living in Alaska. Hi, Joe. It's good to see you. Can I call you Joe? That is my name.
I can see Russia from my house.
Yeah, and Putin, and what is he doing over there? And is it time to like Putin or is it time to hate Putin? I don't know. Can somebody give me a memo? I don't know where are we at with Putin? Hate him or like him? Okay.
Yeah. It's confusing.
Somebody tell me what to say.
Yeah. Well, all that was going on. I was her guy on the ticket, Mr. Bomb Iran was plotting the Ukraine proxy war those early years, I think.
He was there. He was a big part of it with Senator Chris Murphy, who's still alive today, still in the Senate. Yep. Lindsey Graham, Matt Weinglass's favorite senator of all time.
Oh,
the history
love
of all
that
senators.
guy.
Lindsey Graham, loves him.
Guy.
Lauren, just recently though, I mean, after the war started, we had Elizabeth Warren go there, Dick Blumenthal. I don't call him Richard Blumenthal. I call him a dick because he is a dick, and the guy is just God. He looks like the Scarecrow from the Wizard of Oz meets the Crypt Keeper. He's just so like, oh God, he's disgusting. And when he opens his mouth, more shit comes out of it. So I mean, everybody still wants this war. There's nobody pushing back against it. It's still being funded. Remember, that was the reason why. One of the reasons we said, okay, well, Donald Trump, I guess, lesser of two evils than Joe Biden. He's going to end this war in 24 hours. At least that will end. Well, that war's still going on. And you know something, Matt? I'm also glad that you played the Joe Scarborough video, because in that video, he once again alludes, and this is something that's going on. I couldn't put anything in the doc. It wouldn't let me add anything, but I do have just one video, and it didn't give me permission. I was like, too late to ask you. I have some videos up here on the screen, but pretty much I just wanted to, because I know you have a lot of stuff ready to go. But the reason why I wanted to speak to you today about the Hezbollah and Hamas situation, I remember when we were on Nick Cruz's show together, and we brought up what Anna Kasparian had said about Hamas. And I think it's very important, because she's like, fuck Hamas, whatnot. We've seen Rashida Tlaib on the House floor say stuff like this. You know, you're supposed to be pro-Palestinian, but you're going to act like Hamas is this terrorist organization. You're going to act like Hezbollah is this terrorist organization. And they're still using these groups to manufacture consent. What Joe did there is he once again told the hidden lie, the known fairy tale of sorts, right? Like, it's just known that Hezbollah and Hamas are evil, that they are actual terrorist organizations, when they in fact are not. They've started they were created in the 80s, and they were created directly in response to Israel's colonization and genocidal acts towards women and children and the people of Gaza, and in this case, the people of Lebanon. Okay, they in the 80s, they are a part of the resistance. So to ignore that is to ignore empire altogether. Just like when you ignore what Ukraine is all about and that particular government, you know, after the color revolution and the United States backing them, if you're going to still sit there and say, well, you know, I stand by Ukraine for their sovereignty because they're a small guy getting picked on by a big guy, then you're ignoring the acts of empire, and you really don't want to change anything. You're just trying to dupe the people. And Ben Gvir the other day was screaming, you know, about the MOU and talking about, and I have the clip, I don't know if you've seen it before, we probably played it, but he was calling Hezbollah Nazis again. Yeah. Right? Was, yeah. And you saw what Joe said. He funded it. He funded Hamas. Like, Hamas is the evil thing. No, I'm not going to ignore the genocidal colonial acts of the Israeli government, and that's why we have Hezbollah and Hamas. I'm almost tempted, because once again, you don't have to idolize these groups, but you got to understand them. And people are not understanding them, and we're still hearing the same thing. Hezbollah, 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 Hezbollah. No, they're part of the resistance.
Yeah, and Joe Scarborough saying that, you're right. He's still pushing that lie that this is these are horrible terrorists, the worst imaginable. And then that's why it makes it so wrong of Netanyahu to do that. But when I hear, so maybe we've known this for years. So I kind of hear him say that, and it's like, oh, well, Netanyahu funded a resistance group in order to create October 7th. That's what I hear. But you're right. He's still he funded these evil people that did what? They came in to try, like, what is the thing? They try to get leverage.
They fought back.
They fought back. They tried to obtain leverage so they can negotiate and try to get thousands of their people back that were been held as hostages, torturing children for no crimes being committed by children. They just take them and they hold them in these basically these prisons, call them prisoners, but they're hostages. So thousands of them. So that's what you're trying to create leverage to get them back. Yeah, which they were able to get some back through this leverage. But my God, what did it cost them? Was what we did, was our reign of terror. So Scarborough will never get to that. But yeah, let's I want to get into this, because this topic, and I'm glad you reminded me about the Anna Kasparian thing, because we like to champion the stuff she does. But
I think you brought that up. I think that's what you brought up, and that's why I'm saying she shouldn't be championed. That point right there means that she's still willing to spew the fucking rhetoric of the fucking CIA Mockingbird media, because that is justification. Donald Trump just said the other day, Matt, and I was so glad when you pointed it out. I was like, I didn't see that because she has me blocked. She had Nick Cruz blocked, right? Has she blocked you yet? You better get on it, buddy. Come on.
Not yet, because I didn't do what you guys did.
You weren't around to when we were in COVID and Russia.
I haven't confronted her personally yet.
Well, the whole thing is they're not doing great work. They still say that Hamas is a terrorist organization. That is not true. They are part of the resistance. You can hear Vanessa Billy and Fiorella talk about this on multiple videos, who they are. Those groups were formed in the 80s. I think Hezbollah was official in 1984. I think Hamas right before that. I'm not sure, but it was in the 80s. And this has been going on a lot longer than this is happening in the late 40s, when they pretty much removed, all these people in Israel and stuck them in an open air prison named Gaza. Hamas eventually came later. It's Hamas and Hezbollah are part of the resistance. Like I said, I might make a shirt that says, I love Hamas, I love Hezbollah, just to get in people's heads who they really are. They're the only groups willing to stand up and fight for the rights. Hezbollah's case of the Muslims and even some of the Christians in Lebanon and Gaza, Hamas fighting for the Gazans. I mean, that without them, they'd be completely wiped off the face of the earth. There'd be no resistance whatsoever. And they are a direct result of Israel and the United States' actions. Yeah.
Well, let's get. Yeah. Do you have a shared screen on that one? We can. Get
yeah. All I have is Ben Gvir. Pretty much, I'll get it up real quick. Ben Gvir is saying, they're Nazis. Once again, it's the same rhetoric. And you saw Scarborough like follow it up, with his whole thing. You ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
גם יותר מזה, הוא אמר מה הפתרון שלך, אמרתי לו, הפתרון שלי זה לעשות את מה שעשיתם לנאצים אז, לעשות לנאצים היום.
I'm going to just lower it real quick, and I'm going to read it real quick. Sure. I'm so sorry, because I thought I had the right one. Minister stirring up trouble and provoking the United States. He's more than that, he said. What's your solution? I told him my solution was to do what you did to the Nazis. So what you did to what do you do to the Nazis today? What is the solution? Hezbollah is Nazis. You wouldn't allow such an organization to be on your border. You wouldn't allow anything. You would have to freedom of action against such an organization. And that's what I want for President Trump, right? Is the Nazis. He pretty much calls them Nazis, Nazis, Nazis. He belittles them as much as you can, and that manufactures consent. If it's not Hamas in Gaza, it's Hezbollah in Lebanon, and it just people still repeating. It's not honest reporting. What Joe Scarborough did is not honest reporting, and now he's jumping on the bandwagon now because it looks politically expedient. People are like, you look at the approval rating, the disapproval rating, and I've said this before. I think I've said this on the show with you before. I don't blame Bibi Netanyahu. He's blaming Bibi, and once again, he's being disingenuous because once again, they're trying to look for a scapegoat. If Bibi Netanyahu would be thrown out tomorrow, and let's say Naftali Bennett got back in there, he thinks that there should be more of a strong arm action towards the people of Gaza. So it's not Bibi Netanyahu, it's Zionism backed by American empire. That is the problem, and he'll never point that out.
He won't point it out, but this is the technique we're used to here because this is what the left, I would say the left, this is what the establishment likes to do is make a scapegoat on our nefarious behavior as imperialists, as the military-industrial complex, the U.S.-Israel war machine, the occupying entity that goes around and polices the world with our sanctions. We've been doing it for years, and yet we like to blame everything on Trump and say Trump is the reason we are imperialists. It's like, no, Trump exposes with his behavior that we've been this the whole time. So we're used to that, right? The bad apple, you blame Trump and let's get things back the way they were. And I think you're right. That's what they're doing. The attempt to bad apple Netanyahu so we can get Israel back to the way it was. That's the game. And we know that game because we see they do that with Trump. So we can do both, right? We can be angry at the person. We can be angry at Netanyahu and at Trump for what they do, but also know what they do is exposing the system that they represent. And it's always been doing that. And so if anything, we should give them a nice little thank you. Thank you for being so freaking obvious about it, of the thing that has been going on the whole time, both the U.S. and Israel.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, I want to thank them, but I also, it gets me very disappointed in the citizenry out there and the people still supporting this bullshit. A lot of people I asked, I said, you really do still support Donald Trump? As somebody was barking at me the other day. I'm like, what about the Ukraine war? I thought he was going to end it in 24 hours. And I think that was something that was said by a lot of Republicans who were supporting him, a lot of independents, why they said they were going to take a chance with him. You know what I'm saying? And anybody of the populist nature who said, well, if there's one thing we get out of this is to end the Ukraine-Russia war, I'll take it. That war is still going on to this day. It hasn't fucking ended. And to hear people go, well, but Iran couldn't have a nuclear weapon. You didn't say anything about that beforehand. In fact, you were bragging that Donald Trump was going to be the peace president. It was going to end wars. He just got himself involved in one of the biggest freaking wars of all time, the Persian Empire over here. And I know you want to avoid this, but they're kicking our ass. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know what's going on. I think an interesting point was made too, Matt, really quickly, and I'll just tie it on up, is that a lot of the times we got to get rid of like all the weapons that we have so we can justify buying new weapons. So maybe we had to get rid of all our weapons altogether so we can bring in these new AI weapons to the table. So who knows how long this is going to last.
Yeah. Well, we'll transition to a related topic. Since we're talking about Nazis, since that's the word of the day, word of the week, secret word of the, what was that? It was Pee Wee Herman, right? Secret word of the day. Well, get ready to scream, guys, because apparently what we just saw officially, the UN Human Rights Council is now officially saying that Israel deliberately targets Palestinian children. This is a fact. It's been happening the entire way before October 7th, but more directly, more officially ever since October 7th. And there's actual proof. Here is the spokesman of the UN Commission telling us what they do. And yeah, keep in mind what the secret word is, guys, because this is how they behave.
The word of the day.
The Commission found indisputable evidence with regards to the deliberate, targeted killing of Palestinian children, including since the October 2025 ceasefire, the use of torture, inhumane and degrading treatment, including use of sexual and gender-based violence against Palestinian children, as well as targeting of critical infrastructure essential to children such as orphanages, healthcare, and educational facilities. There has been a widespread and systematic killing and harming of children between 7th October 2023 and 7th October 2025. We have witnessed more than 20,000 children who've been killed and more than 44,000 children who've been injured. Children constitute 30% of all those killed in OPT, and the killing and injuring of children has been a continuing activity.
Yeah, hearing that description. I mean, the numbers are. These are conservative numbers, by the way, guys. Just so you understand, these are conservative, like low end numbers he's talking about, and we hear those, and we understand why that is. You don't want to. The last thing you want to do is overshoot a number. So they're very conservative, but the description, I think that's what gets me, Craig, is that I'm getting chills just hearing that what they uncovered wasn't just the dead children. It was the way they tortured them, sexually abused them, and this methodical way of going from area to area, targeting them as if this was the most this was like the most points they would get for this psychotic video game they're playing in real life. How many Palestinian children can you kill? And some are worth, the way they're doing it is worth more points. And this overall scheme of, if you can get rid of the children, you take away everything. It's so much more effective to commit your genocide. And it's all here. I can't imagine anybody dismissing this unless you are an actual sociopathic asshole. How could anyone dismiss what's being said here? What is the way you get around this? By ignoring it, calling him Hamas? Is that what they're saying? How do you get around this?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, if you ask about the terrorist behavior, it's right there. They just explain who's really the terrorist in the situation. It's something, a lot of people say all the time that we are the terrorists. The United States are our behavior, our action, Israel's behavior, the IDF. You want to talk about some of the snipers, just the sexual abuse, the snipers actually aiming for heads and body parts and groin areas and all that stuff, trying to maim. And it's disgusting what they're doing over there, and they've been open about it. And when you can say without hesitation that we have to kill the kids because they're going to all grow up to be terrorists, then you are the terrorist yourself. I mean, it's just to claim that kids are going to grow up. Why? Because you keep bombing them and killing their family and their friends and around them. And maybe you should change your own behavior first before you start casting aspersions. But they get away with it, and they still get away with the words, the H words, Hamas and Hezbollah too as well. So I mean, this is a quagmire we're stuck in. So yeah,
it's so bad. And here's another part of the story, because even if you understand these numbers are, they're still low, but if you take them for face value, and the type of behavior that these IDF psychopaths have been committing these crimes for the last several years here, and before that, by the way, guys, before October 7th, that was the whole point. That's why you need the resistance movement, because this is the type of behavior that these soldiers have been committing, because that's how they're trained. That's how the IDF is trained to behave this way. On top of that, we also have to understand that the Israeli population themselves, they get off on this. And it's something we have to understand, the mindset and the culture of Israeli citizens that aren't actually firing the bullets. But guess what they are doing, Craig? Have you seen this? They're actually having parties where they set up monitors and watch the destruction and cheer it on live. This is what the citizens are doing of Israel. So this is not exclusive behavior by the actual soldiers themselves that are committing the crimes. The population itself is cheering them on as they're doing it. This is what we saw come out here. This is fucking sick. Israelis are setting up outdoor screens to stream and cheer as entire, and this is happening in Lebanon right now. Lebanese towns are wiped to rubble by the IDF. These are ordinary civilians, not soldiers or officials, gathering to applaud destruction and death. Here we go. It's disgusting. And this type of behavior we've seen before. We've seen the DJ setting up at these nightclubs, and they got monitors set up about what they were doing in Gaza, and people dancing and cheering. So that we've seen that before. We've seen barbecues being set up just very close, just right at that little edge, right on the other side. You have starving families, starving children, and they have to smell the barbecue coming through that divide. So they're purposely doing that. These are citizens doing this. Civilians are doing this. Yeah. It's so how do we understand this, Pasta? We talk about, they say, oh, Israel's right to exist. What is this thing that exists?
Yeah. Well, they're making it hard. They're making it harder on me for defending Jewish people and saying there's a difference between Jews and Zionists, when a lot of the Jewish culture is kind of right now, even like I said before, if Netanyahu were to go and somebody else were to take over, the majority of people now in Israel still feel that, they have a right to that land, and they've been made the victim. You've been said this several times, right? Oh, you're the victim. Well, they believe that in their head. They believe they're religiously persecuted. This is the propaganda for many years in school. How much do we learn about the Holocaust of the Jews, compared to the Holocaust of the Armenians? Like, it's not even comparison to what's in those history books. So we've been programmed and propagandized for quite some time. They've been made to believe that they are the victims here. And, there have been persecution of Jews around the globe before at times. But, these are Ashkenazi Jews, that are pretty much the ones that are running the place that, when you talk about Bibi Netanyahu and all them, they're doing the same actions that were done upon, Jews during World War II. They're showing the same behavior. And this is something that Norm Finkelstein has talked about for quite some time. So I don't know. I just believe, Matt, when you make yourself, if you can convince somebody that they're a victim, you can get them to go along with anything because they're the victim, including bombing women and children, especially of soon-to-be terrorists. If we let that person grow up, Matt, that person's going to want to grow up to kill you, so we have to kill them now. Why? Because you're the victim. You're the Jew here. We have to protect you.
They figured something out here that Nazi Germany couldn't figure out, or they didn't know you could do this. They didn't know you could do two things at once, right? You could commit crimes based on it's a supremacy mindset. Pasta. This we're talking about Jewish supremacy. That's what this is. Yeah. So what's the difference between this and white supremacy, Nazi supremacy? So you're committing crimes with that mindset that there's a superior race above the rest, right? Yeah. So you're doing the crime, but the Nazis couldn't figure out, how do you package that to the public that they're the victims? And if you have a problem with what they're doing, then you're being a Nazi hater means that you are some sort of racist or some sort of, and that'd be bizarre if they could do that. That'd be weird, right? That doesn't make sense.
the history that we are taught is not the history of where Germany was and its mindset. If you go back and you listen to some of Hitler's speeches, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it makes sense to do what he did, but it tells a different story, right? He didn't just tell him as a madman, whatnot. It seemed like he had a beef to pick with Jewish supremacists, but he took it out on everyday Jews, and that's the problem, right? Jewish supremacy is different than Jews altogether. And in fact, I still tip my hat off to the Jews out there, the Hasidic Jews that are standing up and saying, not in my nature, we don't believe in Zionism. And that was, but if you listen to his speeches, it will tell a different story. So, I mean,
it's also the timeline is important too, right? Because we look at the earlier speeches that got him into power, which was challenging the banks, right? Challenging the capture, the privatizing of the banks, and the capture of what he was trying to basically push socialist agenda, which was very popular. And that's why he got in. It was giving the power back to the people. And then you pinpoint, well, who are the people trying to take the money? And so there was a targeting of what were the people that are doing this. Let's do everything we can to stop that. And then the story goes from there. I think it's on purpose that we never learned the beginning part, right? We never were told. We were just told that this unique evil.
Well, even if you listen to Charlie Chaplin do the dictator's last speech, or the great whatever, you put in Charlie Chaplin Hitler and you'll see it's got like over 10 million views. That speech was pretty much deep inside the whole Hitler's movement. And he was, once again, he at least in his speeches, he was pointing the finger at Jewish supremacists and bankers and whatnot. But like I said, if you don't distinguish between the two, then everyday Jews are going to pay a price, and I don't think that was right. And that's what really led to his downfall. And
Well, maybe that was by design. That's a Zionist technique that you needed to have a downfall. You needed to create. How do you create a situation? And we've how many times have we lived through this, Greg? This is our big aha moments. Right now, right in the last that method of you got to create an event to justify the next event. How many times?
USS Liberty, 9/11. I mean, it goes on and on.
COVID.
Stop it. COVID.
Oh my God. Like it goes on. The list is so October 7th, mother effers. Come on. Like this is, you create the thing. So it's like, oh, Hitler just got evil on his own. And then the Jews responded. How do you create the situation? You got to set the foundation. You got it right, because you have the British government. They file the paperwork. You got the Balfour Declaration, right? You're ready. The British banks already got the land illegally, right? And they said it's waiting for you guys. How do we build public consent that you guys can just march right in with your signs? By the way, with the signs on the ships, right? Wasn't it take us in? We're the victims, and Palestinians are like, oh, we'll take you in.
Well, there were ships that went to New York, from European Jews that were sent back, and they talk about them. They were trying to come to America, and they wouldn't let them dock and port. So, and back in New York, my uncle used to tell me back in the days when you used to say you liberal, you meant you black or you Jew. You meant the same thing, So there once was a comparison. There once was, there's a friend of mine who doesn't speak to me anymore, but we often speak about some of the treatment he got in the 60s in college for being Jewish. But it just simply isn't that way anymore. And we can't keep looking back and pointing to those times. You're not a victim anymore. A white Ashkenazi Jew is not a victim, is going to be picked on in the halls of school, no matter how much those commercials run on the NBA or NFL and they try to tell you that. It's just simply not the case. You know what I'm saying? And in fact, from being a victim, you are now a protective class, and that can lead to even more troubles and stir up more animosity and upset and anger, and that's what we're seeing going on right now. So it's a lot of work to do, sifting through the weeds, but it is important to point out this Hamas Hezbollah situation that you pointed out, and with Anna Kasparian, and that's why I tell you she's so full of shit, and I'm not buying her shit. And then this Joe Scarborough clip, they still have that kind of same rhetoric. I mean, even when Donald Trump was saying, just because you're looking for Hezbollah, you don't drop a bomb on a residential area because they're not always there. But he's saying they're not always there, but they're there sometimes. They're still the terrorist organization. No, they're not. They're part of the resistance. I know you keep coming back because that's the subject we're on and stuff.
It's all connected, man. It's all connected.
Yeah. Did you see the War Powers Act thing that was passed, right? Yeah. Did you already talk about that? Do you have that?
I think we might be getting into that later with Jay.
Okay.
I'm mixing up our stories.
Yeah,
But
I know. I didn't. It was just I was on RT talking about that.
Oh, you
so
were
it's-
on RT. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's,
Yeah.
once again, labeling. And the one other video I have is, and I have it queued up with Thomas Massey talking about why we shouldn't list Cuba as a state sponsor of terror, right? And why the War Powers resolution will not do a fucking thing because of the AUMF. But please continue, and I'll jump in when we can. So,
well, yeah, I mean, we have another story to get onto in a little bit, but I thought this was just going to put this out there, guys, because this is part of the terrorism committed by Israel every single day. And this is, if you guys know about the churches being targeted, Christians being targeted, the using of this evangelical class of Christians, using them to do the bidding that they need when they have the same opinion of the Christian groups as they do of everyone else. That you're not the chosen one, so you're not up to that. So they this relationship with Jesus, it's pretty bad. This is a technology that exists. It's one of these targeting technician coming from Palantir or whatever Israeli spy gear that we've been funding and operating this whole time that allows them to do stuff like this. It's called the gospel. And there's people online saying, "Oh, that's just fake. That's not real." Oh, it is. They call an AI. There's an AI system that Israel uses. It's called the gospel, and they use it as it's a mockery of when they go and kill women and children. If you ask Grok about it, Grok will expand and tell you exactly what it is. Yes. Israel's IDF uses an AI system called the gospel to generate rapid recommendations for bombing targets like suspected militant homes and structures. Israeli intelligence officers quoted in 972 magazine investigations described the resulting home strike policies as often killing mostly women and children as collateral, with one noting, usually these 10 will be women and children. So absurdly, it turns out that most of the people you killed were women and children. Human and analysts review recommendations. The system's accelerated target volume and relax. Oh yeah, this is the funny meme. It looks like that Grok has to go get his mind right, as they say. Gotta go get your mind right, huh? Gotta go get your mind right and come back.
Serving me coffee today, huh, pal?
Yeah, Elon doesn't like it when that happens. He goes, "Oh no, man, please don't ask him that one. Don't ask him that one."
I can only imagine what some people are saying when the lady goes, "I think they should apologize and get everybody free coffee." I'm like, oh my God, you know how many jokes are going to be born out of that one?
Oh,
free
man.
coffee.
Yeah. You know what? We're going to do the Colombia story with you real quick, but I want to tag on one more thing here because we're on the topic. Did you hear about this Ben and Jerry's thing?
No.
There's a because we know Ben and Jerry's has been advocates for pre-Palestine. You know that these are Jewish ice cream, business owners. They've been very active. They've been arrested. One of them's been arrested a few times, or detained, I guess, as you would say, to disrupt Senate hearing meetings, disrupting RFK. Actually, they go in there and they get walked out in handcuffs. They had come up with Ben and Jerry's recently came up with a watermelon flavor for their ice cream, which is awesome. That's like a Palestine kind of activist flavor. But unfortunately, for whatever reason, somehow they're still the owners of the ice cream, but for whatever reason, because the people behind the scenes that were able to say, we're going to take the Israel division of Ben and Jerry, and we're going to decide the flavors, and you're not going to have any say legally. And so they did this. And recently, it seems that Ben and Jerry's, against the will of actual Ben and Jerry, they did this. And this is crazy. This is what you call, not only do you have to occupy land, you got to occupy ice cream too.
Heard of Ben & Jerry's new Zionist ice cream flavor? A new Ben & Jerry's flavor is offering Israelis a taste of the promised land. You may be thinking that the flavor and the Star of David-shaped chocolate chunks throughout it are a strange choice for Ben & Jerry's, a company that's known for its pretty staunchly leftist positions. The company's founders, Ben Cohen and Jerry Greenfield, have been outspoken opponents of the occupation of the Palestinian territories. Just last year, Cohen even announced a watermelon-flavored Peace in Palestine-themed treat. But when it comes down to it, this milk and honey flavor only really exists because of the opposition from the original Ben & Jerry. In 2021, they moved to ban the sale of their ice cream from West Bank settlements. Its parent company Unilever tried to block this boycott. This culminated in a lawsuit by Ben & Jerry against the conglomerate, alleging a silencing of the brand's activism. Jerry Greenfield, the second co-founder, even resigned. While all this was going down, Ben & Jerry's Israel distanced themselves from the international brand. Unilever sold the country's branch to the Israeli licensee, who now operates the Israeli brand independently. They keep the same recipes and raw materials as before, they just don't have any financial or business ties to Ben & Jerry's International. This means that milk and honey is an Israel-exclusive flavor from an Israel-exclusive brand. It just happens to share the name, flavors, and overall branding as the one started by a couple of Jewish radicals in Vermont.
I once did an interview with Ben.
I'm about to take lactose pills.
Oh, I didn't see the end. You gotta be, what it, man.
Tell your stomach.
Okay. Ugh. But this is, I mean, that's, I guess you could expect that was going to happen. I didn't realize that they didn't have that so they pulled out of Israel, out of West Bank in 2021. This is obviously before October 7th. So they've been activists for Palestine for a while. I don't know.
Yeah. I saw Ben at a DNC convention, and I had a little conversation with him. We were yelling and screaming about, he was a Bernie Sanders guy, so he was a big Bernie guy, and it was kind of fun. We had a little bit of a conversation at that convention. Did you tell him
Bernie was bullshitting him?
That was before Bernie was exposed completely. You know what I'm saying? It was still at the time when we were still feeling the burn. We weren't.
We're still feeling it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, but that's yeah.
So, Matt, I don't know. I wanted to make a statement about the thing, but if you have it in a different section, and I should have told you about it and stuff, because I do want to point out something that's important when it comes to the whole war powers resolution. Do you have that? You're going to speak about that with somebody else?
I don't have it here.
Okay.
Why don't we go for it? Do you have it on your?
I'm so sorry. Yeah, but I just want to. So they passed a war powers resolution in the Senate, and this is a war powers resolution since 1973. That's when the law came into effect that if the president wants to wage war, he has to go back to Congress, and then every 60 days he has to go back and check pretty much if he wants money. However, it's only a resolution. It's only symbolic. But tied to this whole situation is the fact that we have this law called the AUMF that came right after 9/11. Which designates, if you designate a certain group as a terrorist organization, then you don't need permission from the Congress to do so. So even though they're putting it out there that they have this war powers resolution, then the Democrats can campaign on it. I would even assume some of the Republicans that came over to the Democrat side to try and say, hey, we're trying to curtail this guy because their constituents are sick and tired of funding the Iran war. They probably didn't want to fund, they wanted to stop funding the Ukraine war for quite some time. So they're going to use this to campaign off, and it's just only symbolic. I have a clip from Thomas Massey when I caught him over at the convention, the Libertarian Convention, and he kind of talks about point blank, why he doesn't believe we should be labeling Cuba a state sponsor of terror. That was my question. Do you believe that Cuba should be labeled a state sponsor of terror, or would you think that we should pull that designation off them?
I would not label any country a state sponsor of terrorism, because right now we've got a global war on terrorism. Basically, the ability to go to war with any country that gets that label, or to put sanctions on those countries. The other foolish thing is once you start sanctioning countries, They quit using the dollar. And that's the last hat trick we have to deal with our debt, is to inflate the dollar and take the reserves out of those sovereign banks without even making a withdrawal, by deflating the dollar. So sanctions don't make sense. Defining them as state sponsors of terrorism, that only gives the executive branch more power, because there's a whole host of things then that a president can do without Congress once they get that designation. So no, I wouldn't make that designation.
There's a lot. There you go, man. Plain and simple. And that's what's going on today. They have the war powers resolution, but he even told you don't label them a state sponsor of terror. The IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, is labeled by this Congress, by this administration as a terrorist organization. Donald Trump doesn't need anything from Congress to go after them, because especially since the AUMF is there, the authorized use of military force that came after 9/11. Remember the Taliban, the Mujahideen, all these other guys. Al-Qaeda was the number one thing on the list, right? So that's what this is all about. And now with them passing this resolution, it means nothing at all. I'm just glad that I caught Thomas Massey pointed that out to us. He said he wouldn't even do it to Cuba because it takes away the power of Congress. It gives too much power to the president. That's what we have going on today. A bunch of kabuki theater, all these things passing. Those people in the Senate knew this. They understood this. It's just like if they wanted to fix elections, they would appeal the HAVA Act, right? If you really want to fix the COVID situation, first thing you got to do is appeal the Patriot Act, which says you can allow for bioweapons testing. Same thing over here. If you were really serious about this whole situation and you didn't want Donald Trump to go crazy, you would pull the designation of the IRGC as a terrorist organization and start from there. Because if it's just another country, then with the War Powers Resolution and the War Powers Act, they might have some say and some pull over there. But right now, we're just getting a bunch of bullshit and kabuki theater right before our very own eyes. Again, Matt.
I think you're 100% right on this. When their handlers themselves are allowing them to all vote this in, there's a reason. That should be your red flag right there, right? The red flag is, how did it go through so easily? Look at all the other things that we have to deal with that aren't going through, or the ones that when Netanyahu puts the little clause right into our NDAA and says, I think it was Amendment 224. That's the one that Massey had pointed out. That means we're going to combine our militaries together. We're going to combine our spyware together, and we're going to be joined at the hip with Israel. How is that being put into one bill, and then this goes through? It's what are their handlers allowing them to do and not allowing them to do? So I think you pointed this out pretty spot on this.
They can constantly be getting duped by the media. We're getting duped by the Congress. Yeah. They never tell you the truth. They pretend. This is all make believe. This is WWE wrestling. Oh, we're going to slow down Donald Trump, this fascist motherfucker over here. We're going to stop him from bombing Iran. We're going to get the War Powers Resolution. And let's not forget that Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries stalled those votes so they would go to war. Well, let's not forget that Elizabeth Warren and a bunch of her other cronies stood up when they talked about the State of the Union about aggressions towards Iran. This is all kabuki theater. They're all for this. Yes, it's ridiculous. So now this is the latest thing. The War Powers Resolution. Well, they're labeled a state sponsor terrorist, so the president can do whatever the fuck he wants.
It doesn't apply. It doesn't apply.
Yeah. Symbolic.
Yeah.
Symbolism. Yeah.
There it is. Yeah.
You know what one of my favorite lines in the movie Snatch was?
What's that?
Take your tongue out of my ass. Like that's what I want to tell these people. Stop it right now.
All right. Let's do this. We're switching gears because we're talking about election rigging. So I know this one's right up your alley, Pasta.
Yeah, I wish I was there. I wish I
saw this. We saw this drop. Some more bad news, guys. Far right millionaire Abelardo de la Espriella wins Colombia's presidential runoff. Left-wing opponent alleges vote count irregularities after Trump-endorsed lawyer, let me grab that banner off of there, secures narrow majority. This smells fishy now that we have a Trump-endorsed candidate that came out of nowhere, right? And just took the win. What's going on here? Well, let's see what the Trump loyalists are. They're celebrating, like Daughtry here. Marxist Colombian presidential candidate. Castro officially concedes to Trump-backed right-winger Espiero.
Though,
yeah, he's now president-elect. He's got a fire emoji. They tried and failed to steal the election from him. Trump just gained another Latin American ally. You idiot. He didn't gain. This was created for U.S. and Israel imperialism. That's what this was done. Okay, so what is the first thing this guy's going to do?
I know what you're going to show. I know it.
First let's just do a little. This was the breaking news that he got it. This is the first thing he announces is Colombia will restore and strengthen its relationship with what? Israel. Of course. Well, I think we should look at what the other side is saying. Pedro is saying that Israel hacked Colombia's election. That's right. Pedro, who's on his way out now, says the National Registry's servers had their IP addresses changed mid-count with results written in for polling stations by an outside hand. He names one culprit. The only state on earth he says is capable of it, Israel. And so here you got this, the runoff was the far right endorsed lawyer. And then on the other side, the leftist senator, Petro's chosen heir. So this is who he had put up, right? That's supposed to be the next guy up.
Yeah.
Petro, who backs him, says the pre-count sits at 49.3 to 49. Dead heat, no winner declared. He's handing out altered service. Okay, so this is right before the final count went down. He's handing the altered servers to the judges and demanding a full recount, which is not going to happen. And then this is him pointing out the IP address problem and pointing to Israel as the only entity in the world capable of doing this. So he's trying to gather the proof on this. We're not holding our breath that anything is going to come from this. I was going to put a clip up. I wasn't able to get one that wasn't translated for us. But I do like, before you come in on this, Craig, I do like this reaction, because this is going to give us a little more historical context from Z Squirrel. The Colombian election was obviously rigged and stolen with a variety of methods. The most obvious being the fact that Trump openly endorsed and campaigned for a candidate and took credit for picking this obscure, degenerate Zionist, Israel first lunatic to be the new president. In reality, of course, his Mossad handlers, Kushner and Witkoff, actually picked him. There was also clear rigging of the vote itself, with the election system being controlled by the Bautista brothers, two Zionist frauds who were convicted of bank fraud in the 80s, yet magically were put in charge of the entire election infrastructure and allowed state actors, meaning Israel, to manipulate the vote results in favor of their asset. All of this is obvious, transparent, and known, yet the entire Western media class, being owned and controlled and comprised of Zionists themselves, has been actively laundering it all, with the AP today casually referencing that Trump endorsed the Zionist asset as if it is entirely normal to interfere in the internal. Well, actually, it is normal now. This is normal to interfere in the internal elections of other countries in this obvious way. Russiagate was the most pathetic joke in modern political history. What do you got? What's your take on it?
Well, yeah, it's once again this whole kind of blaming Israel and Israel only. It's the culprits, the accomplices.
Nobody said Israel.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm just saying there's been a very big push to say it's Israel. The United States, the Western. You're talking about the multinational corporations, how much the money they make from the United States off this alone. At the end of the day, the biggest sales of weapons in Latin America goes to Colombia, right? And now Gustavo Petro didn't stop that altogether. He tried to slow it down at certain times, but they wanted to make sure those contracts are still going. Not to mention the cocaine that comes from Colombia comes to the United States. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, like I said, there is a big part to play. You can't deny the guy's love and his mention of Israel. He mentioned it right out loud. But once again, this is the United States and multinational corporations that are going to make a shit ton of money. It's not just Israel itself. It's also the United
But that's not the we're not we're not having the debate about who did more of it, who's more to blame. We obviously work like hip to hip. And so what's being pointed out,
that's the thing. Yeah.
And so Pedro himself is saying this is Israel tech that did this, and he's been actively a voice against Zionism, but more particularly, he's been a voice against the Epstein class, the pedo-protecting, blood-drinking, child-raping psychopath. That's what
he's also been a big advocate of the Bolivarian Revolution too, as well, which was stopping Western empires, you know what I'm saying, when they had the slave trade openly, you know, before Israel was even thought of a country. I think there were some, there were some Israel was Zionist, I shouldn't say no Israel at the time, but Zionist slave ships. But for the most part, you know, that was coming from, you know, the England and whatnot in the West. And Gustavo Petro was very, very strong on boasting and bragging about Simon Bolivar. And he talked about a lot about Simon Bolivar, you know, warning the West if they start coming down here. This is the land of the Bolivarians. This is the land of the people who beat back their chains. So this does have this whole kind of like pushback against the colonial empire, and that kind of return to here comes Western business, the stock market, and everything they can do in Colombia coming right back to business. So I mean, you know, yeah, it is. There's a lot of shit going on over here.
And what Z Squirrel pointed out, as far as the hand-picking element of it, I mean, do you think that Trump handpicked this unknown Zionist millionaire, or was it like Z Squirrel says, it's Kushner and Witkoff and if it's them doing this, hand selecting the guy no one's heard of and putting him in, just like we saw, you know, you do that to Massey, right? In Kentucky, you can do it on a local level, state level, federal level, you can do it on an international level. It's that you find that person who's making that decision, Pasta, who's deciding this guy, because this guy, his first act of getting elected is what? Coming closer together with Israel, making that bond with Israel. That's his first action. So who's making this choice? And another question, follow-up question, if it is Witkoff and Kushner, who do they work for?
No,
who does
Kushner it's not Witkoff. I mean, there's so much interest that are getting. They want their right winger back in business. They had El Duque before this guy. They want a guy in Latin America. It is not so much about who's going to be more accepting to Israel, because Israel is tied at the hip with the United States. There's a lot of IDF training forces in, like, for instance, El Salvador that have contracts, whatnot. But you're talking about guys who sit above what's his name, Witkoff and Kush, and you know, you're talking about entities that have been, you know, have had so many businesses deals going on with Colombia for quite some time. It's very easy for Americans to go to Colombia, as always has been that way. But the interest in the money that's involved, from the stock market to the weapons manufacturing, it goes deep, you know. And they wanted this back, and they had El Duque before this, the Duque government, you know. And I've always had I've always questioned, you know, Gustavo Petro, his relationship with the Clintons, very, very tight. You know, he was the mayor of Bogota at one point. So the Clinton Foundation, you know, he definitely does have, like, you know, this. His presidency was a lot about pushback and whatnot against those colonizing forces and stuff. But he's always had this weird relationship with them. And I kind of think that they're playing the long game. I was a little surprised that Cepeda, he kind of bowed down and bent the knee very quickly. Well, this can go back to when Gustavo Petro ran against Gilbert Hernandez. They didn't want to have what happened in Brazil happen in Colombia. In Brazil, Bolsonaro denied the results. There was divisive nature, divisions within the country. It was really bad. Almost out of the gate, when Gustavo Petro beat Gilbert Hernandez, there was no talk of fraud. There was no talk of anything. There was a picture that was floated of Gustavo Petro and Gilbert Hernandez coming together as Colombians, a nationalistic moment. So now you see Cepeda kind of doing the same thing very, very quickly. And I start to think, man, was this because what happened between Gustavo Petro and Gilbert Hernandez, where he's going to now return the favor and tell Cepeda, go ahead, let's just, you know, let's go ahead and concede this and move on. Let's not tear the country apart, because if we object and continue to object and we're not going to get a quick answer on it, it's going to be very divisive. I don't know. I mean, there's a long game over here, you know. So It is very, very interesting. And like I said, this guy has been framed. It's how you can market him. There's a lot of people in Colombia. There's a lot of people in Latin America that don't like socialism. They don't like communism. They actually, they curse it really bad. You know what I'm saying? So there is an element. The lady who works downstairs as in the concierge office, she's from Colombia. She got the vote. She voted for La Tigre. You know what I'm saying? They want this guy. They kind of framed him as the new Nayib Bukele, you know what I'm saying? Like that, you know what I'm saying? So he was already framed that way. He just caught fire, and he caught fire in the polls. They had other candidates they were looking at too. There were other candidates that were going to be friendly to the West, that would be friendly to Israel, and he's not the only one. He's just the one that caught momentum. Now, did they cheat for him? They have a history of cheating elections in Colombia, and they've gotten more safeguards so they can protect against it. The counting and the precincts is very transparent. You can see it, but it's not the official count. The official count goes back to a central tabulation, which is run by a machine that has proprietary software, and it can be rigged.
I think all that is fair assessment in the historical context. Craig, appreciate you bringing that to the table. I think that when we look ahead in Latin American countries, particularly all these surrounding countries from where Colombia's at, and we talk about what's happening in Argentina, we know that Israel's influence there and their interest there, as we're seeing them capture these different parts of Latin America with legislation, with literally bringing IDF soldiers there to start fires in the Argentinian forest. And have different parts of we're always going to be skeptical first of who is making these decisions, because you got to get these other countries on board. You can't have resistance in Latin America. You can't have anybody calling out the Epstein class. And so that's why you have to handpick these people and use your assets that you have. You have U.S. assets. If you're Israel and you're trying to push this new Nakba, which they are. They want to give Israel an opportunity, IDF soldiers an opportunity to relocate when this whole thing is said and done. When the Greater Israel Project, doesn't work out the way they want it, the plan B is what? It's Argentina, right? So you got to get all those surrounding. So I think these are things we need to think about. But I do appreciate the.
I just want to point out too, as well, is that I'm not. I just want to make sure that people understand. I'm not trying to split hairs here and say this is not Israel, this is the United States. It's the United States has a lot of interest. The multinational corporations have a ton of interest over here. The American empire has a ton of interest here. It's that when America eats, Israel eats too. When the empire eats, so do the Zionists. So they're in on this together. You know what I'm saying? The Zionists are going hand in hand. They might get a little plot of land, but what the United States, with the weapons manufacturers are going to make over this, the DEA and the CIA. This is one of their best, this is where they get their cocaine from. The majority of the cocaine comes from Bolivia and Colombia. It gets trafficked into the United States. They don't want to lose that. You know what I'm saying? And when you have more of these leftist governments, and a leftist government in Latin America or in South America for this case, is they're more pro-worker. Resources stay home, less of doing the empire's dirty work. So it is just one of those things where this is, once again, the big brother, little brother. You can say what's what, but when one eats, they both eat, and they're both eating right now. They wanted this guy. The West wanted this guy. Israel wanted this guy, and they got this guy.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, appreciate the thoughtful analysis on it, as always, and all of the stuff we covered today. Pasta, as we said before, it's all connected, man. It's all connected. Let everybody know what's going on with you. I know you're doing the radio show mornings, and you got Truthwire. I think doing some good stuff.
We're supposed to have one tomorrow. Maybe you can join me for that, Matt. We'd love to have you back on again. I know you said Mondays are good, you know what I'm saying? But if you want to do a special Friday episode, I'm opening the door for you this Friday. Don't mean to put you on the spot, but it's there for you. But we have a lot of stuff going on. Fiorella's handling a lot. She's on assignment, handling a lot of business. So she'll be in and out as much as she can. But yeah, we are doing the Truth Wire. But every day on Pasta to Go now, Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern. I have a different co-host every day of the week, except for Mondays. That's the only open day. But Tuesdays, I have Nico House. On Wednesdays, I have Colonel Karen Kwiatkowski. On Thursdays, I have Kyle Anzalone. And on Fridays, tomorrow, I have Andrew Zigman from the Assange activism group. They call him Rasputin Jesus. There's a lot of great things he has to say. He'll be there with us tomorrow. It's a call-in show, so if you have something to say out there and you want to get something off your mind, you want to have a conversation, you want to have some back and forths, this is the place to do so. I started this show so we can take back the media from all these mainstream media outlet goons like you paid Joe Scarborough and the bullshit they're speaking about. They won't show any of the things that you need to see on TV. They're completely quiet about it. Nobody's even talking about Russia, Ukraine anymore on the mainstream media. And yet there's over 1 million people dead over there. And it's all because of American empire pushing these things. And you can tie that to the Zionism too as well. So, I mean, you can join us on Pasta to Go, PASTA, the number 2 and go, every morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. For drive time in the morning. So come check it out.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Pasta.
Thanks, Matty.
I'll see you. We'll talk about tomorrow and or Monday.
You got it. Sorry to put you on the spot.
All right, no worries. We'll figure it out. Okay, sounds good. Okay, talk to you. All right, bye. Craig Pasta, JARDULA, everyone. All right, we're gonna move on with the show here. Let me a couple super chats before we're gonna be bringing Jay Scott in here in just a second, because we got some more show for you guys. We got some more show, some more critical thinking for you guys, and friendly discourse sometimes, and just good old fashioned investigative journalism, which we like to ask questions and we like to figure out what the hell is really going on as we take our mini wins. And every step forward might be 2 or 3 steps back. We don't know, but hey, if you get a win, we get a win. We'll celebrate it. But then we'll keep going from there. That's what today's show's kind of been about. So yeah, mini wins are okay. We can take a moment and do that. And with that said, this I like the super chats that come in before we even go live. Thanks for this one, Citizen. Tish made us underestimate Zoran. He played chess Tuesday. Yeah, the playing of chess. I love because Trump always gets that. Oh, he's doing 4D, 5D chess. Mandami looks like he might be the one that has been playing the chess a little bit. Mini win for us to celebrate. He's certainly, if he is a chess player, he's certainly better than AOC or Bernie. That's for sure. That's for damn sure. If we're talking about playing, getting ahead of your opponent, and did they see it coming? Did Hakeem Jeffries see it coming? Who knows? Or maybe they were all in on it, but I don't know. I like this version of challenging the party leadership. I like this version better than AOC and Bernie. Let's just call that out and say this is a better version of that, because you're not getting any Papa Bear bullshit about Hakeem Jeffries is our Papa Bear. That you're never going to hear Mandami say that. So there you are. And then this one. Look, I know you said this up front, Citizen. We want Jake GTV. Where do we want it now? Well, you're gonna have to wait. I did pull a couple stuff. We're gonna see a little bit from Jake GTV on one of our breaks, but this isn't that time because we're gonna move on with the show right now. Please welcome back with us today. You know him, you love him. It's the Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? Great segment as always. I see you had Pasta on, dropping some knowledge just now, and I gotta agree with them. I think Israel is the fall guy. I'm not gonna call them the patsy, because patsy would mean they're being set up and they're not involved. But I do think eventually there's gonna be a rug pull, and we're gonna see the establishment do a big switch. That's my opinion. Not now. They got to get this Iran war out the way first, but I think Pasta is onto something. Big brother, little brother.
Maybe, but onto something. No, when he brings up historical context and our relationship with Latin American countries like Colombia, we need to know that. That's good information. But as far as being onto something, we can't leave out pieces of the puzzle. We can't just ignore this Israel capture of Argentina. We've talked about this. This is a direct land grab. You can't leave that out and say, well, that's not playing a role here.
For sure. Yeah.
It is playing a role. Our Latin America foreign policy. So I know, Pasta talks about how not all of our foreign policy has to do with Israel. It's a big claim to say that, but it seems like some of that might be true. But then I don't know if it is these days. Maybe in the past we could see that for sure. There was a lot of stuff we did that didn't seem to have anything to do with Israel. Now it's harder to find that. Every time there's something we're doing in Latin America or even Africa, whatever we're doing, it really seems quick, that Israel is. So I think we should go with we're connected at the hip, and we don't have to talk about, well, who's got 51% and who's got 49%. I think that's let's just understand that we're connected at the hip.
Well, let me leave you
with that. Is that fair?
That's fair. But I do want to leave you with something, right? I don't know if you've seen the clip, but even Hillary Clinton right now is coming out and criticizing Israel. So if you have Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump, and likely the next Republican nominee, J.D. Vance. I think it'll be him, all coming out and criticizing Israel. It just tells me that maybe we could see a rug pull eventually. So we'll see. It's an ongoing
They're
story,
criticizing
sure.
Israel, but it's Netanyahu is going to be taking the fall, man. I'm telling you, there's going to be a legit. I don't know if they're going to get away with it for long, but there's going to be another. You're going to be able to turn the page and give one last. Like there was like this bonus spare tank of gas because we're on empty, right? Israel's on empty, but you got this bonus tank where you can be like, let's just blame everything on Netanyahu, and then we can get Israel back to the way it was, nice and friendly, and our best neighbor, bestie friendly neighbor of all time, Mr. Rogers, right? We can get back to that as long as we just take the one guy who's uniquely evil. So we know that, right? We know that's how it works with the Trump is uniquely evil. We got to get things back to the way it was, where we were doing imperialism in a respectful way, Jay, back before Trump.
Remember when we had the rainbow-colored bombs, dropping over Iraq, and now Pete Hegseth wants to come in and just drop white nationalist bombs. But I'm sure, like the Iraqis, they prefer being bombed by LGBTQ
rainbow bombs
machinery. Yeah, exactly.
Rainbow bombs feel so much better when you get your arms blown off.
Yeah, sure, exactly.
And your brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers are blown into smithereens.
Exactly.
I just want to know there was a rainbow and a BLM flag that did it to my family. I feel much better.
After they drop the bomb, a rainbow comes out afterwards, man. That's all.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's a lot more pleasant.
I mean, it's more empathy. I feel sympathy. Like, oh, you sympathize with my struggle, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Iran throws gay people off ledges, but they don't have any ledges if you're gonna bomb all. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, what do you?
That's true. There'll be no more buildings left to push
throw
them off afterwards. Touche.
Hey, well, we're doing the good. We're doing the good work.
Yeah.
We're saving all the LGBT from horrible demises by murdering them all.
Yeah, exactly. They don't need to. They don't need to be in the closet anymore because the whole closet is gone. Simple.
Yeah, that's right.
The whole closet, whole house, all that. It's all blown up. So
yeah. Well, look, there is this active attempt, and we're talking about this. Oh wait, you had this.
Did you already cover the breaking news I sent you? I don't know if you want to do the Monsanto thing or not, but I do think
I was hoping there was more to this than this tweet because I wanted to get another, but we didn't. We already started the show on it. I mean, we can.
Oh, sure, yeah, no problem. If you already covered it, we can dive into the first segment. That's fine.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, you guys know these Zionist summits that happened. This JNS one happened in Israel, and you had all of the big dogs coming out. And the point of this summit, they're just trying to figure out how do we maintain this anti-Semitism is the problem narrative, right? That's the objective. So they have to state the problem before you can have the plan, the solution. You have to state the problem. So the problem was stated very well, I have to say. Here we go. This is actually why they all got together and why this is going to be a number one thing on their docket for a long time here, because this is a big problem to solve. Here it is.
You're right. The alliance is at a precarious moment. We have to look at the picture as it is, not as we want it to be. The main issue is that ultimately political alliances are based on public opinion. And the fact is that for the first time since the establishment of Israel, the brand Israel is a net negative in the United States. That's a disaster. It's a disaster. And it totally distorts good and bad, right and wrong.
Yeah, what a disaster. We can't.
Yeah, because Israel is all good. They don't do any bad. So if you think Israel did something bad, you're obviously anti-Semitic.
Well, that's the new, well, not the new thing, but they have to double down on the anti-Semitism now, because it's going to be very hard not to, completely lose this narrative. Before we get to, I just want to first show this. This is, I wish we had this clip. on Tuesday. I don't know if it existed on Tuesday, but this is I just grabbed the screenshot because this is Netanyahu talking in Hebrew, just to tell you the thing that he says in Hebrew that he won't say out loud, which is or in English, but this is the translation from Iran Observer. Netanyahu says it was his plan to drag the U.S. into the war against Iran. When I came to President Trump, I told him we are going into Iran. We did not ask for permission. I simply informed him. So just to be clear on their motivations of what their Israel government and what the Israel military is about is doing these things, and this is why the public opinion is noticing that they can do whatever the F they want. And Trump's been all over the place, whether it's if we're supporting it, whether it was Trump's idea to do it, or whether he's telling Netanyahu to back off, or it's okay, or do what you got to do. And he's been all over the place, right, Jay? Like he doesn't. Yeah, go ahead.
For sure. He did fire the first bomb. Like when the bombing against Iran started, we did fire the first missile. Israel joined in like an hour or two after that. And, like essentially he said, we did it because we thought Iran was going to strike us at some point first, and they were going to strike us because they knew that we were going to strike them. So it was defensive. That was like the explanation he gave for it, like when he did it. So yeah, I mean, like this is the blurring of the lines and the back and forth. Like Trump wants to seem like he's in charge. Maybe they didn't realize how unpopular it was going to be so quickly. And now that it's so unpopular, I agree, they're going to try to blame it on Netanyahu in the short term. And then after this Iran war is done, we'll see if they try to pin more stuff on Israel overall. But yeah, they blur the lines all the time. Depending on how popular something is, that'll depend on how much credit, Trump takes for it.
Yeah. Well, and we'll get back to let's package this anti-Semitism a little harder. In the same summit, you have this type of stuff being said, literally implying that there could be the threat of nuclear weapons against whoever wants to get in their way. And they're saying this at the same summit. They're like, how can we help with public opinion? If anyone doesn't cooperate with us, we're going to nuke the shit out of them. Those are two different, the dichotomy between those two messages is pretty outstanding. But this is literally on the same stage that this is being said.
His existence is not negotiable. And it does not depend on superpowers or the public opinion. And if they keep pushing Israel to the corner, they are the ones who are going to suffer the most. Israel hasn't used everything that it has. And Israel, on a purpose, did not expose the advanced weapons that it has for a very important reason. We don't want the enemy to know what we are having. And now, at this point, we're just playing around.
Wow.
So this is the clear message to those who think that they can annihilate Israel. Behind Israel is existence, is the creator. Israel is not coincidental. I try not to, sorry for the long answer, please.
That's wonderful.
I try not to use God because God could mean anything for anybody. But if they think the Israeli survival, 5,000 years, is coincidental, they need to rethink.
Wow.
I didn't know they let Sacha Baron Cohen on stage, like for this event, because like, did you ever seen the Who Is America show? He sounds exactly like Sacha Baron Cohen from that show. That's hilarious.
He has a character called the Dictator. There was a film. Is that the one he does on that show? Because I know he plays around with his different characters.
So in that show, he actually was playing an Israeli agent, who was going around trying to convince American congressmen to support legislation to arm people in preschool and kindergarten to defend themselves against school shooters. And he actually got real live people to agree to it. They did a compilation of it. It was hilarious. But the character he played in that sounds exactly like that guy on stage. He's like a walking a walking satire, pretty much. So yeah, that's hilarious. But the sad thing is he's actually serious. Like he truly does believe that, and we don't know if he's talking about nukes or a cyber attack that could take down the financial system or something like that. But he does mean obviously very devastating weapons either way. But
why
I don't
wouldn't
think
he
we can take cyber attacks off the menu either. So
why wouldn't he be talking about nukes? What would be the thing that would stop him from insinuating it's nukes? Because
no, I'm saying it could be nukes. He could also be talking about a cyber attack to bring down the financial system because, I don't think that's off the board either. They might try a cyber attack and blame that on Iran because, nukes do have a certain amount of fallout that damage the environment for everybody. And personally, I don't believe the elites want to live underground. I think they would rather live underground than give power back to the rest of us. But if they have other options, they may try other things to disrupt the system. But, they could easily, I'm not saying they could easily do it, but they can probably do a lot of cyber warfare that, could bring down the financial system in Iran or even in America and then blame it on Iran. So.
Yeah, and some talk about more Epstein file releases that could happen against particularly Trump if he's not 100% cooperative and stops talking about innocent people in apartment buildings in Lebanon. Like, you're not supposed to say those things. That's not cool because he went from his 99% approval in Israel dropped dropped by a third at least. Didn't that go down to it went down to 60 immediately overnight when he said something about the there's actual civilians living in apartment buildings that aren't Hezbollah. It's like, you can't say that. They're all Hezbollah. It's like, what is Hezbollah anyways? We were just talking, we're talking about resistance groups, right? Oh, that's, but
he said you're wasting time trying to separate Hezbollah from Lebanese people.
Yeah.
They're all Hezbollah, in my opinion. That's Ben Gavir's own words.
That's Ben Gavir's word. So, okay. So you have all this insinuation of annihilation, this insinuation of Samson option, whether or not it's actually these are real threats or just a way to, bluff your poker hand. We're not going to show you our cards, but you're right. Like, this stuff is being said for real. This is not a Sacha Baron Cohen character. This is really being said at the same conference. They're trying to piece together who their enemy is. And when we talk about their enemy is anybody pointing this shit out. So this is their plan. It's how do you create these hate groups out of the people that are calling your shit out. So here is that same group discussing who their enemies are. Check this out. I like this. This video was put with this tweet.
Question.
This is a Mark Levin tweet where you highlight all the different groups that are our enemy. And it's so hilarious. And they're on the stage talking about and just dropping these names, getting them into the lexicon of the public, that these are the people we have to watch out for. And they're all working together in one big legion of doom, right? We're all meeting in this legion of, we're all going to get these Jews. That's what they're insinuating here. So check out the language being used here.
For the three of you, is where do you see the greatest threats to the special relationship? We know the red-green alliance that has spread throughout Europe of Marxists and Islamists. We know within the United States there is a growing woke anti-Semitic left that seems to have taken over much of the Democratic Party. And we know there is a minority within the Republican Party that is still very loud and that is equally, shall we say, woke and anti-Semitic. I'll start on this end. We'll go the other way around. David, what are you most worried about?
Well, since I think that the central divide in American society, and really Western society, are those who still defend the legacy of Western civilization as opposed to those who wish to destroy it. The Red-Green Alliance, I would add to it the rising brown, black, whatever color you want to give, fascism or.
So they just go in circles with that. Here's a chart that kind of spells it out so you guys know where, they're mapping this out in their little, their little meeting room, their little, whatever you want to call it, the situation room where they're figuring this out. Here's what they came up with. There you go, guys. Those are your three biggest threats to the chosen ones and the supremacy agenda of a greater Israel project. These are your biggest threats. It's Nazism, Islamism and communism. And if you put
so
them all,
many isms, man. You're a Muslim Nazi communist if you criticize the Israeli government. That is.
but look
pretty
what
hilarious.
happens if you put all three together.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Pretty
What do you
scary.
get?
Oh my God.
What do you get when you combine the three?
Pro-Palestinians. Yeah. That all Palestinians are Muslim Nazi communists. So sounds legit. Sounds legit.
That's how it goes. So this isn't new. They've been throwing this stuff out to anytime, when the Free Palestine movement, obviously when that started, but it seems like now they're going to have to be a little more taking this a little more seriously, because it's if they can't hold on to this narrative, it's all going to fall apart, Jay. I think that the New York election is important. It shows that the American people are waking up to this, the percentages of support for Israel, because of the fact, as the guy said at the beginning, the public opinion is gone in America. So how do they reinvent that? Well, these are ways they do that. Yeah, man, that's it. So, and we talked about the election. One of these guys.
Yeah, I was going to say the Brad Lander election. I don't know if you had a chance to cover that or not yet.
We did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, we covered it earlier. I liked this when you showed me. Yeah, go ahead. I'll bring it up here. The Kim Iverson's tweet on this.
Yeah, because I think this is really important. And then also, I did have a screenshot under that. I don't know if you had caught that or not, but it essentially explains Brad Lander's position, right? So they're calling this guy Brad Lander, who's a Jewish Zionist, anti-Semitic, just because, he's been calling out like the genocide and the ethnic cleansing that Israel is doing in Gaza, right? But he himself describes himself as a liberal Zionist, and he says that he favors a two-state solution and he'll work with pro-Palestinian groups to get this. But, when I hear people describe themselves as a liberal Zionist, my next question for them, and this goes back to the conversation we were having last time about what is Zionism. So that tells me, okay, so you still support an ethno-supremacist state, because that's what Israel is right now. And there's no other country in that region where they codify like different rights for people who have different religions and races into law the way they do in Israel. So like it's openly an ethno-supremacist state. So I just can't understand how someone could put those two words together with the current definition of Zionism today, unless you have a critique of the fact that Israel is an ethno-supremacist state. So if that guy, Brad Lander, was also calling out the fact that, Israel has double standards based on your religion, and your ethnicity, if he was talking about that too and trying to change what Zionism is, which I haven't seen from him, maybe, I could take that, as a win. But personally, I just think the idea of Israel should be treated the exact same way we treated South Africa before apartheid ended. Like, that has to change. So I favor a one-state solution at this point in time, because I think if you leave Israel the way it is, with that same mentality, without doing some sort of denazification process, then you're just going to wind up with continuous wars like between Israel and Palestine. Like, why would they treat Palestine any more respectfully, like if they had their own state? We see what they're doing to Lebanon, right? So obviously, even if Palestine had its own state, you're just setting up for constant war between them, like for the rest of eternity. So that guy, Brad Lander, it's just showing you that they will call you anti-Semitic, even if you support their ethno-supremacy. But if you happen to criticize it at all, then they're still going to label you anti-Semitic. So they've used that term so much, like it means nothing anymore.
So this is, Kim Iverson points this out. So one Jew beat another Jew in New York City, but because the winning Jew is against genocide, people are panicking that this election proves anti-Semitism is thriving in America and a genocide is coming for Jews. Is that right? Did we get that right? And then here's specifically, this is the guy that lost.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Brad Lander describes himself as a quote unquote liberal Zionist and supports Israel's existence as a Jewish and democratic state. Multiple sources, including the Times of Israel, Politico, Forward, and the New York Times, confirmed this self-identification. He has criticized Israel's actions in Gaza, calling them genocide and supporting conditions on aid, but he explicitly backs a two-state solution and Israel's right to exist and defend itself. So he distinguishes himself from anti-Zionists while building coalitions with them on Palestinian rights. So if you're going to ask me, should Palestine have no state, or the current situation continue? Obviously, I'll say Palestine should have a state, but I'll also tell people, we shouldn't accept the existence of an ethno-supremacist state as just a given reality that we can't change. No one's saying that we should let Palestinians kill all Israelis in existence. All I'm advocating for is there's one state there where everyone has equal rights. And if the Zionists who live there today want to live amongst Palestinians as equals, sure, let them stay. But you can't have an ethno-supremacist state where one group and one race has special rights over everyone else. So that's why I disagree with Brad Lander. I just think it's ridiculous that they're calling him an anti-Semite just because he calls out the genocide. But that's where we are.
Well, I hear you. I think it's important to put that out there. If you want to stay, you can stay and make it work. But I'm saying that's not the plan. That's not why a lot of them moved there in the first place.
They want to conquer. They want to be colonialists. But people can change. Do I think it's likely? I mean, I don't know. If they have no choice but to change, maybe they do.
If they wanted to live that way, they would have stayed in New York. You know what I'm saying? Like they would have stayed in a place where you have to live amongst people and you don't get special. You have to actually coexist. You wouldn't have got up and left New York so you can be in your own little private Disneyland that's safe and effective.
A lot of them get a thrill out of going to a Palestinian family and just telling them to leave their house because this is my house. This is my house now because you're in my land.
Well, this is the auctions that happen in New York and in LA here all the time. I mean, these auctions that happen, it's absolutely insane. You're auctioning off property that doesn't belong to you, and then you can't wait to get there and take someone else's house. So that, Jay, you talk about hey, if you can all get along nicely, let's all exist in one state. On paper, maybe, but that's not going to happen. That's not what Zionism is. Zionism
just because here's the thing, right? There are more Palestinians than Israelis, right? So if you create, the one state and you put security there, the truth is most of those people with that mindset, they're just going to leave. But there is maybe, 10-20% of the population over there, who does seem to, care more about Palestinian rights, and they push back against what their government's doing. They're just in the extreme minority. So if they manage to convince more people to join their side, who knows? But I just don't think a two-state solution can work. I think it should be one state, and you should give the people who agree to live as equals the chance to stay. That's all. So
hey, I want to respond to this comment real quick because this is it. Okay, just to be clear, because this is Zionists absolutely do get special treatment in New York. We're not talking about special treatment. We're talking about the ability to go in and take someone's house.
They're doing that through deed theft too in New York. Actually, it's just not as open as it is in Palestine.
I think of course there's special privileges and treatment, but there's also a place that you get to do anything you want that's illegally. You can do whatever you want, and people go to Israel. So to be clear, people go to Israel to run from crimes they commit here, right?
Especially pedophilia.
You can't just hang out. That's why they go there, so they can get away with all their pedophilia and all their crimes against humanity and not be held accountable for those crimes.
No, and just to back up what you're saying, Matt, the U.S. government and local police forces have tried to chase down pedophiles that get off and run to Israel, and they get no cooperation from the Israeli government. If you happen to be Jewish or Israeli and you get caught doing pedophilia over here, all you got to do is escape to Israel, and they'll protect you. So,
yeah. Well, Yeah, the other thing you can do in Israel is watch live feeds of the murder and destruction of your neighbors and cheer, which is what they do regularly as well. So that's a fun little activity Israelis like to do. Watch the destruction and demolition.
They get together and treat, like genocide like a basketball game.
And have barbecues next to starving children that are feet away and laugh.
Because that's what happened on October 7th. They were having a big party and a big festival next to a concentration camp.
Yeah,
so.
That's what they like to do. Well, let's see what else can they come up with in this think tank, this think tank, Zionist think tank. How else can we help protect our chosen ones? Well, here's a way. It looks like the idea here, this Israeli diaspora affairs minister says Jewish security forces in Canada, Australia, and elsewhere should be allowed to carry guns all over the place in response to rising threats. So we're going to have armed Jewish militias everywhere while the masses are disarmed. And notice that we're talking about these places like Canada and Australia who have very strict gun laws. So you're going to intentionally arm a very select group of people are going to get armed, but nobody else will. That's got to work, right? What could possibly go right?
Yeah.
Well, here's
chosen people.
The chosen ones. I don't know who chose them, but they were selected for this very amazing honor of being the ones that apparently. I mean, this is the plan. Let's hear them discuss this plan.
Dealing with the security forces of the Jewish community, they're not allowed to carry weapons in Canada. We also back in Michigan. What is the meaning of armed security that can prevent horrific incidents? So this is very, very important. By the way, in Bondi Beach, you have in Australia, they can carry weapons, but only in the institutions. But since the event was on the beach, so they were unarmed. So weapons, carrying weapons is very important, that the security forces of the community will be armed. It can save lives, because if they had guns in Bondi Beach, it wouldn't take 12 endless minutes of massacre to do something.
Oh my God, dude. Wow. So you got to create the Bondi Beach experience in order to cite that experience as something of, look what they did. We can stop it next time if we arm the Jews, but the rest of them can keep the laws that are in place where you're not allowed to open carry, you're not allowed to bring anything.
And you got to give credit. Right? You got to give credit right now to conservatives in America for a second, right? Because they push for gun rights for everybody. They want everyone to be able to arm themselves to protect themselves. Like this guy comes out, sits on stage and says, yes, let's arm Jewish people. Forget everyone else, because Jewish people are the only people in the world who experience hate crimes, or I guess the only important people in the world to experience hate crimes. So they should get special treatment. We have to have special gun laws that apply only to Jewish people. We should allow them to carry weapons, but everyone else, you get nothing.
It's pretty incredible that he can say this out loud at a conference where obviously everybody will applaud him in the room, but it's obviously also being broadcast and we can see it out. So he doesn't, it's just saying it because you can talk about this protection that this particular people need because they're the victims. We get it. You made a point to talk about conservatives that want it for everyone. I don't actually agree with that. I think that they're just not allowed to say it out loud the way he is. You are not allowed to say that we're afraid of a particular minority that might be coming out of the shadows with a gun. And we know that this is not equal in conservative. We know it's not equal because who is more protected? Who feels more safe in these gun carrying areas? If you are African American and you're carrying a gun, how much more likely are you going to get home safe yourself versus somebody not African American carrying a gun? And who's going to be treated better in these conservative areas that they want everyone to have? So I don't necessarily agree. I just think they have to be a little more careful.
Yeah.
They can't say that shit out loud. There's
If,
no
if
way.
I could, well, yeah, I think there's definitely, you know, different like groups on the right? And yes, you do have those closet, you know, racist people who just want only white people to be able to carry guns. But I would say probably the majority of conservatives who advocate for gun laws do genuinely believe, you know, in the theory that if everyone is armed, then there's less likely to be violence, because if you think that you're the only one who has a gun, you might get like a little bit more trigger happy, and you might think it's easier to rob someone. Whereas if you're in a place where you think everyone is armed, then, you know, like you might be more hesitant to actually do that. So yes, that line of thought definitely exists on the right. And if you want to talk about interactions with police, you know, like I forget, you remember the armed standoff between the farmers and like the feds like a couple of years ago? I remember exactly what happened, but like if that was the Black Panthers, they all would have been massacred. So so it's like, you know, we've seen it.
But that's what I'm kind of alluding to is that yes, let's give the conservatives credit that in their heads they want everyone to be equal, and I'll give them that. Like you want everyone to be equal in theory, but on paper it's not actually going to be equal. And I don't see them coming to the defense of the poor black kid that was pulled over by the police who has a license to carry and gets his ass. Quick, just to cap that conversation off, I'll never forget Philando Castile. The NRA said nothing about him. He was a black guy, I want to say like 8-9 years ago, who got pulled over in Minnesota. Like as he got pulled over, the officer asked him, "Are there any, you know, guns or, you know, like drugs in the car?" The guy said, "Yes, I have a concealed carry permit. And, you know, so I do have the gun for my permit, you know, like in the car." So the guy then asks him to provide like the documentation. He reaches over to the glove compartment and then he gets shot by the police officer. And the police officer says, "Oh, I was scared," because he was reaching. Like, that's why I appreciate the gun debate. We should have another one later, and we're kind of getting a little off on it, but it is a nuance. It's not cut and dry, man. Like I've been more open to the conservative side to be more to understand it better than I ever was before. But it's still a complicated issue, man. This is not a system that fails people that are underrepresented. It fails you. You can't just say let's all arm ourselves so then everything will feel safer. It might feel safer for some people, but not others. And in this case, and the reason we got off on this tangent, in this case, you got a particular group of people saying out loud, "We deserve to have guns and the rest of you don't." I mean, this is absolutely insane. It makes you almost think, why don't we just get rid of why don't we call Superman from Superman 4 and say, while you're throwing all those nukes into the sun, can you add all the guns too? We'll just wipe out the whole planet of all of it and we'll start from scratch. Like, it was Einstein who said World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Maybe we should just go to the sticks and stones and we can just shelve the gun debate, you know, for a while.
We can skip destroying the environment with all the nuclear fallout. So that would be nice.
That's what that reference is. Yeah, for sure. All right, back to the anti-Semitism meeting, because we got to solve it, Jay. There's a heat map. ADL put together a heat map. Oh, that's trademarked. Heat map, trademarked. You can't take it, Jay. Don't. Of course,
you got to make money off it, right? You're going to be able to make some money off that. So.
They're going to sue the shit out of you if you trademark. So
I'm a Miami Heat fan. I feel like I don't even know if I can cheer for that team anymore because they're about to destroy that word heat for me. But anyway, by the way, we got Giannis. I did call it. We got Giannis. But anyway,
you got Giannis, you sons of bitches. Okay.
Yep.
Well, don't make a heat map with Giannis on it, or ADL's coming after you. So the heat map from the ADL trademarked tracks reported incidents of hate, extremism, anti-Semitism, and terrorism across the U.S. Type in your city now and filter by year or time period. Switch to the list view and see what's been reported near you. Oh, yay. Goody. Here is an example of the heat map. Look at all
it looks pretty dangerous over there in LA, Matt. I mean,
it's bad here, man. Yeah. We got so much anti-Semitism. I can feel it when I walk outside. I can feel it in the air. If I'm still not smelling the residue from LA fires and whatnot. The chemical, we have these chemical plants that blew up downtown and down in, like, and up north too. So if I can sit through all that, the smell of all those chemicals, I'm smelling the heat, man. I'm smelling this anti-Semitism. It's everywhere. And that's why it does reflect well on this map. So this is a very, very important map. I think everybody should keep it
Well,
on.
I mean, it's clear from like how little representation that Jews get in Hollywood that there's so much discrimination against them, you know, like in the main industries in LA. That should be obvious to everyone, right? Because Jews just can't get work in Hollywood, man. So
yeah. Oh, they have it really bad. Oh, speaking of which, I know we're going off some tangents, but you guys are just real quick. This was a good one. So it was the anti-Semitism in Hollywood, which is a complete joke. There was it was John Lovitz who spoke up when Gary Shandling passed away, and that was probably from some medical emergency that doctors are still baffled about. We don't know why he passed away, but he just dropped dead. Gary Shandling was in Iron Man 2. He got a fun little role just to be in a scene in the beginning of the film. John Lovitz comes out after Gary Shandling passed away, and John Lovitz says, you know, I was a victim of anti-Semitism. I was supposed to have that role with Gary. There's another role. There was a role in Iron Man 2 I was supposed to have. And they called me and they said, Gary Shandling is already playing the Jew character, and we can't have two Jew characters in the script. It would be redundant. So we're going to have to cast someone else in your role. But Gary Shandling's the guy that's going to come out and be that Jew character. And he just looked like, and I didn't get to be in the film because there's anti-Semitism. We only can have one Jew role per Marvel movie. And I was so hurt that I was a victim of that. And you're just like, you sick son of a bitch, making this a boohoo story. Are you kidding me? The fact that you get called and Gary Shandling, like you even get to be just handpicked to be dropped in a film. No, everyone else has to like fucking go through their agents and stuff. I mean, my God, dude, I just remembered that one. This like boohoo. Oh.
Yeah. Sounds like, you know, sounds like the concentration camps are coming pretty soon, like right there in Hollywood. So
dude,
yeah,
it's really tough.
It's the first step. First, they deny you roles in movies. Next thing you know, they're starving you and gassing you. So you know, it's one step after the other.
It's really hard here, man. It's really hard being a chosen person here. Here's one. Here's one. You got to make sure that the language we're using, and I can think of a few more words that might be coming next, but this particular word, they're going to make this not okay to say if you're not chosen. And this is what word we're talking about. It's a slur. It doesn't stop being a slur because teenagers started using it. Today's New York Times on Language.com treats the anti-Semitic slur Goyslop as a fun linguistic curiosity rather than what it is, a term rooted in white supremacist conspiracy theories. Of course, we can't have any conspiracy theory.
Yeah, and just to give everyone a background on what they mean by that, you know, for those who don't know, like, you know, in different religions, they have words to describe quote unquote out groups, right? Like in Islam, kafir, which is what Pete Hegseth has tattooed, you know, like on his arm, just means anyone who's not Muslim, right? You know, in Christianity, you have, you know, infidels. If you're not a Christian, you're an infidel because you're not part of it. In Judaism, they have this term goy. Now, the difference is you don't really get too many, you know, people in different governments who use that term, like, you know, their in and out group terms like all the time. And in the Israeli government, you do see them talking about goys fairly often. In fact, there was just a clip going around of a British general saying that I'm a mere goy, but, you know, like, I'm so blessed to be in your presence and all this. So they use it so much more regularly, like, you know, at the top level in government, that has just become weird. So goyslop is simply a word people use when they're trying to say this is what Israeli people or Zionist people are trying to feed to us, to get us to believe something else. So a perfect example of that would be our Lost in Translation segment, you know, where we're talking about how they say what they really mean in Hebrew, But, you know, like they talk about conquering the land and enacting the Greater Israel Project in Hebrew, but in English, this is how you'd use it. They feed us goy slop and tell us that they're just defending themselves. So that's what people mean when they use the term goy slop. And now, if you say that word, it's, you know, it's anti-Semitic. It's just like saying the K word or the N word, something like that. It's just, you know, I don't know. That's the new argument they're coming with.
Before I went down the rabbit hole on the whole the food capture and all the, I mean, we know how bad our food is in the US, particularly the pesticides, chemicals and stuff. I before going down the rabbit hole of why that is that being done intentionally, and then we talk about kosher food and food that is you know, got a different ingredients in it that might not have those before even going down that, I just always thought of this word as just non-kosher stuff that they wouldn't eat. That's all I thought it was. I didn't know it was like conspiracy theory driven. I just thought it was, we're not going to eat the shit you guys eat because our religion is got different criteria, let's say. But I didn't know it was got a lot more, whatever. But the point is, okay, they're trying to outlaw. The point is they're trying to outlaw the word, right? That's the point.
No, that's a great point. You know, the kosher Coke has no high fructose corn syrup in it. It has real sugar. So
that's, but we were told that kosher meant you have to follow your religious like rules. I realized, well, it's actually healthier food. And then you start to piece it together with, well, who owns the food companies and who owns so why is it that RFK Jr. can't get the red dye 40 out of our food? What is the problem? Why are certain foods intentionally poisoned, it seems? And I think now that word seems to have meaning more than non-kosher. It means that we know it's slop and we don't give a shit. We know who's eating it, not us.
Maybe
I guess that's me being the conspiracy theorist, just asking those questions and kind of drawing the correlation there. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, there's different, you know, it can be used in different ways, but the point that ADL wants us to know that you can only use that term if you're part of the chosen group.
So they're allowed to say it,
but we can't.
And then you have, the normal. So this is what the normalizing of this language is dangerous. Goy slop is not edgy slang. It combines goy, the Hebrew word, colloquially refers to non-Jews, with slop to promote a conspiracy theory that Jewish people deliberately poison non-Jews with cheap food to keep them docile. I mean, man, conspiracy theory, okay, but just ask the questions. Who owns the companies and why can we not get this poison that's deliberately put in the food? We know that poison is deliberately put in our food. So who's doing it? Why are they doing it?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, right? Most of these companies sell their products in Europe too. And, you know, like their products, like if you get KFC in England, it tastes completely different than KFC over here in America. And like, they just don't allow all the crap that we have in our food over here, like over there in Europe. So like all they're doing is they're trying to maximize their profits by giving the masses as cheap food as they can. And, you know, for some reason, I guess this special interest group has been able to carve out, you know, like its own special food that doesn't have some of that poison in it. But ideally, I think we should just have like at least the same laws the EU has, right? Like if they can sell their products in Europe and still make a profit, why can't they sell those products in America and still make a profit? In fact, as we can see from the different standards, like, you think they're making a loss on the Jewish community? Do you think all these kosher foods are a net loss for these companies, or are they still making profit? My guess is they're still making profit. So it's just corporate greed, us falling asleep at the wheel, and, you know, that special interest group advocating for themselves. Like, wouldn't it have been nice if this special interest group recognized the bad food that was out there and just said, you know what, instead of advocating we get our own special Coca-Cola, maybe we should advocate for Coca-Cola with sugar for everybody. But no. They got to do it only for the chosen people.
Hence you get the word, which I'm not convinced at all that it was coined, as it says here. It was coined and spread by anti-Semites and white supremacists. I don't buy that for a second. The word is, these aren't coined and spread. This is you need the word to exist, so then you can have have another reason that you're being hated on. That's the point. So and then such terms being spread, negative stereotypes and conspiracy theorists, their normalization is exactly what the bigots who coined them aspire to. Blah blah blah. So there you go. And this is the actual term where we say it's combining the two, and anti-Semites use it to promote conspiracy theory, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So I guess you have to be part of the group to be able to say certain words. Got it. Okay. Let's wrap this segment up with, I think this is an appropriate clip to play off on this one, because we've been having this conversation our lifetimes, particularly in the last few years since October 7th. We've been a lot more aware of these techniques of the ADL and the AIPAC, and how you get these group, you create these groups of hateful Jew-hating groups in order to make that the problem. It's been going on way before we've been here, Jay. It's been going on, and all you got to do is go back to Malcolm X, who's asked this question: "Are you anti-Semitic?" And he's going to explain, and it's interesting and powerful. And if anyone hasn't seen this clip before, it's fascinating. So just pay attention. He's gonna show you guys. He's gonna explain to you that this has been since he's been gone. It continues to be a problem, and I love how articulate he's about it so long ago. Here it is. Here's Malcolm.
Anti-Semitic. You've many of the things that I've read about you, and you've made a mention a couple of times about the Jews and everything, and I'm wondering if you are personally anti-Semitic.
No. How can I be anti-Semitic when the Arabs are half the Muslim world is Semitic? If I was anti-Semitic, I'd be anti-Arab and anti-everything else. No, I think that in this country, there's one mistake that the Jews make. They put themselves in a position where whenever anybody gives an objective analysis of the role that they play, they defend themselves by accusing you of being anti-Semitic. And a Negro is not anti-Semitic when he says that the man who's exploiting him in his community is white, because it is a white man who owns all the stores. Now, is it an accident that these whites who own these stores are Jewish? If it's an accident, then the fact that he says the Jew on the corner is exploiting me isn't an anti-Semitic statement. It's just more descriptive of the man who's exploiting him.
Great point. Isn't it interesting that we don't get? Hey, do you hate white people if you say you're being exploited by a white business owner? But he's saying if that business owner happens to be Jewish, all of a sudden I'm anti-Semitic when I point out the person that's exploiting me. Great point. And so this debate's been here this whole time.
Exactly. And just to add to what he's saying, to clarify, like the way systemic racism works is that, people from those neighborhoods are denied business loans, right? Even if you have, like good credit, you still get denied the loan, but then they give a loan to a Jewish person or an Asian person who comes into the neighborhood to open up a store over there. So that's pretty much, that's how systemic racism works. But, just observing reality and pointing out that there are Jews in Israel committing genocide across the Middle East, observing reality, that's labeled as anti-Semitic now. So the only time it becomes anti-Semitic is if you're saying that every single Jew, is part of this, but most people are just explaining what's happening to them. They're talking fast. And, if you want to take the worst possible interpretation, you could take a lot of things as discriminatory, but people are just describing their environment. As simple as that. So,
All right. Moving on, we're going to do the medical freedom COVID update, which I know you guys like. We'll do that in a second. Let me just put a couple of these super chats very quick here. I think this one also came in before we went live. This was from Citizen. Wait, no, this was during the show, right? This was the Israel. Okay, this is relevant. Thank you for this super chat, Citizen. The notion that Israel invokes Samson is BS. Juice daydream they'll turn tables on Iran. And two, they long to be the technet. So let's quit appeasing Zios.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like I think like the elites don't want to live like underground. They have it there as a break the glass in case of an emergency thing, and the threat helps them get away with what they want. But I don't think they really want to live underground. So agreed.
Perhaps but I think the Samsonitian is there to use as a threat. So if anything, that's what we heard on that previous clip. That was a threat. That's a leverage. As if you're playing a poker game, if we're at a poker table, you can threat. Those are your chips you're holding. You're holding the chips and you're putting them out and you're saying, this is what I got, without having to show your cards. And it makes people fold. And then you don't actually have to show those cards. You can keep them right here. And you bet people out with your, it's called stacks. You got stacks. Guys sitting at the table with stacks, they're hard. What do? We all have the same cards, but like, no, what are you going to do?
Exactly.
And that's a useful tool. So even if, whether using it or not. But I think that's the point. You have
Sorry, really quick. As you're setting up the next segment, I would encourage everyone out there to look up the Palestine Exploration Committee, which is something that was just brought to my attention in the past day or two. But it was something that started in like the mid 1800s. And long story short, before Jewish people ever had the idea to go back to Zionists, the British government and Freemasons were setting up that land for the Jewish people. So, I'm just saying, before Jews went there, the Freemasons had that idea. Hey, let's put the Jews over here. So, pretty interesting stuff.
Oh, those darn Freemasons always coming up with some plot of some sort. We can never know what they're about because they don't say the shit out loud. They don't even share it with each other's factions, right? They're not as vocal about stuff as
it's
Israel
almost
is,
like
right?
they want proxies. So secret societies, guys, dive into the rabbit hole. You won't be disappointed.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of secret societies, we did a whole thing on we did a thing on the secret society last week. I think the reference to Tim Russert's right before he died, he was not challenging, but just bringing up that Bush and Kerry, the people running off, they were the candidates in 2004, Bush versus Kerry, John Kerry, and he just pointed out that they were in a secret society together, right, in college, that they were part of the Skull and Bones, and then Tim Russert no longer had a job because he was no longer alive after that interview. And he was the guy, he was the Meet the Press dude. He was the NBC guy he was the dude like that on Meet the Press.
And that whole logo, the Skull and Bones, that also goes back to the Knights Templar too. So, they're another one of the offshoot organizations. So Freemasons, Skull and Bones, they all go back to the Knights Templar, based in Switzerland. A lot of money there, guys.
And I wanted to bring that up because I realized that I think sometimes we assume because our audience watches us and they know that we talk about these societies and we talk about the sick and twisted shit and the worshiping of Baal and the adrenochrome and eating and raping children. That's what they do. So when we talk about presidential candidates being part of a Skull and Bones, it's not just a college dorm where they haze each other. We're talking about disgusting, horrible shit that if you want to be part of it, you have to do these things because they use it as blackmail against each other, and it keeps you, it's blood brothers the rest of your effing life. That's just to be absolutely clear. So when Tim Russert brings that up and says, you guys were part of this, it's not that you went to the same frat. This is disgusting, dark, twisted, satanic shit that they've all been part of. And I just want to be very clear about that's a thing for this billionaire Epstein class, the secret society. So just when you guys hear those, just understand they're not just meeting up and, hazing somebody, right?
Yeah, the Knights Templar, when they were outlawed by the Catholic Church back in the early 1300s, they were accused of a lot of the same things that, we caught Jeffrey Epstein doing, right? And then a couple hundred years later, all of a sudden, the Swiss Guard is guarding the Catholic Church, right? And we all know who founded Switzerland. So it's a lot of strange coincidences there, I would say.
Yeah.
So.
Yes. Okay. I think we can get this one going. This is and we did do we know it's not on Tuesday, but man, we got to do a second one, man. We got to do a second one. This one because Jay, you weren't on for that one last time, but this is a whole new story. So I'm going to play it in just because it's fun. And we have fun with this, guys. You got to have fun. This shit is hard sometimes. Okay. Let's go for it. Here we go. You guys know this it's a fun little opening. I think I got to recut the opening because I think Rachel Maddow's voice is getting cut off at the beginning. She's saying now she's supposed to say, and now we know. Wait, I think it starts with we now have proof, or now we now know for a fact that you can't transmit it, or you can't, or COVID. The injection stops.
The virus stops with you after you.
Yeah, we now know. That's what but I think it's cut off at the beginning. But it's Rachel Maddow telling her audience why they need to take the vaccine. So here we go, guys. It's time for We Know What It's Not.
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We have to really move at the speed of science.
We're moving at the speed of science, guys. Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. What the hell do we know? We're not doctors or scientists. We're just trying to understand why all our relatives and friends and colleagues and young athletes are all alike, or having the rapid cancers and neurological problems and blood clotting and heart attacks. And it just becomes a norm now. But hopefully the doctor will come back and tell us what's actually happening. Until then, rest assured, we can know for 100% certainty that we know what it's not. That's right. I'm here with Jay Scott. We're looking at we have a little bit of bad news, but before we do the bad news, there's a little good news. So we'll start with the good news. This is news out of New Hampshire, and it looks like they pulled this off. Americans for Health Freedom, the New Hampshire Special Committee on COVID Response Efficacy, has formally urged Governor Kelly Ayotte to stop recommending these mRNA jibbity jab shots, especially for children. The committee cited evidence of spike protein spread and persistent mRNA throughout the body, potential cancer risks, serious adverse effects on the heart, blood, and nervous system, safety data deliberately suppressed by federal agencies. So it's a long list. They break this down. It's a strong step in the right direction. I'm just going to it's a step. I'm not going to say strong. It's a step in the right direction because it's just a letter to urge. Nothing's actually happening. So it's not, I don't think it's strong until something happens, but this is great that this is being put on a letterhead. This is officially the state of New Hampshire House of Representatives. So it's being done on a state level. And we don't have to go through the whole letter right now, but basically, as the tweet said, it's breaking down that we have a problem and we're urging to enact change and stop recommending this for our, civilians to be getting this, especially children. Here are all of the breakdown in more detail that's in the actual letter, talking about the multiple studies that have indicated mRNA vaccines are linked to the increase in various forms of cancer. We know this because there's it's called SV40, and it's a cancer carcinogen that's actually been put intentionally into a lot of these jabs. Not all of them. It's weird, right, Jay? They only kind of be put into like maybe a third of them, but it was definitely put in there. The studies have proven this to be true. The studies also prove a link to increased myocarditis, pericarditis, stroke, particularly in young people. And I would add, particularly in young, healthy people. That's the weirdest part, Jay, is that the people that get these injuries are you would say the exact opposite demographic as the people that were most susceptible to having problems with the actual COVID.
Very true.
The exact opposite group that is affected by this poison. So in 2025, they were put a warning on the label. So we already know this, that they had to admit it themselves that there was warnings for myocarditis and pericarditis. And you guys remember before 2025, that's several years. So you guys remember, it's the one drug that could come up on your screen and tell you get your shot and not have to put warnings on it. You guys know every other drug that goes up on our screens. You have the guy's voice at the end. What happens at every commercial? Right. Please talk to your doctor before you run it out. This might cause depression. This one might cause death. So they have to do all da. They never had to do that with COVID. In fact, it was the opposite. They told you must get this thing, and they're not going to tell you. So they had to start changing that in 2025. That was just less than a year ago. They started putting the warning of these horrible problems that are lifelong problems that you get as a young person. You're going to have these you're going to be affected the rest of your life with these type of blood problems. It's heart problems. These are just horrible problems that you're going to have the rest of your life. Anyways, data showing all this other stuff that the vaccines get distributed. So this stuff we've been saying the whole time, Jay, right? That it's not. It doesn't just stay in the shoulder. It goes everywhere in the body. The other safety concerns.
We're now in June of 2026, and I've been saying this shit since December of 2020. When I not listing every side effect, but I knew something was off of this shit the moment I heard it was new technology that had not been used before. And then by a couple months after that, I want to say by like April or May, we started to know about these possible side effects. So more than 5 years after I started reporting on it, not just me, and I was following people like RFK, who is overseeing the funding of this shit right now. Just following him 5 years after now, they're starting to have the conversation seriously, like in government and at the state level.
Yeah. And I thought I brought up that SV40 earlier, and I guess I wasn't giving this enough credit that in this letter, this official state letter, they're bringing up the SV40, and it's interesting. That's
only one way it causes cancer, because the mRNA itself, and the spike protein itself can actually also be carcinogenic too. So SV40 is only one way. I believe I remember reading there's 10 possible mechanisms inside this jab for it to cause cancer. The SV40 is 1 out of 10 ways it can do that.
Generally, the mRNA itself is an immune system killer. So what it's going to do, it's going to take people that maybe had cancer and then they went into remission before they got their shots, and then it brings it back because you're shutting down your immune system and something is coming back. And like you said, there's plenty of ways to get this. I just think it's interesting that the SV40, its exact use is to cause cancer. And so the fact that it was intentionally put in, now they don't use the word intentionally, but they said it's been contaminated with. So we have other safety concerns that there's been contamination of this cancer carcinogen. And I think that's incredible to put that on this. It's saying, it's not suggesting, who did it, why it happened, if it was an accident, but we know it's in there. And so we got to take that seriously to a point that this is officially not an accident, especially if you're going to continue recommending it to people, especially kids, right? It doesn't make any sense. So the rest of this, it goes on, these multiple variants rendering older vaccines ineffective. So they also call out the insanity of let's get these shots rolled out when there's new variants, but the shots you're going to get are going to be for old variants, and then we'll have more shots for the new one. So it never made any sense. They're calling that out. They're going, this doesn't make sense. How do you keep rolling out things for something that wasn't lined up with the thing that we would need protection from? And then Moderna's spike vax, which came into play during Trump's second administration, like in the last year and a half, spike vax got approved for 6 months through 23-month-year-old age range. So that means that you're being given a brand new one that Moderna rolled out, and it's being approved and recommended and pushed on 6-month-year-olds. Through 20.
Well, Dr. Bowden was also reporting that, I believe, I don't know if it's starting this season or next one. I think she said this season that the flu shots, have also been converted to mRNA technology now. So they're trying to convert all of the other shots that people were getting before that used to have live virus specifically into mRNA because it worked so great during COVID. So,
yeah, and then it says with people with one underlying condition, puts them at high risk outcome. So they're saying, because if you have risks, and it's the same old bullshit. If you're a person who is risky anyways for an underlying condition, then you're even more being pushed to get more of this crap. And this is 2020 freaking 6. What I cannot believe this is still, anyways, that they have to spell this out. It's good that this went out at the state level. But just to be clear, this is not a federal, this is a state level ask. It's officially being given to the it's a North New Hampshire state
legislature.
And so the special committee on COVID response, this letter went out on the 19th of this month, went right to the governor, and it's the first formal action by a state legislative or government committee. And so this is a good moment, a breakthrough moment for one of 50 states, I guess.
Exactly.
So there you go. It looks like they're working on it in Tennessee, Arizona, Minnesota. So that's good. Other states are working on it, but it has to be at this point, Jay, and you mentioned Mary Talley Bowden, who's been on our show, friend of the show a few times, and the work she's doing in Texas at a state level. It seems that that's what MAHA has been reduced to, is local organizing, state organizing, but the federal level organizing is out the window. There's nothing going on there. In fact, it's worse. The federal level is pushing back against this organizing. That's what it seems like to me, the optics right now, when we look around at the MAHA movement.
It's the exact opposite of why people were told that they had to vote for Donald Trump, right? Because that was the whole pitch when he brought Kennedy on the campaign. Kennedy was going to make America healthy again, like with this position. Instead, what we get is more funding for mRNA shots. We get illegal immunity for glyphosate manufacturers, and we get a federal mandate from Trump himself to produce more glyphosate over here. So, seeing the drastic turn that Kennedy has taken since joining the Trump campaign is honestly one of the most tragic, political stories of my life, because he did so much good before he got into politics. It's such a tragedy. So.
Yeah, he's doing so bad, and they're still making. And I don't know if you saw the Tulsi thing. We covered that on Tuesday. That's why we did this segment on Tuesday. But Tulsi pretending that, and she said she did her little last day video, which I think was such bullshit, because she was just saying things we already knew and pretending that she was releasing it all in this. She had this binder sitting next to her. It looked like she was trying to do this high produced podcast, man. And she had the double camera, kind of the Candace Owen thing going. And I'm just like, what are you doing? And you're just saying the shit we've been saying for 5-6 years here. And she's got this little, I'm going to release everything. She's not releasing anything. She was only talking about lab leak stuff. Then she gave one last speech after that saying, guys, just so you know, it's been really hard because we're fighting the deep state every day, and the deep state this, the deep state that, and they're trying to stop us. And I know a lot of you guys have been, and this is the part that just really irks me, man, that she's saying, and she's talking to us. She's saying, I know there's a lot of you guys that got, been really upset that we haven't been moving fast enough. And it's really, we got to be moving faster, and RFK and HHSS has to be moving faster. And we're like, that's not the complaint. You deceiving asshole. That's not the complaint, and she knows that's not the complaint. That might have been the complaint in the first month.
What we wanted was for him to do the things that he could do, and he didn't do that. We have more than enough evidence for the shots to have been pulled the day RFK got put in that position, and he hasn't done it. So.
But I'm gonna go further. You could get away with saying, "Hey guys, stop trying to push us. We're all in due time. Give us some time." That argument went out the window once you started seeing policies working against the movement. So the argument, Tulsi, isn't go faster, go faster. We're literally watching RFK do the opposite as far as legislation goes. He just gave Pfizer $1 billion of COVID money for most of it going, well, not most of it, I think a good amount of it going to children, pediatric COVID shots, and the rest going to adults, totaling $1 billion. We have the paper trail. We have the freaking receipts.
Yeah, 1.2 billion.
Go faster.
Sorry, 1.2. What was it? Yeah, 1.2 billion dollars. 700 million going to.
It was 700 million. Yeah, 700 million for adults.
500 million going
300
to
and something
shots
million.
For adults.
Yeah, you add them together, it's over $1 billion. which he's signing off as the head of the HHS, signing off, CDC, here's your money, Pfizer, whip out some more shots. And so this is why state level activism is all we can do, why you get people like Mary Talley Bowden in office in Texas, why we get whoever is pushing this New Hampshire stuff, and hopefully these other states like Tennessee, it's activism from the state, from the ground and state level. It's not going to happen on a federal level. It just won't.
Not with Trump in office. And,
not with anybody. There's the moment that RFK had to have that closed door meeting after remember all that hoopla about Bernie coming after him and Elizabeth Warren and we don't want you're gonna do crazy stuff when you get in. Then he went closed door with the head of that committee, and no press was allowed in. As soon as that was over, he was confirmed. What happened in that meeting? That's when he decided to sign in blood. Don't worry, I ain't doing shit. You have my word. That's what that was. So
and then they still talk about him like he was going to do all that stuff anyway. It's not like Bernie or Elizabeth Warren like him now that he gave that up. And we're getting the worst of both worlds, because also like they're cutting like testing for some of these diseases and all that. So it's like you have the screwworm outbreak happening over here in Texas because they cut funding for testing for that stuff. So you get more deregulation, you get more poison in the environment. I just saw earlier today, now they've completely eliminated the regulations on how much pollutants can come out of your car. So now we get crappy air, or even crappier air again too. So like, Trump has done what Republicans have always done when it comes to the environment, which is deregulate. But he gets to do it with RFK's brand behind him, whose whole thing was make America healthy again. So that's where we're at.
Yeah, that's where we're at. All right, guys, now it's time for the bad news. That was the good news. Here comes the bad news. New study finds 2.3% of babies born to COVID-vaccinated mothers developed holes in their hearts. Oh, man. None of these babies were born to unvaccinated mothers. None of them developed this life-threatening heart defect. This should be front page news everywhere. All public health agencies, organizations, and individuals that push these shots, and he says push like it's past tense, they're still pushing on pregnant women, have inflicted serious harm to unborn children. Here is Nicholas Holscher breaking it down for us on this accompanied video clip.
He just came out and found that COVID-19 vaccination during early pregnancy was linked to major birth defects, including literal holes in the heart of the baby and cleft palates. So this is absolutely terrible. So basically what they did was they compared vaccinated pregnant women who were vaccinated in the first trimester to unvaccinated pregnant women. They found the vaccinated pregnant women had 2.3% of all of them. The children had atrioventricular septal defects, which is literally these holes in the atrial septum and ventricular septum, and they need emergency surgery or else they may die. Then we have the cleft palate, which is obviously everybody knows what that is. The baby may look deformed until surgery is performed to resolve that major defect. And so now this study was looking at the inactivated virus vaccines, so the Chinese ones, and the viral vector shots, such as Johnson & Johnson, AstraZeneca. They did not look at the mRNA shots, but we would suspect that the mRNA shots would probably have even worse birth defect outcomes if those were included. And lastly, all organizations, every individual that pushed these shots on pregnant women, they have to face some consequences now, because this holes in the heart, major oral facial defects, that's what they were inducing. on innocent little babies. And so, you know, something needs to happen. This is an absolute travesty.
And, you know, really quick, you know, I want to go back to what you mentioned, like before, about how, you know, like they didn't put these warnings like on it, on the COVID shot when they were pushing it, right? There was you know why they pushed these shots to pregnant women, even though there were no pregnant women in the trials? Like when Pfizer did its study, it didn't include any pregnant women. So they had no basis to say it was safe for pregnant women. But Anthony Fauci explained it. They wanted to increase uptake among the general population. So they asked themselves, well, how do we inspire confidence in people in these COVID shots? I know if we recommend it for pregnant women, then everybody will take it because everyone knows that women's bodies are more sensitive when they're pregnant. So if we tell them it's safe for pregnant women and the elderly, then it'll be safe for everyone. So part of the reason why these children are being born with these defects is simply marketing to trick us, because they knew if they got pregnant women to take it, it would be easier to convince other people to take it too.
That's right. That's right. So, and no accountability. None of this is going to be fixed or changed. I don't think at all, unless you do it, you know, bottoms up movement from a local level. That's the only way. So I guess we got to put the cover up part on, because obviously they had this information and they not only didn't put the warnings on, they covered up any information they had. We know Ron Johnson's been big on exposing this stuff. Of course, he generally only goes after the Biden team that did this, not on Trump's side of things. They're both obviously guilty of this the whole way. So now we have internal communications proving the FDA covered up COVID shots, sudden death signals, while millions of Americans were being told the shots were safe and effective. This qualifies as criminally negligent homicide, one of the biggest government cover-ups in history. And here's Peter McCullough, also affiliated with this the same group here, which we know some of our viewers know this, and we know it too, that there's some shadiness that goes on in the wellness company for sure, and they're part of that, and it's where the money comes from. It's pretty dark shit, but you know, doing this work is important. This is Ron Johnson doing the rounds after Tulsi gave her big reveal, which really wasn't a reveal at all. But you know, we got to get the word out, and I think Ron Johnson's actually doing pretty good, just trying to get on as many networks as possible. So here he is again talking about the cover up of this information that Pfizer, Moderna, they all had, and they kept it private.
You want a trial is to have the discovery and get people under oath. I mean, personally, I doubt Fauci would testify in his own defense because, you know, he'd either have to perjure himself or he'd have to self-incriminate. He probably wouldn't do that. So he'd probably get taken the fifth all the time. But accountability starts with exposure, but exposure needs to occur across the media. It can't just be confined to outlets like Newsmax and others who actually cover this.
Yes.
You need the legacy media to turn this into a story. Because until they do it, it's just not news.
Look, I'm not saying I'm on the fence. I'm just understanding that we can only do incremental stuff here. And obviously Ron Johnson's not going to say anything bad about Tulsi not really giving us much of anything, but it's just, again, he's been doing it a long time. We've been doing it a long time. We're all trying to get the message out. So I guess that's all you can really do. Fauci has the retroactive pardon on him for 11 years. So he's not actually going to be held accountable anything legally as far as going to jail. Obviously not, but it's bigger than Fauci. It's bigger than it's much bigger than that. We're talking about a military operation, a NATO operation. We're talking about a global, an Epstein plot that started with the pandemic preparation meetings way back in 2014, 2015. So there's so much there, and we have all the
proof. It goes back
today.
further than that. DARPA, you know, was developing the weaponization of the mRNA technology back in 2011. So it goes back to military program.
Military programs, yeah. There you go. So I guess what else can we do? He's just going to keep getting this stuff out there. Again, I recommend any sort of local organizing. You know, class action suits. We know we had a friend of the show, Shelby Hassan, out in Hawaii. She was putting together I think they went around and tried to sue every single company involved, like a class action citizen suit, which was great. Her company Unjected, which is they've been, there was a dating site with people that were unjected could meet and start relationships, but she was part of that. So these are good things. So you can just do the work on your own, not think that you're going to elect the next president and his team, and we're putting together a team and we're all going to get stuff done. No, it's not happening. It's not happening. Not on the federal level. It's not going to happen. So So we'll end this with there's so many of these unrelated cases, Jay, people dropping dead for no reason, nothing to do with what we're talking about, of course. I'm just going to focus on just one today, because I thought this was so interesting as far as we talk about irony. Irony might be a good word for this. This
sad and ironic, but
it's sad and ironic. This was a Scary Mommy. This is an old tweet, just so you know who Scary Mommy was. She was a character online, and I just say character because it's like we all have our personas. So she went by Scary Mommy back in 2021. She says, "These are the lies being spread at the potential cost of human lives, and nothing about that is okay. Here's a good example." And there she is spreading propaganda about how some anti-vaxxers are lying about having adverse reactions to the COVID vaccine. That was Scary Mommy's brand.
And really, before you go to the update on her, I just want people to think about how stupid that is, right? You hate vaccines so much that you go get injected with one and then start lying about having adverse events. What if you hate vaccines that much, you're not going to take the goddamn vaccine? So it's like so many people had no questions about it until they actually got hurt by it. And it's sad that she would dismiss people who were having negative reactions and having adverse events, just as simply anti-vaxxers. You're so anti-vax that you took the goddamn vax. Just think about that for a second.
I heard another one that some vegans were making up that they were having allergies to meat. I'm saying, what the F are you saying that somebody who doesn't do something is having a problem with something they don't do?
Exactly.
You did the thing. And the point, and then more than that, and that's just the play of words. It just doesn't, that headline doesn't even make sense on her stupid website. But when you think about what are you trying to do for your reader, Scary Mommy? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to condition your reader to not take people seriously in their stories that they have to tell, not listen to them, be pro censorship? When people start Facebook groups for people that have dealt with vaccine injuries and they have no support, and they join these groups, and then they wake up in the morning and they can't even get out of bed because they're so hurt. They can't even get out of the bed. But the one thing driving them to wake up and start the day is that they can go on these groups and share their stories. And they come to find that their group is gone. It got taken down and it no longer exists. This is the type of thinking you want your readers to be championing. Yeah, show those assholes they can't go to a place and have a support group for what they're dealing with. F them. So that's what Scary Mommy did. And I keep saying did because she can't do it anymore. The reason she can't do it anymore is this. Jill Smolker, founder of Scary Mommy, dead at 48.
Yeah. And, it's still sad because, had she lived, maybe she would have come around to see the error of her ways. And, maybe she would have made a 180 on it and started advocating against doing exactly what she did in that photo we saw just now. But, at the end of the day, I'm sad. It's sad. And, I guess sometimes, karma has a really strange way of working. And, I'm not saying again that she deserved that, because I don't think, she deserved to die from it. It's just a side effect, of the shot that you were pushing. I'm sure she didn't just stop at 2. She probably took a few boosters and all that too, considering how passionate she was. And unfortunately, there's a direct correlation between the more of the shots you take, the more adverse events, you wind up getting. So,
yeah. And, you talk about, are they going to tell us what actually happened? what we found out, it was a rapid cancer. She had brain cancer, and she's dead, and that's normal now.
Yeah.
That's normal now.
You know, like the some of the top cancer experts in the world are talking about how the cancers are getting so much more aggressive, and they can't figure out why. You know, like who knows it? We know. Oh, but even though they can't figure out why, we do know what it's not.
We do know.
Mm-hmm.
Love
Can't
it.
be the
We'll,
shots.
we'll end it
but
there.
the
But I did
yeah.
wanted to check up and see if there was any more information that came out from her. And no, it's rapid brain cancer just out of nowhere 2 years ago. Aggressive brain cancer she got, and she's gone. That's it. Done. And we don't know why it happened. Mary Ploppins, I gotta give a shout out here. She's been a big voice for us here. This is a great question. Look, we try to be respectful. We don't try to, come at people, especially family members. We say, hey, our whatever you want to say, thoughts and prayers to people that are, family members affected by her being dead. Maybe they didn't do these things, but this is a great question. How many deaths did she cause? Seriously, how, if you have reach and you have people reading your shitty articles about hating people, hating your neighbor, calling them the problem, the Joe Biden saying it's a pandemic of the unvaccinated, the Rachel Maddows, right, telling you, we know for a fact you're not going to get it, and just we know we have the list of all the people. She was one of them. That's all. I just want to point that out.
Yeah, and with her, it's just particularly like it's kind of hurtful in a way, because these are literally people who have been hurt trying to tell their stories, and she's writing whole articles talking about why you should ignore people who are telling you about an adverse event that they had. So on top of the other people who said just go get it, you're making everyone safe, she was actually demonizing people for simply talking about their pain. So that is extremely sad. So.
Yeah, really sad. Really sad. All right, moving on. I'll just throw up a little super chat we just got from Chris. This is a question, random question. Should I get an e-bike? It's going to cost between $1,400 to $1,600. I wanted to get something if the gas runs out. What do you think, Jay? Should Chris get a e-bike?
If you live somewhere where you have stuff within distance, like honestly, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea. But I guess before you make that investment, I would do a little bit of research on how long does it take to actually charge up, because if the price of electricity goes up too, because the price of oil is going up, then I'm assuming it'll be cheaper. So yeah, if you're in a city where you have a bunch of stuff that an e-bike, would make it convenient for you to get to, it could possibly, be a good thing. But I know I've heard that there are some things that charge that take a really long time to do it. So depending on how much energy it's drawing, it could wind up, still costing you more too. But overall, if we know the price of gas is going to $6, $7, $8 a gallon, it could go higher than that because of the Iran war. Once it restarts, then yeah, probably having some electric could be a good idea.
Yeah,
but
I'll
depending
on where,
depending on where you are. But when it comes to electric cars, I will say the thing that scares me about them is it seems like a lot of them have like off switches. So so I don't know who can hack into that and turn my car off when I want to go somewhere. But e-bikes, you should probably be good.
Yeah, yeah. And here we go. Another. Yeah, thanks, Chris. We appreciate the super chats. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on here. Do we have time for both of these, Jay? Because I definitely want to do Charlie Kirk, or do you want to push the other one? Do you want to do a better time for where we have enough time for the economic gaslight? What do you think? What should we?
To be honest with you, I really think, I don't know if you really want to do the Charlie Kirk one, but the economic stuff, I'm pretty good at. So I don't know if you wanted to bump that. In fact, what time is it now? Yeah, we should probably stick to one more. So I could do one more. If you want to do Charlie Kirk, we could do it. But up to me, I would say, I'd love to do the economic update.
Okay. Well, we're gonna ask the viewers. Any vote? Just type in. We're gonna say ones for Charlie Kirk, twos for economic gaslighting story. Which will it be? We just need
Let's
a
see
couple
what we
votes,
get.
guys. Anyone coming in? One, give us a 1 on the chat if you're for a Charlie Kirk story, and give us a 2 if you're for economic gaslighting story.
I will say the economic gaslighting, man, is like it's tragic because you could see them setting up exactly what they're about to do, man.
It's
So,
been decided.
yeah.
3. No,
They wanted to do it all. 1, 2 equals 3. There you go. That's fun.
You know, but we do have a 1 from Jungle Jer. We got a thinking time from, and thank you for tuning in, Jungle Jer. We got a 1 from All Sentient Beings. Oh, we got a 2. Let's do this. First one to 3 wins. We're gonna see if we get another. Oh, we got the 1, Jay. I think we're doing.
Listen, I know the numbers bore people, the numbers and graphs and all that. You know, what is it? The lead with the bleed, or the bleed leads, or something like that. Whatever they say in news. So you know, this is literally, you know, like if it bleeds, it leads. That's it. Sorry.
Dude, I said best of 3, but if we go best of 7, we just got 3 2s in a row.
Oh, hey man, listen,
So
man. I'm just saying. I'm just
caught
saying.
up and one. If it was a best of 7 final series, we're doing it. I think we're gonna do it. I think we've turned it. I think we've turned it. Let's go ahead.
Here's the thing, right? The two, like, well, I guess no, they're both really important stories because you know we have to, if we can get to the bottom of what happened with Charlie Kirk and somehow get justice there, that blows up their plans. But we do also need to understand what they're going to be trying to do, you know, to gaslight us with the economy too. So yeah. So where are we at? What you think?
So we're not going to not do Charlie. We'll probably be doing one on Tuesday is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
So for now, I'll pass it to you on this one, Jay, because this is economic gaslighting 101 for you guys that don't know what's going on. Jay Scott's going to break it down for us.
Got you guys. So yeah, you know what we have recently seen is if you could pull up that first tweet, you know, like I had inside the break, inside the document, is what we have recently seen with the latest economic numbers is Americans' disposable income is going down. Now, obviously, the reason that is so distressing is because inflation is going up. So in order for us to maintain the same quality of life, our disposable income needs to go up as much as inflation is going up. So it's not even just flat. Our disposable income is going down. So the reason it's going down is obviously because inflation is picking up. It costs more. You go to the grocery store and your grocery bill that costed you $100 last year now costs you $150 or $200. That's less money you have to spend on other things. That's what people mean when they say disposable income. So if you want to know why that's happening, well, it's happening, number one, because of all the money printing we've been doing, all the debt we have, but it's been supercharged because of the Iran war. The Iran war has caused, you know, oil prices, you know, to go up and down. And right now it's being manipulated, so it's down, but it's about to go back up. No matter what happens with the MOU, there's no way it can stay at the level it's at for too long. So we just got a new Fed chair. The last one was a guy named Jerome Powell, and the new one who we just got put in, if you could bring up the next tweet, is a guy named Kevin Warsh. Now, what should we know about Kevin Warsh? Well, to introduce him, I think, you know, it's good to see the kinds of people that someone may be affiliated with. So you may ask yourself, you know, who's he affiliated with?
Yeah, let me get that one. Sorry, that we'll do that. We'll do the people affiliated. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So the people he's affiliated with happen to be a common theme in the Trump administration. So he was named in the Epstein files, like as you guys can see right here. Of course, you have Donald Trump, Melania, Howard Lutnick, the Secretary of the Navy, John Phelan, Paolo Zampoli, RFK Jr. made a small appearance in there, Kevin Warsh, who is now the Fed chair, and, you know, a long list of other people. So we don't have to go through all of them. We've done plenty of coverage on Jeffrey Epstein. So now that we know who Kevin Warsh is and the types of people he's affiliated with, and for those who don't know, you know, JP Morgan was actually found, like to be helping Jeffrey Epstein cover up a lot of his financial crimes. So he was very tied in to the financial world and what's happening in the overall economy. So the fact that Kevin Warsh is being directly tied to Jeffrey Epstein, I think does actually tell you something. So, so what has he done, like since he's been appointed to this position? Well, what he has done, since being appointed to the position, is essentially make the process of the Fed even more opaque and less transparent than it was before. So under the recent Fed meeting, which is called the FOMC, the post-meeting policy statement, no longer includes the traditional detailed vote tally of who voted and how, with named reasons and dissent. So what they were voting on is whether or not to raise or lower the interest rate. So when the interest rate goes up, that's supposed to help rein in inflation. When the interest rate goes down, that's supposed to spur economic growth, but that can also cause inflation to pick up. So the Fed has a board of governors who are supposed to vote on what happens, and then the Fed chair comes out and announces it. So we used to get a breakdown of who voted what way before, so we could get a feel for why people are voting in certain directions. Now, and they're not giving us the breakdown of who's voting which way. They're just pretending everyone's on the same page. This is the reason we're doing it. I'm just going to list the facts, and I'm not going to give too much communication. And he's
so basically it's first order of business, less transparency. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So now, like when we look at, all the other things, that he's been doing, I don't know if you've got the other screenshots that I put in there. Yeah, exactly. So they're just changing the way that they measure inflation. So there right now, several different ways they can measure it. And long story short, they're going to be going to something called trimmed mean inflation. So trimmed mean inflation measures are statistical alternatives to core inflation, which is what we use right now. And so instead of permanently excluding fixed categories like food and energy, as it does, they sort all individual price changes in the index, which is hundreds of components, from lowest to the highest period. And then they exclude the most extreme outliers at quote unquote both ends, which, trims like, how much it is. And then they do a calculated average of the remaining middle components. So if inflation of, fruit, for example, goes through the roof and inflation for that is 200%, they cut that out, of the averages. So obviously it means you're going to get a lower number than what you had before. And if you go to the next, slide, what you're going to see is that, the breakdown of how it is. I think these might have been, like a little bit, I don't know if I put them in the wrong order, but yeah, those are the different ways you can measure it. Sorry,
I think this was the order. So,
oh, that was the order. Yeah, sorry, I probably put it in wrong. So, but yeah, if you go to the next slide, this is essentially pointing out that in the latest, reading of inflation, May 2026, the headline was 4.2% using the current measures. If they had used the trimmed measure of inflation, they would have called it 2.3%. So that means for the same period, they're cutting it by nearly half and pretending that inflation isn't happening. So why is this important? If Trump wants to restart the war in Iran, he can do that and then pretend that it's not driving up the cost of living and gaslight all of us into thinking we're crazy. And yet, even if we think our grocery bill is going up, it's just because we're eating more avocado toast.
So let me get this straight, Jay. If you're not getting the results you want in these positions of power with the thing you're implementing on the American people for, forcing on them, if you're not getting the results you want, all you got to do is change the definition of a word, and then it can create a different outcome. If you change that, so you change the definition of inflation, to get a different outcome that fits what you want. Man, where have we seen that before?
Yeah,
we see changing definitions of whatever else, right? Vaccines or anything else.
Same thing with the shot. Yeah, vaccine used to be something that stopped you from getting a disease. Then it became a therapy that lessens the consequence of you getting said disease. So we're seeing the same thing again happen, you know, like with inflation, right? So
you repackage it to fit the goal, the outcome you want. It's reverse engineering. By the way, it's not real. It's not honest. You say this is the outcome we want. So how do we get there? We gotta maneuver some shit around, and then we can celebrate a win when it's not a win. And that's what he does with the Iran war in general. But yes, this is how.
So they're calling it trimmed inflation, but what they should call it is manipulated inflation, because that's all it is. It's not telling you what the actual inflation is. They're just picking the numbers they want to show you, and then they're presenting it to you, but they give it a fancy name and call it trimmed inflation instead of manipulated inflation. So, you know, it kind of feels like they're preparing us for what's going to happen when the war starts back up, and they're laying the groundwork so they could try to frame it, you know, in the best possible light.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
So that's what we're looking at.
Next slide, we have this. We're talking about the non-transparent, the less transparency. It's not. It's definitely less transparent, right?
Yeah, and you know, I'll be honest. I kind of summarized most of what I had on these slides, so we don't have to go through everything. But long story short, it's important we leave it up there so people can read it as we're talking, and it essentially just shows you that, like, you know, instead of trying to do the right thing, Trump is doubling down on doing the wrong thing, but gaslighting you into thinking that he's doing the right thing. And this is what we've gotten across all of his administration, whether you're talking about vaccine policy and what he's doing for our health, whether you're talking about his foreign policy. So, you know, the gaslighting is going to new levels. And it just means that even if even if a Democrat took office, like obviously you and I don't think, you know, they're any better, but if you were someone who believed that Democrats were meaningfully better than Republicans, it's just so much things that the next person has to come in and fix back, you know, to put it back the way that it was. So really, guys, there's never been a more important time to try to get involved in some way, shape, or form than right now, because you know, where the country is heading in a very, very bad direction, guys.
Yeah. And, you know, let's keep perspective. And I'm glad we're covering this today because we had, you know, we knew Alan Greenspan, you know, lived to be 100. He passed away a few days ago. And this is a guy who redefined the Federal Reserve being the thing that was going to call all the shots for every presidency. Just to be absolutely clear, that's the whole point of this position, this idea that you're just going to do whatever you want to do and every president has to go along. So I want to make the point that this isn't uniquely a Trump problem. We've always had this problem. I just think it's easier to see the manipulation and the less transparency now because they have to fast track this, right, Jay? They have to fast track this, hold on to this economy as long as possible. So we're seeing these tricks and manipulations happening at a greater speed, but they've been doing this the whole time. Because Greenspan told us that they can do whatever, the Federal Reserve can do whatever it wants. We tell the president what to do, and that's it. That's final, and that's what defines our policy, and that's what defines the stock market, the value of the dollar, and everything that we know to be a positive economy versus a negative one. But I think it
has a large influence on it. I wouldn't say it defines it by itself, but it does have a very large influence on it. So
yeah. And so this is why you even have a Federal Reserve, right? Because and they call I love it. They call it that. Like it's not federal and it's nor is it reserve. It's privatized and it's, you know,
it's just as federal as FedEx.
Yeah, right. Just as federal as FedEx. Okay, I think there's one more slide, but yeah, like I think you covered mostly this stuff, but this is all the ways it's not transparent.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, the main takeaway that I want people to walk away from with this segment is that they're going to arbitrarily pick what they want to include, you know, when they're coming up with the inflation number. So anything that, you know, like they're leaving out, they don't have to tell you why they're leaving it out. They're just going to tell you, oh, well, the price of oil went up to $200 a barrel, so we're not going to include that in inflation numbers. So that'll make the inflation number look very reasonable. So they don't have to explain themselves, and they're saying less than they ever have before, and we have less visibility into their decision-making process than, you know, we've had in a very long time. So, you know, it says to you that they are preparing for dark times, and they want to keep us in the dark to make sure we can't even effectively criticize them, because they want to hide the numbers from us, and they'll make us do a whole lot of homework, you know, to figure out what's actually going on. And even when you present them with the evidence, they'll still just, you know, it creates another argument that you shouldn't even need to have. Like, if we're going to argue about whether or not the Iran war is a good policy, and we can point to the inflation that it's caused, you know, that is an easy point to make. Now they're going to be able to pretend that inflation is low. And so on top of making that point, you have to explain to people how the inflation number has been manipulated. And what do you think that they're lying about the inflation numbers? I know, conspiracy theory.
There it is.
You're a conspiracy theorist if you think inflation is higher than that. And of course, that's one step away from being labeled, you know, a terrorist nowadays. So, you know, like the way Trump is moving right now, pretty soon they'll say questioning inflation could also get you on a terror watch list, for all we know. So,
all right, I think that that wraps up that one for now. We obviously like to stay on this topic, and you've been really really on point on this for us, Jay, the whole way. And we're gonna need more of that, because I think we're counting down the weeks left before the entire globe is gonna the oil's gonna run. We have like what it was like less than 4 weeks. That's what we kind of gave that away. So we're gonna have a lot of chaos come down here real soon.
Yeah, over the summertime, the price of oil is gonna go through the roof, no matter what.
Insane.
If the MOU holds up, you know, it's still gonna go up.
Yeah.
So
get those e-bikes now, guys. You're gonna need them.
Yeah.
All right.
That's where we're at.
Thanks
All right,
again,
Matt.
Jay. Let everybody know where they can find you. And
so, you know, best place to contact me is on Twitter. So, you know, if I missed anything, you got any feedback for me, you know, feel free to hit me up on there. But what I really encourage people to do is, if they do want to get involved and find a way to push back, that you check out www.wtpnational.com. That's wethepeoplenational.com, and learn about how decentralization can actually help us unify around common ground, because the parties that are in power right now, Democrats, Republicans, and even many of the other third parties, Greens, Libertarians, like, they all have centralized power in state committees that are easily corruptible and can sometimes be polarizing. So in our Constitution at We the People, you know, we've built it so we just make progress on the common ground first. So you can be libertarian, socialist. If most of us are against war, most of us are against corruption. Those are the only two things, along with decentralization. Those are the only three things you have to agree on to join this party. And then we figure out everything else based on, you know, what people want as locally as possible. So check it out. You won't be disappointed. And appreciate all the great work you're doing, Matt. So
awesome.
Later.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Jay. All right. Take care. Jay Scott, everyone. I was playing around with some of the windows here. We might want to try a different setup next time we have our co-hosts or guests in. We had that. I accidentally pressed that button. I'm gonna play with that for next week. I'm gonna play with that around for next week. Okay, guys. We still have some show for you. We actually have top censored news. We're gonna be coming back real quick with top censored news. And I think we got some super chats here. I read most of them, I believe. But we will be talking back with you with your other comments and anything else you guys come up with. After we got top censored news, we're gonna do talking back, and then we're gonna do a bonus loudest voice. I know we did a loudest voice on Tuesday. We got another one, and that's coming up to end the show. So a lot more show coming up, guys. Citizen, I'll just throw this up for you. I understand this. You really want to see the Jake GTV entire video. What's it going to take to see the whole thing? Unfortunately, I told Jake this. I said, we wish some of your videos could be a little more concise and shorter, because he does go on. I think this new one is like 13 minutes long. We're just not going to be able to do the 13-minute one today. I'm sorry to say, Citizen, but I grabbed a few clips from it, and I think we're going to lead into a break right now. We'll see you guys back here. You're going to see a little Jake G TV right now, and we'll be back. We'll be back in about 3 minutes with top censored news of the week. See you guys in a bit.
Many people are having a hard time adopting fake meat and bugs into their diet. So I've introduced my new line of GMO-style ticks that give you alpha-gal syndrome. Now, you'll stop eating meat simply because you're allergic. Get ready for the Great Reset and start eating sustainably. Brought to you by the Jews at BlackRock and me, of course, Bill Gates.
Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top Censored News of the Week. It's Top Censored News of the Week. We are bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way, and it's always on purpose. Today, we're going to be doing a World Cup focused top censored news because there's a lot of stories coming out that the mainstream media just is going to skip over them. There's a bunch of them, and we figured we'll get down to the bottom of some of this stuff for you guys. If you've been watching the World Cup games, here's some of the stories that they didn't want you to see, or for whatever reason they just sloppily skipped by. Let's see if they have any merit on our end, and that's why we're here to give you top censored news of the week. Here we go. Coming in at number 3, World Cup predictions. Okay, there's some predictions out there, from an alien invasion to knowing who's going to win. Some of these predictions might be worth looking at. Well, we'll take a look at a couple of them. Okay, so this first one is a Brazilian psychic who has 23 million followers. She made a prediction on the game from yesterday that a UFO mothership was going to be revealing itself at the stadium in Miami during the Brazil and Scotland game. during the game yesterday. So it actually drew a lot of people to watch this game, excessively more than you see other viewership. People tuned in to see if this was actually going to happen. Spoiler alert, it didn't happen. But this message went out to about 23 million followers. It's worth taking a look. Here we go.
Invadindo o campo de futebol em Miami. E eu vi a cena dos jogadores nitidamente sendo carregados pela primeira nave
by
que
the
chegava.
first ship that arrived. I was
dentro
inside
dessa
that
nave.
ship. So this is her
Quando essa
prediction,
nave se
her second
levantava,
prediction. The ship
levava
rose, the
muito,
mothership
uma nave
arrived,
muito
a
maior,
much larger ship,
e levava milhares de
and
pessoas do campo
took
de
in
futebol.
thousands of people from the
Eu via
soccer
muito
field.
grito, muito
I saw so
choro,
much screaming,
muita lágrima,
so much
sofrimento.
crying, so much tears,
Eu vou
suffering.
falar com
Wow,
vocês
this is pretty
que eu
intense.
tô muito
I have to tell you that
apavorada,
I'm very
porque,
terrified
assim,
because this is the
a
second
segunda
time I'm
vez que eu
dreaming
tô
about this
sonhando de
again.
novo com isso, e eles falando
And they're
que
saying
dia
that on the
24,
24th,
algo muito ruim
something very
estava
bad is about to
acontecendo
happen at this
nesse
game.
jogo, nesse campo de futebol
The soccer
em
field in Miami, in the
Estados Unidos.
U.S. Wow. So a lot of people took that seriously because I guess her whole thing, her whole brand is psychic predictions. And again, nothing happened from that. However, this was an odd development that the FAA right before the game issued an official airspace restriction for this exact game for Scotland versus Brazil, which happened in Miami. This was yesterday. Reports of unusual aerial activity in the region. And from this point, this is from Miami. So the Miami International Airport tweeted this out from their own Twitter account. Now, again, nothing happened at the game. So was something foiled? Was this whole thing one big scam? Hard to say. But a lot of people, nonetheless, did tune in for the game to see if anything would go down. So interesting in the timing of this, the amount of people that saw this. Mainstream won't even tell you this happened. But if the Miami International Airport is tweeting this out, an airspace restriction, then we know there was something at least being put together. If not from the outside, maybe from the inside, whatever it was. Well, it's over now. So let's look at one more since before we go on to number 2 story. Let's look at one other prediction. This one is a woman that says she knows who's going to actually win this thing. And it's not like psychic stuff. It's more like based on patterns of past World Cups. And she equates this to things we should already know about our own sports here in the U.S. when it comes to the Super Bowl as well. There's patterns to look at. The entire thing might be rigged. Her idea, not ours. Let's hear her break this down for us. Here we go.
Can tell you exactly who's going to win this year's World Cup just by looking at the logo. We all know the Super Bowl conspiracy. Every year they give us the Super Bowl logo at the beginning of the year, and the colors from that logo happen to be the colors of both teams that end up playing in the Super Bowl. We all know there's a script for the NFL.
Wait, so she's going with colors. Interesting. Okay, I'm intrigued. Color patterns. Okay, what? So tell us, how does this work?
Well, FIFA has a script too, and it's right in front of our faces, and it's been very obvious this whole time. However, the World Cup logo itself is always black and white. But what you might not know is that every World Cup has official colors, and those colors just happen to correlate with the winner every single year for at least the last 3 World Cups. In 2022, Argentina won. These are the official World Cup colors for 2022. That's Argentina's flag, blue, yellow, and the outline of the sun is that exact dark maroon. Then in 2018, France won. You can't tell me that these colors don't match France. I mean, their jerseys are that exact dark and light blue. Their away kits are the white and cream. And then you have the red from their flag. In 2014, Germany won. And this one, I feel like people are gonna say this is a stretch. I don't think so. That is the exact yellow and red tone from the flag. And if you didn't know, Germany's away kits are green. This year's colors, green, blue, red, and then 2 shades of gray. My first thought, an underdog team, but Morocco. However, they are missing the blue. I think the more obvious option is Portugal. You might be thinking, well, Portugal is red and green, but they also don't have the blue. I challenge you to zoom in on their flag. Those dice-looking things, which I'm not sure what they are not black. They are navy blue. So if you believe in conspiracy theories or just, I don't know, facts, Portugal is winning the World Cup, and FIFA leaked the script. They wrote the script. They wrote it in. Portugal's winning this year.
Well, there you have it, guys. Portugal's going to win. So I guess there's no sense to watch anymore, but I would certainly go bet a bunch of money, bet your life savings at this point. But it's worth noting that it seems that Mexico is definitely in the lead big time with total points. I think they're up at 9 right now. The next one's down, or a bunch of ones having 6. I think the U.S. is tied, like 5-way tie with 6, and they do a cumulative scoring through each game. So whoever has the highest total goals gets placed. So we'll see if she's right about that one. But worth saying, she's, you put your reputation on saying this is a fact. We'll see. But interesting enough to point out that there might be patterns there, and not just in the World Cup, but in the Super Bowl as well. Okay, let's move on to the number 2 story coming out of the World Cup. You're gonna like this one, guys. This one's actually really important. That's why it's number 2. Norway team refuses to eat U.S. food, so they ship their own food for the World Cup. They're not eating our food. What is the reason? What's going on? Well, here's a breakdown of what they're doing and why they're doing it. Here we go.
Bad is the food in the United States? Well, apparently so bad that Norway's World Cup team shipped in their own food.
First time ever, athletes are refusing to eat American food. Norway have shipped 1,000 kilograms of rations to the World Cup because they don't trust U.S. groceries. That includes fish, brown cheese, and 6,000 oranges.
Norway didn't just reject U.S. oranges. They avoided petroleum-dyed fruit that never rots. Practically every U.S. orange starts as a green clone, smothered in citrus red number 2, a petroleum dye marked as a human carcinogen, dipped straight into ammonia baths, fusing coal tar chemistry into every peel. What remains is sprayed with morpholine, a wax binder banned in 31 nations, then gassed with ethylene until every cell is petrochemical.
And I don't blame them. When you look at Norway's life expectancy rate, it's 83 years. Meaning,
Really? 83 years. So what are they doing that we're not doing? What is it, do you think? Do you think it has to do with the food? It might have to do with the food.
that they're living 4 to 5 years more than the average American. Their obesity rate, 16 to 19%, where it's almost half in the USA. And this one is big. While most of our processed foods in the United States are made with GMO seeds, GMO is not allowed in Norway. So good for them. They want their athletes that are performing at the highest level to have the best nutrients. Who can blame them? Do you think they're smart for shipping in their own food? As always, let me know down below.
And this is how we're getting our news now. And you guys can fact check all of this. This is all true. Life expectancy, they are shipping their food out. The main newscasters on, legacy media networks aren't even going to tell you any of this. So we got to do our own work. So we appreciate this type of work from these TikTokers that put these little videos together. I wish you wouldn't be putting that music behind it. I think you guys have heard me have this complaint before. When you put music behind news, it invalidates it. We have copyright issues, but even put the copyright issues aside, you're invalidating your own journalism but maybe that's I don't know. Maybe that's a TikTok thing, but we appreciate it. Fact checking this shit. It's all true. It's all happening. One more on this number 2 story, because we're talking about the problem with U.S. food. And I just want to piggyback on this story that as we look into the food companies that have all of these liability protections, this Trump administration has completely gone the wrong direction, the opposite direction of the Maha movement, fusing these Bayer drug company with Monsanto's, and they're able to, give out foods that intentionally poison people, and then they can provide the cancer treatments through the same drug company that owns the food companies. All of that we know. What the other part that we're looking at is when they intentionally put out food products and then mock us in the process with the fact that they know we're going to eat it and they won't. Who is they? I don't know. It's not my place to say who they is. It's the food companies, whoever owns the food companies. But we just found out this is what's been going on at 7-Eleven this whole time. If you ever stopped at a 7-Eleven to get their product, you might want to think again, ever doing that ever again. Here we go.
Ever broke this on the internet. If you go through all the fast food chains, they all have some dark, insidious origin. Now we have the 7-Eleven food chain. Do you guys know what the 7-Eleven brand of foods and desserts is called?
What?
Go Yum Foods.
I think I might have had a Go Yum food before. Yeah, not in a long time, but I believe, yeah. They have a lot of different little items in the quick snack grab in the back of 7. You just grab it and go. Go Yum. Yeah. Okay. What have you learned about this product that we need to learn this too? What is it? What is this information that was kept from us?
Oh, Go Yum.
Wow.
Go
That's
Yum.
So fun.
Literally Goyam Foods. If you go get ice cream at 7-Eleven, it's Goyam brand.
Here, you
I'm
eat
not
this
even
shit.
kidding.
Yeah, it's like just
Goyam.
So,
oh, yo.
Wait, hold on. But the ADL just told us that Goyam, Goy slop, whatever these are conspiracy theorist terms promoted by white supremacists and anti-Semitics, but who is owning these companies that are calling their product Go Yum with a exclamation point after the O, G-O exclamation point Y-U-M? I don't want to be a white supremacist here or an anti-Semite like the ADL told me I am, but that's weird. That's weird.
That's f***ed up.
That's crazy.
The Jews are putting harmful chemicals into food. They're making unhealthy food so that the Goyim, you guys, could consume it and then become stupider, weak, dumb, fat, lazy, right? And you sort of see when you go into these stores all of these processed foods with all of these artificial crap that's terrible for you. Stuff like McDonald's, right? Where some of the stuff in this food is literally... It should not be entering your system. It's just terrible. It's just not healthy for you. And the Jews are feeding it to you, they're feeding it to the Goyim to make them weak and stupid so that essentially the Jews have full control of everything.
Okay. And so this might be, some would say, irresponsible to report it this way. That's these guys. We're just showing you this is out there. Irresponsible in the sense that you will be attacked by reporting it this way, but you're going to be attacked anyway. So we've had that discussion on the show. We're going to get attacked no matter how we spell it out, but we still need to be, choose the right words, I guess, as you'd say. But in any case, shouldn't we be concerned that we have a team in place in the Trump administration that claimed RFK Jr. claimed that he was going to get the red 40 dye out of the food system? That was the first thing. He was going to get the commercials. He was going to get the pharma commercials off TV. He was going to get the red 40 dye out of our food. Neither have happened. And those are simple things. Why hasn't the red 40 dye? This is exactly the reason Norway has shipped their own food to the freaking World Cup. Norway has shipped their food to the World Cup so they'll eat their food because they don't want the red 40 dye from our food. It's not anti-Semitic to say that, by the way. It's nice to know who owns these food companies that are intentionally putting this in. Why is RFK not able to take the red 40 dye out? Who's his handlers? Who's controlling that? These are legitimate questions. However that red 40 dye got in there, however all those horrible poisons that are in all these foods, whatever 7-Eleven is doing on purpose with a company, with a food product they just randomly called Go Yum, that's intentionally putting these poisons out there. So not for us to say what the plan is or the plot is or who's doing it, but we can call out the poison and we can be like Norway. Let's be like Norway and let's boycott it. Let's not eat this shit. How about that? I might want to look into some of those kosher options myself, actually. Might want to start looking at those. Those don't seem to have the same poisons in them for some reason. Okay, back to the top censored news. Coming in at number 1 for the World Cup special. The World Cup special. Here we go. Number 1 story, top censored news this week. With global support, Iran World Cup team fights back against the U.S.-Israel terror machine. And this is with that global support in place. So to back it up, a week and a half ago when they had their first game, and you guys remember this story, we reported on that they were told by the U.S., Iranian football team told to return to Mexico after the opening cup game. So they had their first game in L.A. right here, SoFi Stadium, and they were told to immediately leave back to their where they were staying in Mexico. Well, why the hell were they staying in Mexico? Why weren't they staying in the U.S. like everyone else? We know why. Because they're considered this enemy entity that we have to teach a lesson to and make it as difficult as possible on them to have their World Cup experience. We got to make it as difficult as freaking possible. Mexico was nicer. Mexico, who, by the way, is leading in the World Cup right now by leaps and bounds. Go Mexico, by the way. They took them in Tijuana. Mexico took in the team, and they have to stay to the last second before they go to their game. They don't get recovery time. They don't get any preparation time. They have to go through U.S. Customs every time. You know how we treat them in U.S. Customs? So this is what they've had to overcome these first few weeks. This is what they've had to overcome. And when they get on the field, what do they do on the field? What they do on the field is they show us the not you could say protest, but we could say activism that they show with this. So what they're doing here is they're laying out. Hold on, let me get the volume. Okay, so they're laying out backpacks as symbolism of the schoolgirls we murdered, the 160 to 170 plus schoolgirls we murdered. They're laying them out and dedicating their entire World Cup to these murdered girls that we murdered, and they're in our country playing the games. And this was their first game that they had to go through all that horrible stuff. This is at SoFi Stadium. And then as soon as the game was over, they had to immediately get the hell out. That's what happened. Now, because of enough support from around the world, and we start equating the Free Palestine movement with Iran, supporting Iran in the World Cup and supporting basically anti-imperialism, and which is more specifically anti-Epstein class. That's what the support is. We're seeing globally. And this is just randomly people. This is from Moscow. They're showing their support, and this is contagious. We're seeing this everywhere.
Ali again here in Moscow, and I'm joined by the one and only Gayatri Galloway.
Hello.
Gayatri, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too, here in Moscow.
Here in Moscow. Let me ask you, what do you think about Iran? What do you think about Team Iran?
Iran has done us so much proud. In fact, Iran has put many countries to shame by their strong will and determination.
I don't know why she said shame. She should say has been inspired other countries. That would have been better. They inspired other countries with their determination and courage.
Fighting one of the biggest imperialist enemies in the world.
Yep.
Just by standing up, standing firm, standing disciplined. And now Team Melly is in the World Cup. Who would have thunk it?
Who would have thunk it?
Trump could not have handled this, and he's handling it very badly in every aspect. So go Team Melly. Go Iran.
Team Melly. Go Iran.
All right. So because of the pushback and the pressure and the global support and everybody seeing that they were getting treated worse than every other team, they were definitely pinpointed here and targeted for this type of treatment. No one else had to stay in. Nobody else has to stay outside of the U.S. They get to stay here wherever they're playing. So the next game, Iran has a game in like 2 days from now, and it's going to be probably their closing game. So it's a big deal. It's in Seattle. So what happened what happens now? Well, the pushback was met with they've had to concede and be granted permission. So this is from the New York Times telling us that the Iran was granted permission, and this is because of pushback. This is because of activism and people around the world making noise about this. So now they were granted permission to travel to the U.S. a day earlier. So they get 1 day earlier than they would have normally. And they get to be, so they're there, they're in Seattle now preparing for this game, which is now, I guess it's tomorrow. It's on Friday. So by the time you guys see this when we upload the segment, the game will be being played. So members, obviously, they were complaining about the travel restrictions impacting their ability to compete at the tournament, because you can't compete at the tournament if you're jet lagged, if you haven't had a chance to warm up, if you haven't had a chance to stretch, if you haven't had any sleep, if you haven't had any chance to mentally prepare, which every other team has gotten. So this is great news. They were able to be allowed to go to Seattle. Again, they're traveling from where? From TJ, from Tijuana all the way up the West Coast, all the way up to Seattle. It's a long flight. But they got to go, I suppose, a couple days earlier here. And then we got a shot. Here they are arriving in Seattle, and you can see the wear and tear, but relief on their faces here. Here we go. Yeah. Here they come. And it's like, those are faces of guys that they've been through a lot. And, here we got some fans here that greet them. So we know that they've made it safe. They're here. They're ready for their final game, the Friday game that's coming up here. And that's great. But that's because of the global support of this team. And I said earlier, we're starting to equate these movements, these anti-imperialist movements, all under kind of the same banner. If we're talking about Iran, we're talking about Palestine, right? We're talking about other places as well. And so saying free Palestine, now you're embodying the Iranian experience as well in that, because Iran is fighting on behalf of Palestine, on behalf of Lebanon. That's what they're doing. So we support all of that. And so now we're seeing other countries, other fans getting involved at the games, cheering on Free Palestine movement, which again embodies all of these things. Here's some Bosnia fans of the Bosnia team chanting the Free Palestine mantra, which is now contagious with everybody. This is a global phenomenon at this point. And the World Cup is a great stage to see this happen in real time. When we're seeing the shares all over social media. We're not seeing this on mainstream media, of course. And that's great. That's incredible. Guess what else? I didn't mention this one either, but guess what else is included in the anti-imperialist movement, which includes not just the Epstein class that we're fighting against, the U.S.-Israel war machine, just imperialism, Western imperialism in general. It also includes the team that's fighting for that, against that, that's part of the Palestine movement, Iran, all of them. Congo, we don't talk about Congo. They're also participating in the World Cup. They're also participating in fighting the empire. Look at this. The World Cup matchup between Congo and Colombia. There was a Congo man that remained motionless. You guys might have seen this. He remained motionless for the full 90-minute match. And what he was doing was he was imitating the salute of this Congo leader named Patrice Lumumba. Patrice Lumumba was dismembered and dissolved in acid by the US and Belgium in 1961. For what? For securing Congo's independence from colonialism and refusing to let imperialists continue plundering his country's resources. Though the imperialists dissolved his body, they could not erase him from history. 65 years later, Lumumba remains present for millions of people. And here we go, guys. This is pretty remarkable. If you guys didn't see it, you might have seen it, but now you have a little more context of what was actually happening. Pretty powerful stuff. Here it is. So that's an actual man standing exactly like the statue. This is an anti-imperialist protest and symbolism and a commitment of courage and commitment of courage and perseverance. And it was done on the world stage. Let's see that again. This is incredible. Look at this. 90 minutes. This is a statement against the Western Empire, against imperialism, against the Epstein pedo class, child raping class, against the Greater Israel Project. That's what this is. And the world gets to see it. There it is. So this World Cup is still going. There's still opportunity for more protests, but these are the things we have to cover on this show. And I'll just throw one more up just so you guys can see. Some are saying this is one of the most important moments. Oh, well, I think that one's pretty damn good, what we just saw, the Congo activism there. But this is just what we're seeing more at these matches. This one's no exception. We're seeing these Palestine flags be brought out on the grass, on the lawns, on the soccer fields, and everyone's cheering. Nobody's booing to get out of there. This is making a huge impact, these type of moments. And they slowed this one down. It happened pretty fast, but some are saying this is one of the greatest moments we've seen thus far. I wasn't able to get exactly which game this took place at, but if you guys have been watching and you want to keep your eye open, we might see more of this. We still have a few more games to play. Like I told you, the Iran game, the final game they're playing is in Seattle. It's tomorrow. You guys should definitely check that out. I told you who is leading the charge right now. It looks like Mexico is leading the charge, and they are basically the heroes of the story thus far, who took in the Iranian team when we wouldn't do that. Obviously, we won't even take them in. Mexico took them in, make sure they got to Seattle for their final game tomorrow. And Mexico's the leader with nine goals. I guess you could say there's this running total, and they're beating everybody right now at the head of the pack. So go Mexico, go Iran, go anti-imperialism. That's how we got to be. And these stories are important. These stories of activism are important because we know the mainstream's not covering them. Not at all. Not at all. And they don't intend to, because it's only going to make them look like they're on the wrong side, which they are. And that's why we have to bring you guys top censored news of the week. All right. We're going to get to your guys' comments. Let me just go ahead and do this. I'm going to do one more little break. We got one more clip with Jake GTV. We'll be back in just a few 2 to 3 minutes. We'll be right back with your comments. We're going to engage with you on Talking Back, followed by the final segment of the week, which is a bonus loudest voice of the week coming right up with you guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you back here in just a few minutes.
We're here at Goya University, where the average college student has now completely lost the ability to read and write thanks to ChatGPT. How does it feel to finally graduate? Well, AI already took my job. I'm $50,000 in student debt, and all my taxes are going to Israel. Yeah. How fun. What do you plan to do after you graduate?
I'm a psychology major, so naturally I'm going to go into Only Freaks.
Wow. Exciting choice. Let's hear from the former CEO of Google.
Last December, Time magazine selected its Person of the Year for 2025. And this time, it was the architects of artificial intelligence. Interesting.
We're talking back with you today on today's episode. 1 step forward, 3 steps back. We had Jay Scott, Craig Pasta-JARDULA joining us today, talking about the AIPAC takedown in New York. We're talking about new Vax COVID study. Unfortunately, that's not good for pregnant women that took this jibbity jab. Not good there. We cover the World Cup, so the stories that weren't being reported on, skipped over, brushed over. We're covering it because we want to look at the entire picture, not just who won the game. But again, that's what mainstream media is about. They're about team sports. Everything's team sports. We don't want to actually look at the real stuff, look at the details, ask the right questions. We have so many Israel crimes being committed. We talked about the UN Commission today with telling us for a fact, it's not even debatable. Israel deliberately targeting children, not just murdering them, torturing them, sexually abusing them. It's strategic. It's on purpose. And then they turn around and push the anti-Semitism is the worst problem on the planet. We need more legislation against it. We need to divide and conquer more. But the narration is running out. We know the money's running out. We know time is running out. So it's all heading to a very inevitable end. How we get there, that's the only other thing that we got to figure out. And all the little things all the little curveballs and distractions and false flags and confusion, controlled ops, all these things. We just have to sit through that and figure out a way through that as the ship is going down. The Titanic has hit the iceberg, as they say, and we're got to stay on the ship as long as possible, like Jack and Rose. Okay, with that, let's get to some of what you guys had to say. We covered the super chats. I think we got to most of them earlier. I'll just for for good faith and all that good stuff. Just wanted to give a shout out to Chris. Thank you so much, Chris, and Citizen. This has been a great comments. We're gonna get some of your. I know you guys did some other comments as well. Trump PR disaster here. Millions cheer Iran. Exactly. It's a disaster because maybe the thing they thought they could get away with, they can't get away with it anymore. Or maybe Trump and Netanyahu, who knows? Maybe Trump and Netanyahu have both been, kind of they're going to be the fall guy, the handpicked, whatever you want to call it, the one that's taken the hit, the bad apple that's going to go down with they're going to go down instead of the ship. Who knows? And then we have this opportunity for them to repackage Israel, repackage the U.S., and pretend we just got to get things back the way they used to be. I wonder if they can keep that, if that option is still on the table. I wonder. Well, we'll see. Okay. And I'll do we didn't do this one earlier, Citizen. Thank you for this. It turns out that Mandami was the one playing 4D chess, not Trump. And you could seriously make an argument for that based on the outcome of the New York election these last few days. Quite phenomenal. He's doing much better work than Bernie or AOC ever did. And obviously I didn't even have to mention Obama. Clearly, something is actually getting done. Is it going to amount to anything? Is it going to amount to, people not getting murdered and annihilated anymore? Is it going to amount to people not losing their livelihoods because of social media posts and protesting, which is covered under the First Amendment? Is it going to lead to, better treatment of citizens of this country and others? Who knows? But it's something, right? It's a one step forward. Who knows? Maybe the three steps back is that we think something got solved, and then maybe it really didn't get solved, and it was just a way to make us cheer about something. Who knows? That's where what could be the case. Another theory, and I'll throw this out. We didn't mention this earlier in our debate. We talked about this with Craig Pasta and with Jay. I would say another theory is that New York now has an excuse. New York has an excuse to collect all the Zionist Jews that are living in anger and fear and confusion and psychoticness right now after what happened, that they're ready to be gathered up and brought to Israel. That could be a thing. Let's create a situation where the most dense population of Jews get triggered enough that they want to up and leave and go to Israel on the taxpayer dime. By the way, it would be a free relocation. That's the whole point. You get the free everything. Free. Socialism in Israel. By the way, socialism for the rich, socialism for Israel. Nothing for us. We get breadcrumbs and circuses. Oh, there's a good title. I'm going to maybe use that on the next episode. Breadcrumbs and circuses. Okay. Oh, right. Let's get to some of you guys got here. Jungle Jar, I like this one. Nobody I knew got killed in South Central Gaza. Today was a good day. South Central Gaza. That's a good. I like that little Ice Cube reference there. That's fun. All right. Let's see. We also got Eno. Eno says Elon's already a non-trillionaire. I mean, he's a government operation, what he is, government contract operation. He's not like a self-made trillionaire. I don't hate him for being Jewish. I hate him for being an Epstein class Zionist. It's like, why did we even need to say that? Like, seriously? Why do we even need to say that? All right, let's see. Pulling the strings. Thanks for tuning in. The U.S. will pounce on this to regime change them and take over. I don't know which one you're talking about, but yeah, we're always ready to pounce. We're always ready to pounce. And I knew we were talking about the Venezuelan earthquake. That's right, the double back to back, and it needs to be said, and we don't have anything to go on just yet because it just happened. But we know that weather modification exists. We know. Yes, they can manufacture earthquakes. It's a thing. And thank you for pointing this out. We know about the fentanyl scam. We make it here and then we blame it on others. Yeah. So in the patent for HARP, I guess HARP does the patent. They can actually create an earthquake. So that actually does exist. To be absolutely clear, that's something that does exist. So who knows? Friendly, brilliant. Yeah, check out the patent to HARP. The information is at the UN site. Wow. I feel like we're gonna have to do a follow-up on the earthquake story. We gotta do some work on this because again, this just happened, and these people, they're still under the rubble. They don't know. There's thousands that are missing still. We're talking about I think they only had like 164 officially dead, but thousands injured, missing. Who knows? This is a horrible. So we'll do some more. We're not gonna take our eye off on that one. We know how weather modification works. We know how direct energy weapons work. We see it over and over. It's not. I mean, obviously, earthquakes existed before technology existed to do that, but we have to look into this. We have to. Obviously, we lived through Lahaina, guys. We lived through the LA fires. We know what to look for. All right. So yeah, and then we had some comments on the Mandami backed. Again, these are great. Getting rid of AIPAC candidates is great, and it hopefully is effective. And this is obviously, we know the answer to this question, longtime listener. Thanks for the chat here. Would all these Zios and ADL cry over a Zio business owner refusing to serve a pro-Palestinian customer? We know the answer to that. We know. And then could a Palestinian activist walk into the coffee shop and behave like that gangster did and go, "Hey, got your mind made right yet? Huh? You ready to apologize? Huh? That's what I thought. Because I'm the victim here." That would obviously never happen. You couldn't do that. This is an interesting one. Trump and Biden both mandated women wear veils in public, and we're talking about the mask mandate, right? The mask mandate, and then they go and say, "Oh, Iran makes their women wear." And we heard RFK say that. We heard RFK Jr. say that on the campaign trail when he joined up with Maha and MAGA, and he would say, "Do you know what they do to people in Iran? They make them wear stuff on their faces." And we're like, dude, I thought you were running against mandating masks on people's faces, and now you're telling us, and all this shit about, oh, Iran tried to kill Trump, and we have to go. So we knew this was in the works. We knew this was going to be happening. This was planned before Trump took office. Obviously, they were planting the seed on he needs to get his revenge. The assassination attempt to the ear, that was Iran. This was all planned in advance. None of this was like we have to turn the corner here. We didn't know we'd have to deal with this. This was always the plan. Always the plan. Oh, that's funny. Are all these rich Zio New York Jews going to do an New York City bus boycott until Mandani guarantees that Jews always get to sit in the front of the bus? That's funny. That's funny. But isn't it funny if you give them their own bus, so you get your own special bus? That's segregation. Aren't we supposed to be against segregation? What the hell is Israel if it's not segregation? Aren't we supposed to? It wasn't the whole point of let's all live together, one state. So how did it become, oh, we want to have our own, like, it's weird, because that's would be the equivalent, right? It wouldn't be my who was it? The back of the bus. And by the way, that was a hole. That was a whole psyop. That wasn't that was all planned. That wasn't like an actual, back of the bus. I don't want to sit in the back of the bus anymore. That whole thing. But that would be like the Israel formula is that you give this particular people their own bus, their own thing. So that's called segregation. We don't want to be around the other kind, right? We want a line in the sand between our space. So we want our own drinking fountain, right? Isn't that weird that we're like pro give them their own drinking fountain when we were so against that during segregation during the 60s? But we're like, no. Separate drinking fountains make sense. You don't want to catch cooties from those Palestinian kids, right? That was the whole. So, but that's what we've been supporting for 70 plus years. That's what we've been paying for is segregation. But like this special place, a special Disneyland you can go to, and you can have your chosen people and do whatever you want, right? You can take anyone's house and just whatever, commit any pedophilia crimes. You're fine. You're good. Sign up for the IDF. Torture, rape prisoners. They're not prisoners. They're hostages. It's on camera. So what? If they try to prosecute, guess what? You have enough Israelis come out and they protest for you to be allowed to rape hostages. They want you to be able to do that. That's your Disneyland. You got a little Disneyland with your psychopath behavior. That'd be called segregation. By the way, just to let you know, that's what we've been supporting this whole time. Okay. Let's move on here because we are heading into that final of the fifth hour. We don't want to go past that 500. We don't want to go past. Yay, Bones. We agree. Remember when this was controversial to say? It was controversial to say this. We said it pretty early. I think when we started the show. Or when, after October 7th, it was like, oh, come on. Why would you say that? Matt, why would you say fuck Israel? That's so extreme. Is it though? Is it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So moving on here. Okay. We know about the 109. I think it's 110 now, right? Albany. We have 100. We got to add a little digit there. Feed me Seymour. Thanks for that. I think we have to add another. It's 110 now. I think. I could be wrong, but I think we're at 110. Hard to keep track. Okay. Go Start tastes like genocide. Yep. It does. It does. When you step outside, you can taste it, and you can smell it, you can taste it. It's in the air. And that's a reference to, they said anti-Semitism is in the air. No, you know what's in the air is genocide. That's a real tangible thing. Anti-Semitism is a feeling. I feel like you want to kill me. Well, you're actually killing people. Yeah, but I feel like they want to kill me, so I have to kill them first. But you're just saying that as a feeling. You're actually killing them. They're actually getting killed, like for real, like on purpose, like strategically, raped and tortured too, molested, and then killed. Yes, unbelievable. Oh, good call on this. You got this. You got this early. I called Russiagate it a red herring when I heard Hillary's campaign was involved. Yep, and they funded the whole operation. Yep. That's very true. All right, let's get to a few more here. Good question, Eno. Did Hitler retire in Argentina? I think he might have. That was supposed to be, that was the plan. I don't know if that was plan A or plan B of where they were going to do the original Nakba. It was either plan A or plan B, but they went ahead and went to that Holy Land, but they had eyes on Argentina, and that's where they were going to. So they did end up yes, a lot of Nazis, a lot of Hitlers, they got to relocate into Argentina, and now we know they have eyes on Argentina all over again, and they're setting up the entire that entire forest is going to be occupied next by Israelis, by IDF. They're going to be shipped there, one-way tickets, and there's nothing they can do about it because Malay is on board. He's already put the paperwork in. He's legally, they're allowed to take that land. So it's all working out great. So yeah, all working out great. Oh yeah, the Borat in the house. That was that crazy nut job at that Zionist summit, telling everybody in the room and everybody watching it on, because it's on video, telling everyone, you haven't seen nothing yet. Israel is going to whip out some weapons you've never seen before. If any of you think of stepping to us, we will F you so bad with our weapons. We have so many ways to kill you. Yeah, that was like a Borat character, one of Sacha Baron Cohen's characters, doing a mockery of his own people. That's what that was. But it was real. It was freaking real. Okay, let's see a few more here. And this is true. Leslie Senta, thank you for tuning in. Yes, we realize that if you're part of the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, how are we going to trust you? We've been screwed way too many times on both sides. So we start making exceptions. Of course, we make exceptions for people that have been ousted. We know that Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massie were obviously, there's a part of us that know because they were forced out, they were doing something right. Is there anyone on the left that's been forced out? Not really, except if you count RFK Jr. But then he just and Tulsi. But then they just go right over. They don't go independent. And then you have to wonder. So why did you just say the entire system's rigged, and then you ended up going right over to the other one? And it would be weird. I mean, that's weird, right? That is kind of weird that RFK Jr. and Tulsi didn't go. If they were really honest, they would have started something independent. If Bernie was really honest, the independent senator from freaking Vermont has an I next to his name, can't seem to leave the Democratic Party. That would have been awesome. Like, so you want to see that, and you saw Tulsi and RFK leave the Democratic Party, but Bernie, I mean, could you imagine if he left and then he joined the Republicans Party? Well, that's what Tulsi and RFK did. And it's weird. It's weird because they weren't able to be trusted when they joined the Republican Party. So it's like you couldn't really trust them from the beginning. None of these people. So Republicans, Democrats, I would say from this would be my rule moving forward. The only people to vote for that have an R and D next to their name, there's only going to be very few exceptions on a local or state level. That's going to be it. And those exceptions, obviously, they have to be anti-establishment, anti any Israel money. But more than that, there has to be like a willingness to be a one-termer, right? A willingness to be to understand what that fight really is going to be. It's going to be against the party that they have signed up for. That's it. That's going to be it. Would you ever consider voting on a national stage again for Republican or Democrat? I don't think that could ever happen. Not from my perspective. That could never happen. On a state level, on a city level, yeah. If I was in Kentucky, I would have absolutely voted for Thomas Massie, especially when you saw what was going against him. But if Massie starts to run for president, I would say, why are you not? If you're not running independent, what are you doing? And that's where we're at now. If you're not running independent, what are you doing? If you're running for president and you're not running independently from those two parties, what the F are you doing? That's it. We're done. We are not. There is no exception on that side of things. No exception. There you go. All right, let's do a few more, and we're gonna get to our final story. Well, yeah, we have loudest voice of the week for you guys. Oh, this was funny. We did the John Lovitz reference. Thank you for this, idiot. Buy my book. The mind of every Lovitz fan. Pretty spot on there. Yes, more clowns and circuses. Every evil clowns and tacky, trashy, low-class circuses. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. And we were talking about the pharma reveals today. We had, I mean, man, we have some action going on in New Hampshire, which is great on the state level. Like we said, you can only get started on the state level, but we know that these were poisoned. We know that this mRNA gene therapy is not, it's poison on purpose. Don't be getting these jabs. Ed Rams says, and thanks for tuning in, Ed. Most of my family were coerced to get these jabs. Who can be held accountable? Well, no one's going to jail. And Vax Kills, thank you for tuning in. They will not be held accountable. That's why it's up to the people to stop getting these drugs. We have to stop doing it. And that again, that action happening at the state level is very important. New Hampshire's doing that right now. They're telling their state legislation, they're telling them, we do not want this to be recommended to people in our state ever again, especially children. That's what they're saying. And they're telling why. All the data, all the studies, all of the sudden deaths, the cancer-causing carcinogen SV40, the myocarditis, the hiding of information, the fact that you keep whipping out more vaccines. You call they're not even vaccines. You're whipping them out, and they're for a previous variant. It doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't even make any sense on paper, let alone the shit you're hiding. So this has to be done on a local level. Maha's not going to save your ass. Not on the federal level. No way. You know why? Well, let JWC tell you. RFK Jr. is a Zionist. And some people thought that wouldn't affect his job at HHS. They were wrong. Of course it affects his job. One of the first tweets he put out as HHS secretary, was the number one health problem affecting number one health problem affecting our college kids on college campuses these days. What do you think he said it was? Anti-Semitism. He did that tweet, not from his private account. He did that from the HHS official Twitter account and website. Number one problem for students. Health problem. Health problem. He couldn't just say problem. That would have been bad enough. Oh, why is he talking about anti-Semitism saying number one problem? He said the number one health problem. Are you freaking kidding me? Mary Ploppins, I know you've said this before. I'll put it here. I don't mind putting it here. Nick Hulsher is an op, as in everybody connected to the wellness company. And let me be clear on this. We understand the corruption of a company like Wellness Company, especially because it has no transparency. It's got this whole paper trail with the money. We follow it to BlackRock money. It's really bizarre. We've had the owners of Wellness Company. There's one guy in Canada, one guy, we know these guys. Carlson, I believe. Carlson. We've had him on the show. We was like, you guys can go back and watch the episode. We interviewed the whole gang before people knew who they were. Way early. It was our episode 10. Go check it on Rumble. Go check this interview. I'm telling you, Mary Poppins, you haven't seen it. Look, and we didn't know anything at that time. We were just asking the questions you need to ask. They were answering them well. We had a good conversation. But when we find out about this corruption, what are we supposed to do with that information? Well, we don't hide it. We tell people, yes. So all these people connected. Hulsler, who else? Peter McCullough. He's obviously connected to the wellness company. People know that. Selling products. Telling people there's a problem with the mRNA vaccine, and then saying, here, buy our product, be lifelong customers. That's unfortunately the capitalist model, right? That's the thing. So you had a lot of right-wingers becoming these Maha movement activists, but never got rid of their capitalist turn their head when a war goes down. We don't care about Israel. We don't want to even talk about Palestine at all. We're just going to talk about buying our products to help you guys fight this poison you put in your body, but you got to buy our products, and then we're going to tell you how. So there's a packaging of that that's not on. It's just almost, you could argue, almost as dishonest as, the big ones, the big guns, the Pfizers and the Modernas. Well, they're not obviously killing people on that level, but if you go into it with the same mindset of whatever you got to do to sell something, then you're right back to what? You're right back to profit over people. And that has to stop. Profit over people creates a death care system. Profit over people creates an endless war battlefield. And it's not endless war, it's endless occupation and imperialist regime change attacks and assaults and terror operations, which we've been conducting this whole time. That's under our current system of capitalism. It's not crony capitalism, it's just capitalism. You can't have capitalism without imperialism. Won't exist. Sorry guys, if you were told it's something else. You can't have the model without the death care system. So an op, I'll just say one final thing about this as an op, okay, because we've had some comments, and I'll just put this up again so people know that you're saying that he's an op. Okay. We get people we work with very close are accused. I don't think I've ever been accused of being one, which is good, but maybe not. Maybe it means I'm when you get accused of being one, maybe it means you've done something. I don't know. When you get accused of it, either way, I always go with this fundamental principle. And I urge you guys to follow this principle. Whether somebody is an op or not, we still have the ability to separate anything shady they've done versus when they get something right. When they get something right, we can independently take that thing and say out and project out to the world, this thing's right, and still separate that from anything they've done that's deceiving or not legit. So the thing they don't say, that might be the thing to call out. You said something that was true, but you didn't say the thing that also is true, that if you don't say that thing, it's insincere. So we can say both. We can say, thank you for saying this thing. Thank you for reporting on that COVID-vax study. Nicholas Hustler, thanks for reporting on that. What is the part you're not telling us? We'll look at that too. So just want to put that out, that we have the ability to separate these things. We really do. It's okay. We can do that. It's okay to not kill the messenger when it comes to the right information being said. And then we can also at the same time go after the messenger if they did something corrupt or deceitful or hurtful. We can go after that too. So both can be true. Oh yeah, that Jill that randomly died. Jungle Jerry, I doubt this Jill mom would have been the exception. What are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about this comment. Can you name anybody who did see the error of their way and came around to be an advocate for the vax injured? Yeah. And you know what? It's funny you say that, Jungle Jerry, because one that came off the top of my head is Scott Adams. Scott Adams took the jab, yelled and screamed at people who didn't take the jab, then realized he was wrong, and then got rapid cancer and then died. In that period of time that he was alive and suffering with his, he got to cut the line, his VIP treatment in Kaiser. He got to go up to Northern California and cut the line with all the other people waiting for their treatment. He got to be VIP motherfucker and get all of his, you guys know how the chemo shit, but it's like, okay, rush the chemo. Good for you, dude. But all his other little tricks, and he called RFK. He's like, help me. I need special treatment. I'm Scott Adams. I created Dilbert. I deserve special treatment. But he also shamed and bullied and mocked people. He kind of apologized for it, kind of didn't. But yeah, why did he come around? Was it because he got sick? Is it because he was vaccine injured? So the question is, would somebody who also bullied and shamed people, like this woman, Jill, who did this scary mommy, belittled people for years through COVID, and now she died of rapid brain cancer, would she have been someone like Scott Adams? I don't know. I am not seeing it online. Whatever. Mary Poppins, yep, they all have blood on their hands. Yep. We'll do a couple more. We got to get on to the next one. Oh man, we're hitting that 5-hour mark. I still got one last segment for you guys. And in regards to that, we had you guys vote on which story to do, and we'll hold over the Charlie Kirk. We'll do a Charlie Kirk on Tuesday. those, if you guys aren't into it, you don't have to watch it. That's fine. But thank you, Katie, for this. Thank you to Jay for his report. Very eye-opening. Cheers. Yes, and that was the one you guys did vote on. We ended up doing the economic gaslighting story. We'll have that segment up for you guys to see if you missed it, or you can go back and watch it. It's all good. We're gonna do one more, and then I'll roll the rest up at the credits. But I think it's time. We got to get to the last segment here. So thank you guys all. We'll end with this one for now. For talking back for this segment, we'll end with this one. The Trump cult could see their standard of living obliterated and still believe him if he brags about reducing inflation. And this is when you're in cult mentality, and the Democrats are completely guilty of this as well. Anybody in tribal mentality is going to make excuses for their cult leader, for their party leaders, for their tribe leaders. You're always going to make excuses. You're never going to hold them accountable. And that's how you know you're a tribalist, which is very bad. Trump voters who aren't tribalists have already walked away, right? Democrats and people who voted for Democrats called that shit out in real time with Biden. They already walked away. If you're still holding on to your tribe, you could see everything around you obliterated, and you would still show up and say, this guy has a plan, even though my house burnt down. We have that in California. My house burnt down. I still believe in the Democrats and Karen Bass right here in LA. I still believe in Karen Bass. I still believe in Gavin Newsom, who's funneling money, taking like draining reservoirs so we can't put out fires that were started on purpose. So State Farm could cancel insurances and people could Newsom and the gang can land grab just in time for the Olympics. So same with Trump. Trump voters, they're no different. And these bastards, man, they called out the Democratic cult. That was what they were like, you cult members, you. And then they had their own. And we see that too with cults, don't we? Guys, don't we see that with all cults? One cult calls out another cult and they make fun of that other cult. It's like Mormons calling out Scientologists, right? It's like that. It's the same. Oh, can you believe what they believe? Ha 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 ha. No, on to get my own planet assigned to myself. Can you believe these Jehovah Witnesses? Ha 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 ha. Oh, now on to do the thing that I was told my cult leader told me I could do. So we see it in other people. We never see it in us. The only time we see it in us is when we take off that tribal goggles or mask or whatever it is, and we open up our critical thinking skills, and then we can finally do some self-reflection. And that's what we need right now. Oh, we need Trump voters to do that right now. They got to start doing some self-reflection. It's okay. It makes you stronger. Believe us, we know, because we went through it ourselves on the left. So there you go, guys. Let's all be homeless together. That's talking back for today. All right. I'm not even going to waste any time. I want to get into this last story. It's time to end this thing. This is a bonus loudest voice of the week. We had to do a bonus one because when this thing came up on my feed, I was like, I'm not waiting until next week on this. I'm not waiting on next week. This is good. This is a badass one. You guys are going to like this. Let's go. Here we go. Final segment. Loudest voice. Bonus segment coming up for you guys to end the week strong on. Here we go. It's the loudest voice of the week. This is a bonus loudest voice because we saw this one pop up on our feed. We couldn't let this one go a week. It's important. What happened is, well, let's introduce you to the guy in question. Here he is. His name, Senator Scott Wiener, or Wiener, depending on how you want to pronounce this. IE. Wiener would be EI. We know, or wine or ween. It doesn't really mean, we don't know. Wine glasses. I mean, people don't pronounce it. Whatever. It doesn't matter. This this is in the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area. So he represents Northern San Mateo County and in the California State Senate. So we're actually originally from there. So this is my hometown, basically Northern San Mateo County. He was elected in 2016, long after I left that town. So I didn't really know this guy at all, really. So this is his preaching all the things he's done. You could see a lot of LGBT this, LGBT that, but right in the middle of this summary, what is one of his credentials? Well, He chairs the Senate Elections Committee and is co-chair of the California Legislative Jewish Caucus. Wow, impressive. Co-chair of the State Legislative Jewish Caucus. Well, I wonder what that means as far as how he conducts himself in office. Well, we look at an AI overview and we see, oh, of course, Wiener has a complicated relationship with the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, otherwise known as AIPAC. AI is telling us it's a complicated relationship. Well, we know better. There ain't nothing complicated about supporting genocide, is there? Is it complicated? Well, AI thinks it is, because while he strongly supports U.S.-Israel relationship, he's pledged not to take direct contributions from AIPAC and differs with the organization on specific Israeli policies. So he maneuvered himself. I don't take direct contributions from AIPAC. Oh, really? Oh, really? Well, scroll down. His political alignment often receives substantial backing from pro-Israel donors and associated PACs. So it's other PACs and super PACs that are Zionist in nature, that aren't direct. So it's AIPAC setting up other PACs to give him money so he can say he didn't get it directly from AIPAC. So if you do your own research, you can find this out. Well, guess who did their own research? It was a local in San Francisco. And what happened? Well, this local ran into this state senator, Scott Wiener, at a restaurant. And he went right up to him and called his ass out. And I want you guys to watch this video that the guy recorded at this restaurant in San Francisco and ask yourself if you think you could pull something like this off in your city. I hope your answer is yes, even if it's a reserved yes. I hope you're leaning yes over no, because this is what we all need to learn how to do if we have the opportunity. Here we go. Loudest voice of the week.
Hey, bro. Hey, Wiener, you gotta get the fuck out my hood, bro. It's from Palestine. You already know what it is. We against the genocide. You think you're gonna come to my neighborhood, bro? You fucked up. You fucked up. It's gonna be a problem. There's innocent children being killed in Palestine. You don't come here like it's good, but you're pushing that genocidal agenda as a Zionist, bro. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him. This is the motherfucker that is the reason why a lot of people can't live in San Francisco no more. When there were people voting to live in San Francisco for low-income housing, you voted against it. I know my shit. I know my shit. I studied it, motherfucker. Free Palestine. Say free Palestine right now on camera, dog. Say it. 2026. I don't need to talk about none of that shit. I'm talking to him. This is a mission district. You should be ashamed. You have no shame coming to my community. This is a mission district, homie. Free Palestine, bro. Hey, are you trying to defend him? I don't want to talk to you. I'm talking to him. Why are you not saying nothing? Why are you not?
So he's counting on his handlers to help him out of this. He's like deer in headlights. He's not going to talk. His handlers are not doing a great job, or better said, this guy, this San Francisco citizen in the Mission District here, he is handling them very well. So they're not gonna be able to stop this. They're all not used. You know why? Because they're not used to this. Because people don't generally do this. But we need to see more of this. But yeah, his handlers aren't doing him any good.
You're not saying nothing, bro. Why are you not saying nothing? Say free Palestine for the camera, dog. You say you're against the genocide, right? That's what you said? Because you're running for office? Say free Palestine then. Say free Palestine. You can put your face on camera, but you can't speak on his behalf. You're a politician, right? You're a senator. You're a position of power. This is what you thought, bro. You come to the mission district, you will get called for the bullshit you do to our people. Maybe everyone here doesn't know what you've done, but I know. Mario Woods, Alex Prieto, Luis Gongora, when they were killed by SFPD, you didn't stand for them. You were silent. Silent as our people got.
Really? The SFPD killed people, some locals, and he didn't say shit? I thought he was LGBTQRS. I thought he was all these things. So he doesn't do shit. He takes funding probably from the police there too. Probably. I mean, that would make sense. If you're taking these little tiny secret PACs PAC money from Israel. It's all tied together. The IDF, the San Francisco police, it's all the same shit. It's all the same shit. Police a different neighborhood, not the one you live in. We know the fucking gang, guys. We know the gang. And by the way, speaking of policing a different neighborhood, he's in the Mission District trying to have some sort of drink or lunch, and that's not his district. He's in northern San Mateo County. That's not the Mission District. So he's out of his own district, and this dude knows that because he's done what? What has he done? He's done his own freaking research, and he's ready for this confrontation. He's ready for it. How badass is that?
I'm down in these streets, and you come to my community, and you think it's okay. It's not okay, bro. It's not okay. Say free Palestine. I'm giving you the opportunity to say that shit right now. I don't want to hear nothing but the words free Palestine.
Man, he opened his mouth. He was about to say something, and then he closed it. He can't even say the freaking words. Can't even say it.
You can't say it. You still get AIPAC money because I heard you say you didn't, but then someone put it on you and say you did.
Oh, he could speak for that one. He could say, I don't take. Yeah, you do. They just funneled it through another PAC. We already saw it. We already asked AI. Already got the information, dude. You have a complicated. Why do you have a complicated relationship with AIPAC? Why? If you don't take money, it's not complicated. But look at him. No, I don't. I don't take that. I don't take it. No.
Just say free Palestine. Are you against the murders of innocent children, innocent people getting killed in Palestine? If you are, then you will say free Palestine. If you're not, then you'll stay silent like you are.
I love that he broke it down like that. So if you want to pretend that free Palestine means kill all the Jews, we know it doesn't. Everyone knows it doesn't. He had to spell it out for him. If you are for not killing innocent people and genociding innocent people, all you have to do is say free Palestine. That's all. Just say that, and that means you're against that. That's all. And he can't do it. He can't freaking do it.
Some other words. I want him to leave. I want him to leave.
Look, can we have a conversation like face to face?
I want him to leave.
No, I think we all should have a
conversation.
conversation.
This is my hood, bro. This ain't your hood. You're not from here.
Yes,
where were you born and raised?
We are all from here.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him. You said free Palestine. See, y'all can't say free Palestine. I'm willing to get kicked out of here, bro. Leave, dog. Hey, Wiener, leave, bro. You know what it is. You know what it is. Nah, bro. Nah. If I leave, you gotta leave with me, dog. Hey, bro. You think if you don't leave, we're not gonna wait for you outside? Say free Palestine. Mario Woods, Alex Nieto, Luis Gongora, all their names. Hey, y'all gonna have to kill me, bro. Nah, free Palestine, motherfucker.
And I like I want to connect these guys, listing victims of police gang violence from police. Police are the gang, just so you know. It's a gang. They police other neighborhoods. That's how they work. They don't police their own neighborhood. They go into enemy territory and they shoot to kill, and then they get away with it. It's just like the IDF. It's the same shit. So that's why he's listing those names. Those are fallen citizens, fallen victims to police. And we shouldn't say police brutality. We should say it's police and military corruption. It's all one thing. There has to be one name for it because it's not to be like an isolated. Oh, you're changing topics here. Why is he changing topics? I thought we were talking about kids being blown up in genocide. Because it's the same entity. It's the same money. It's the same corruption. The LAPD, SFPD, NYPD, Chicago PD, they all get trained by the IDF. Guess who else gets trained by the IDF? ICE does. It's all the same topic. I like that this guy is fusing it together and naming names. These are the people you stood against. You got the backs of the corrupt police. You get the backs of AIPAC. You get the backs of genocide funders. And you keep your mouth shut. You can't even say free fucking Palestine. You can't even do it.
Nah, bro. Nah. If I leave, you gotta leave with me, dog. Hey, bro. You think if you don't leave, we're not gonna wait for you outside? Say free Palestine. Mario Woods, Alex Nieto, Luis Gongora, all their names. Hey, y'all gonna have to kill me, bro. Nah, free Palestine, motherfucker. Piece of shit. I want to say congratulations, though. Free Palestine, motherfucker. Piece of shit. Hey, if they kick me out, I'm gonna be on that back door in your helmet, bro. Leave, motherfucker. Leave. Leave. Hey, you owe me. You gotta leave, bro. Round 5, motherfucker. Leave, motherfucker.
That's great. Can we learn to do this? I mean, you have your own style. You don't have to be like, I'm gonna wait for you, motherfucker, outside. We all have our own styles. You don't have to do that. But how great is this? You see the look in his eyes? He looked uncomfortable. He looked awkward. He looked slightly nervous. I would say even maybe slightly afraid. I don't think he was afraid he was going to lose his life like those darn Palestinians and Lebanese and Iranian schoolgirls. They're just being used as human shields by all those horrible terrorist groups. He didn't look like that, like he's going to lose his life, but he looked uncomfortable. And I would say even a little ashamed. I saw that in his eyes too. There's some shame there. That's worth it. Getting that shame, getting that look of shame. This is what you decided to do with your life. This is what a piece of shit you are. That's what we need. We need more of that. When you go into restaurants in your city and you recognize one of these people, do your homework in advance. When you run into them, you can do this. These handlers, maybe these ones sucked, right? But other ones, they would actually leave. They would actually get him up and walk out because it's not worth it to stay there and let your guy be sitting there with that look, that deer in headlight look, like puppy dog. I effed up. I peed on the rug. Don't hurt me. That's what he is. He's a little puppy dog. He peed on the rug. I took a little crap. My bad. Yeah, you did take a crap. You took a crap on all of our freedom, all of our rights, and our integrity, and our humanity. You took a crap on our humanity. They all have. They all have. Do your homework. Find out who these people are. Do it in your own cities. When you run into these fucking people, get your phone out. Make sure your sound is working, and grab these moments. And if you do, you might even get a viral moment. Whatever. That's a cherry on top, but get it. Do it. Make them feel that shame. Make them feel that worthlessness you saw in his eye of Scott Wiener, whatever the F. Complicated relationship with AIPAC. That's what you get. And then you will be nervous every time, just like the little dog. I'll be nervous next time I think about shitting on the rug or walking into that restaurant, or any restaurant, by the way. Who knows the next person is going to come up and do that. That's what we have to create. We have to create that state of uncertainty, the same uncertainty you would have being in any of these occupied areas right now that are getting bombed, death and destruction rained upon people's houses every effing day. Let's create at least a small amount of that for these assholes that have failed miserably at being public servants. F them. This guy kicks ass. That's why he gets loudest voice of the week. All right. That should wrap it up for today, guys. I've seen some more great comments coming in. I'm going to try and throw them up on the outro, but man, we did go past the 5-hour mark. Certainly did. So let's go ahead and we'll sign off now. I just want to give a big thank you. Craig Pasa, Jay Scott. I don't know if any of our mods were in play today, but we tried our best. And you guys that were in the chat, we thank you. We thank you for the super chats and all that good stuff. We will be back. I guess we'll be talking to Craig Pasa, whether or not I'm going to go on Truthwire with him tomorrow or Monday or both. We'll see. One of the two, both, or you'll see me on Truthwire. So go check that out either tomorrow or Monday. But we will be back Tuesday, Thursday next week, counting down to our 200th episode. I think it'll be like the third to last and second to last until we get to that final 200th show. which will be a big one. But we'll be counting it down. We'll have some special guests come in next week, and we'll announce those. Don't forget to, do the likes and the shares and the subscribes and all that good stuff. Please check your subscribe button. Make sure that YouTube didn't unsubscribe you. It's very important because they do that sometimes. So keep that subscription in play. Get over to our Rumble if you haven't done that. Sign up on there as well. And you guys know you guys know those channels. Do I have to go through them again? I don't want to have to go through them again, but I will. This is the THL Presents on YouTube. This is the Homeless Left on Rumble. You follow us on Twitter. Check out Twitch if you're on there, but I don't even know if we're not even really on there, but it's streaming right now, I guess. That should do it. All right, guys. We're going to leave you with this. A big, warm thank you to Mexico. They're probably going to win the whole thing. I'm going against what the prediction girl said. I'm going with Mexico. They're probably going to win the whole thing. But as far as the World Cup goes, but thank you to Mexico from Iran, who put out this new Lego video, thanking them for their hospitality and helping them do what we were unwilling to do, and that is be basic human being decency and just be cool, which we just can't do. So thank you, Mexico, for taking in Iran as they are leading to their final game in Seattle tomorrow. So we're rooting them on, and Mexico's probably going to win the whole thing, which will be awesome. So there you go. Here's the Lego video. We'll see you guys next time. Remember, when you go out there with courage, conviction, and above all else, principle. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is the Homeless Left. Power to the people. Free Palestine. We're out.
The world gathered to play, but one nation arrived carrying more than the game I ran. A civilization 5,000 years old came to Mexico, not just for football, but for survival.
They FIFA reached out, and one country answered.
No conditions.
No political debate, no hesitation.
Mexico opened its arms
to a nation under pressure,
and Tijuana
became the home of Iranian determination. Oh, thank you, Mexico,
for opening your city when others closed their gates.
Thank you, Mexico,
for choosing people over politics and debates. For letting Team Melly train on your sacred ground.
Thank you, Mexico,
for being the place where our humanity was found. Team Melly, the national team of Iran, one of the oldest football nations in Asia, qualified for the FIFA World Cup 2026, held across the United States, Canada, and Mexico. Iran has been playing organized football since 1920. Over 100 years of footballing history carved into the soul of a nation. But in 2026, war was not a metaphor. The Islamic Republic of Iran